What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental.
You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here.
The podcast on CTR Media Network.
That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast is doing great.
350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Good morning. This is Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, and you are experiencing, just in case you didn't understand what was going on, you are experiencing our CTR Media Network 24/7 online television brought to you. Yes. And you're going to be able to learn and grow, get entertained, also get inspired to walk into your best life. We start off every single day. Yes, every single day you will see our amazing podcasters and everything that we have to offer, along with our businesses that we are spotlighting through our commercial placements, and also the different events and things that we do throughout the year, and also with our collaborative partners. So if you have an upcoming event and you would like for us to stream your event on our CTR Media Network platform that reaches 350 million households worldwide, and with our online television by itself reaching over 100 countries, then go to ctrmedianetwork.com, click the contact us button, and we can schedule a consultation with you on today. Or I would say not on today, I would say at our next availability. on that note, I want to leave you guys with a thought of the day. Yes, a thought of the day before we connect you with our show at hand with one of our amazing podcasters. So for those of you who don't know what CTR Media Network is, this is your opportunity, because we have so many new individuals that follow CTR Media Network. So thank you for joining the family, from being our support, our community, like, follow, sharing, and subscribing. But for you, not for our fans and our supporters that have been here from the beginning, we're talking to you that just started. So what is CTR Media Network? CTR Media Network, what we do, we help podcasters. Yes, you, if you're a podcaster, you want to start a podcast, you already have one and you stop and start, we help you. We help companies, yes, large, big. And we also help entrepreneurs, whether you're a startup, building, growing company as well. So we help you diversify your visibility through innovative podcasting techniques and media. We help you get this, expand and leverage your market share through social media, television, and podcasting. So basically what we do, we help people get to see you, maximize your visibility online to create that lasting digital imprint that now, in this world that we live in the digital era, as a business owner, you can no longer be on the sidelines of your business watching everybody else on social media. You have to leverage it and make sure that you're on social media, but also connecting and affiliating with the right individuals so that we can let people know about you. On that note, we have amazing podcasters and content creators that we distribute their content worldwide. It's truly a pleasure. We have a nice blend of what I like to say, edutainment. You get educated and entertained at the same time. And we have a plethora of resources available for all of you who may need mentorship, coaching. You need help with being booked on podcast shows. You want to be in magazines, all of these good things that are essential for a thriving business from now on to the end, because we have to make sure we have that visibility. All right. So on that note, what I am going to do is give you that good old thought of the day, because most of the time how can I say it? From the hustle and bustle of the day, the week, the year, or whatever, dealing with your life, dealing with your business, dealing with everything, right? We just need that thought of the day, that's something that can motivate us to keep going in the moments where we feel like we can't go. So, your girl is a international, global, however you want to put it, mean the same thing, a global motivational speaker. And so it would be remiss for me not to share with you some little thoughts of the day. So the thought of the day is this: you are so loved even when you don't see it or feel it. Let me say it again. You are so loved even when you don't see it or feel it. Sometimes we don't feel like we're loved by the people in our circle, which we shouldn't be. Or we feel underappreciated in any area of our life. But I want you to know that you are loved, and we do see you. We see you. We value you. And I want you to feel it, and I want you to hold on to it, okay? And keep on doing what you do, because the people that is designed and on this earth for you, that you are here to make a positive impact with, they will never see you if you stop posting and showing up. So I need you to keep showing up even when it's difficult to do. It was a wise man who said this. Shout out to Mr. Lee, who said, your best or next, how did he say it? Your best opportunity, your success, this is what he said, your success is on the other side of what you don't want to do. So on this day, I want you to think about whatever it is that you do not want to do, whether it's life or business, but we're speaking to the entrepreneurs today. If it's business, whatever it is that you don't want to do. Okay, I need you to think about that. And I need you to do just that thing on today, because there's certain things that we just don't want to do. It's not because it's bad. Now, if it's bad, don't do it. But if it's not bad and you just don't want to do it, but you know that it will help you with your business, and then guess what? Suck it up and do it. On that note, you guys, we're going to have another commercial break from our sponsor. And if you would like for us to feature you during our CTR Media Network live stream, we do have commercial slots available for business owners. We stream 24/7, 7 days a week, baby. 24/7, 7 days a week. Woo! So if you want to be spotlighted during our 24/7, 7 days a week live stream, then guess what, boo-boo? Guess what? You need to go to ctrmedianetwork.com, click the Contact Us feature, and we can go ahead and get you in a slot today. We will play your commercials 3 times a day, in the morning, in the afternoon, and at night, to make sure that all of our viewing and listening audience be able to connect with you. So thank you guys for everything that you do. Thank you just for being you, and know that you are appreciated and know that you are loved. So enjoy these commercial break. We're going to play this from one of our sponsors, and then we're going to have another commercial, and then we're going to bring you in. Yes, bring you in so that you can see what's going on. We have the amazing Michael Finkley Show. We have, for all of you who are part of the Fink Fam crew, this is going to be for you.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Open enrollment is pretty much like Shark Week. You make a mistake and put your information online, you get calls after call after call. And before you know it, you go badass crazy because you can't go back and undo what you've done. Here at the Health Insurance Helper, we don't cold call. We get our referral from our clients and referral partner. What separates us from everyone else? We offer a customizable plan that utilizes the largest PPO network in the nation. So please give us a call. We will love to bring peace of mind to you and your loved ones.
Mm-hmm. And after we left the concert, I asked her, can I rap? And that's how my career started. My first song was called Humpty Dumpty. That's how young I was. I was number 11.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
So when did it start blowing up for you though? You know, you found the inspiration, you know, in Atlanta, the sound is developing there in Atlanta for Southern hip hop. When did you find your avenue to get into this genre of music?
When I was 15, I did Bankhead Bounce.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that would be, you know, I even had Michael Jackson Bankhead Bouncing. You dig? And then my favorite group was on the tour with Michael Jackson, Crisscross. Come on. So, you know, so, you know, that's what brought me to the generation of music, of me making music in my generation. But it's like, when I started it, I didn't know what lane I was in.
Mm-hmm.
I was just making music. Like I said, my first song was Humpty Dumpty.
Mm-hmm.
Then my next one was the Bankhead Bounce, because everybody was Bankhead bouncing all that school. So I just went to the studio, made a song, boom, boom, boom. That it blew up. Then after that, you know, years later, I met Kane. Once I met Kane, Yin Yang been thriving ever since.
I'm saying
Say less.
Listen, because when you hear Yin Yang Twins, you hear Wait the Whisper Song. You hear
Yep.
Salt Shaker. You hear Shake. You hear Bad. Like all the list continues to go on.
Whistle while you twerk. You can't forget about what started it. Whistle while you twerk is what started it. And we used to grind and hustle at that time. That was the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like I just can't I can't explain it enough. Like you're contributing to this genre. We're celebrating 50 years of hip hop. What does that mean to you?
50 years of hip hop mean I contributed to hip hop because you understand that I was here
Mm-hmm.
and you know I was here. And we just got an award last night. So I'm blessed. I can't complain.
Said, did you know did you know when you started that it was gonna be this big thing when you met Kane and formed?
um when I started rapping and actually said I wanted to start rapping,
Mhm.
yes. Though every time I go to sleep and dream me being on the big stage, like but what I'm doing now.
Like that.
I fall asleep to that thought. Yes, I brought it there. I wanted it and I want to keep it. It ain't going nowhere.
Well, it's not going anywhere.
Hey, hip hop
Zero.
is not going nowhere.
Oh,
No, it's hip hop here. I'm here.
yeah, that part. Yeah, that part right there. Ah. So the success you saw with the Yin Yang Twins, right? Again, we named all the songs earlier. We still bounce to them today. Did
Hello, hi. My name is Shayna Aspie. I am the family life coach. I'm coming to you today to talk to you about how homeschool education actually allows you to educate the whole child. Within being a family life coach, I have learned to observe children where they are, as well as bring to the forefront some of my techniques that I use from parenting. I also have written a program called The Right to Knowledge, which I teach in the foster care system, where I give them a great foundation of where to begin, learning the pillars of self love, family, community, education, and purpose, which is located in the Right to Knowledge program. As well as writing the program, I also have been called, I am also a 4 times published author. You can find a lot of my books on Amazon. I do want to introduce you to 2 books that were part of my foundation. One of them is called A Hero Ain't Nothing But a Sandwich by Alice Childress. The second one is called The Miseducation of the Negro by Carter G. Woodson. These books were a part of my foundation in youth, and I'm so ecstatic about that. My mother introduced them to me. So, A Hero Ain't Nothing But a Sandwich is a story by Alice Childress that contains incorrect grammar, misspelled words, and a lot of slang. My mother basically told me what you will read would determine how you speak, and how you speak would determine how you write. So so grateful for this. The second book is The Miseducation by the Negro by Carter G. Woodson. This book I really didn't understand as a child, but as I became older and I reread the book, I understood what they were trying to explain. One of the things that they were trying to explain is that the education system that we're currently under within the public schools was only subjecting us to work in the factories. So we were only supposed to receive education to work in the factories and not to go further than that. Yes, it's true. So once you read the book of the Miseducation of the Negro by Carter G. Woodson, you'll be able to understand the public school sector a little bit better. My mother stated as a child that she would put me on punishment and I would go in my room and read a book. So when she realized that that didn't work, she decided to make me write book reports. So I'm grateful for that. Even these 2 stories as my foundation on life. It started my foundation, rather. Also, being a parent, also, I wanted to find the best type of education for my child. So within that, I took him to many different schools trying to find him a great education. The types of school that I actually took him to consisted of an African-centered school, charter schools, public schools, private schools, evolution schools, able to obtain a lot of different knowledge or information from all of these schools, which allowed me to observe and realize that our children actually learn more when they're actually open to a plethora of information as opposed to a narrow perspective of information. I loved it. Now, I can say out of all of them, self-directed education was definitely the best for me because it kind of gave me a grasp of who my son was and what area or field that he should go in and become an adult. And I was able to basically self-direct that with him and give him courses that would help him attain that information. He wants to be a language interpreter. So that means that we were to gain his, build his curricula according to that within a homeschool environment. Also, I believe that a lot of things that comes when it comes to the homeschool education should be started at home, right? So that means that we have to build relationships and start bonding with our children. And then bonding and building relationships and learning our children, we're able to learn who they are by observation. So when my son was younger, I actually observed him crawling around and going to the VCR tape that was on the floor or the VCR player that was on the floor. I saw him trying to put the cassette tape inside inside the VHS player. I didn't bother him. I just allowed him to continue doing what he was doing. But through observation, I noticed that he was consistent. He would not give up until he actually put that cassette tape, which inside that VCR player. This told me that the way he's going to learn by doing, but he's also going to be that type of person that's going to be able to accomplish anything that he put his mind to because he's persistent. That's through that observation, what it told me. Another incident that happened when he was a child was when he was in kindergarten. When he was in kindergarten, he was able to attain Student of the Week. While obtaining Student of the Week, he was able to eat lunch with some of his peers on the stage. He was also able to be the teacher's assistant. He received a certificate with that, and as well as his picture on the board. Within the next few weeks, he was acting up in school. And so when I asked him, like, Marcus, why are you acting up in school? Don't you want to be Student of the Week again? His response to me at that time was, Mom, you can only get it one time. I thought to myself again, wow, this kid is too smart. So I had to be witty or outsmart him. That's what this told me. So those are things that through observation, that when building bonds, when teaching from home or homeschool education, that we can be aware of to help enhance those skills or other things so we can learn our child. That helps as far as homeschool education. Now, also through my observation of not just my child, but other children, I also learned that for every 2 children that people have, that one child is more left brain or more right brain. So that one child might be more left brain. The second one may be more right brain. But in understanding this, it actually completes the whole child, right? And the reason, my theory for that is that so we would not only have to support on ourselves, but we have to learn from each other. Now, triplets, twins, it's the same thing. They're all different, but one is more left brain and one is more right brain. We just have to acknowledge this and see it for ourselves. Now, with that learning, with me, by learning this, I understand my role within the village, right? So that means that they say it takes a village to raise a child. I believe this. Now, through my girlfriend's observations and friends of mine, they're able to show me things that I didn't even see because it takes us as a unit, right? But these are a few of the observations that I basically have observed. Another one is, again, like I talked about before, is the left brain thinker and the right brain thinker. Now, when it comes to children that's more left brain, they're more logical, rational, have objective, systematic, and they're great in math. They're the ones that people consist of as being more the followers, meaning that the data comes in and they're able to act within the data that comes in. Now, when the right brain thinker, he's the more creative person. They love the arts, they're great in the imagination, they're random, and they're emotional. Now, the ones that's the right brain, they're great at music, they love music, and they're great thinkers as well. Now, what I realize is that the system that we're currently in, they more appeal to the left brain thinker because they're more logical and they follow direction. Now, the right brain thinker, they're more the master builders. They call them the master builders because they're able to create and think outside the box. They're creative. If you ever seen the movie called The Lego Movie, it talks a lot about this. So the right brain and the left brain is definitely a great place to start to understanding who your children are so you can help them shape to become whole. And whatever they're missing, you can actually educate them on that or take education from a whole different angle to give them that wholesome type of learning or understanding. What I also realized is that in history, when it came to leaders, we always had two leaders. One was more left brain and the other one was more right brain. So here we have Malcolm and Martin. Now, which one do you think is more left brain and which one do you think is more right brain? So I say that Malcolm was more of a left brain thinker because a lot of his information he got from somebody else, but he was able to be self-educated. But the information came into him first, and then he was able to spew that information out. When it came to Martin, he was able to take the education that he learned from somebody else and create a whole movement of what he wanted to do. And he had to think outside the box in order to do it. Now, as time progressed on, those two people were able to understand more of the other person's learning style and that they were different. Instead of coming apart, they were starting to come together. But of course, that was later in their life and later in their learning. Tupac and Biggie, the same way. They were both great artists on different pages. One was more left brain and one was more right. I'm going to ask you, who do you think was more left brain and who do you think was more right? You tell me. I'm going to leave that one up to you. Now, my son was given an assignment a couple of weeks ago, and the question was, do you feel that people or humans have stopped evolving? My thought was, no way have we stopped evolving. We are always supposed to grow mentally, physically, and spiritually. When we stop growing mentally and spiritually, we're in trouble. We should be learning every day, keeping our minds open to learn something new. I look forward to learning mentally, physically, and spiritually. And it's our jobs as parents to continue the growth of our children mentally, physically, and spiritually by observing what they don't have and teaching them what they need to know in order for them to move to that next level. And when they're ready, we should be adding on to that. And they'll be learning how to adapt to the environment that they're in and learn from other people around them. Learning styles. Different learning styles is definitely a great way to understand who your child is. Our children need to know that they learn differently, and we need to be, as parents, know how our children learn. This will actually help you in understanding who your child is if he doesn't do something to the point of where you thought he should do it to, or how he's learning in school. There's 12 different learning styles. Some of the ones that are different learning styles are listed right here on the screen. The first one is visual, a visual learner, an auditory learner, tactile learner, kinesthetic, sequential, simultaneous, logical, verbal, interactive, indirect experience, direct experience, and rhythmic melody. Now, The three types of learning styles that people usually adapt to within the school system or different places are visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. Now, a visual learner is the type of person who learns more by seeing. They have to sometimes watch a movie, see a video, go outside and see the views. The person that's more auditory, they're the person who actually listens. They learn by listening, maybe a speaker or presentation, or by music. The person who is more kinesthetic, they actually are more hands-on people. Sometimes they have to be hands-on, get in the groove of learning how to do it by action. Now, there are some people that have a plethora of different learning styles. There's nothing wrong with you having different learning styles. So you might have to see it, taste it, touch it, smell it, breathe it, as well as do it. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Another part of learning at home is creating characteristics. Our children need to learn how to have integrity about their character. That comes from having morals that are set in place or inside of them that they know, if I do this, I'm going to look bad, and I have to set some type of standard about myself for me not to do something or feel bad about it. Another one is ethics. When it comes to ethics, oh my goodness, understanding that every cause has an effect. There's a consequence for everything, and every action has a reaction. And I should know this. That's going to morally, it's going to impact everything about my integrity or characteristic. When it comes to values, these are different things that I hold dearly about myself, and I value them. And then one of those things of value should be how we carry ourselves with integrity and our characteristics. Every time my children go out the house, they are representing us, and they should know that. And even their children, when they have children, they're representing them too. This is something that we need to think about. In the Family Life Coach, which Shayna asked me, the Family Life Coach, I actually have a creed that I have the family sign that talks about you as a person and what this family actually stood for and what we should stand for as a whole. Every family member actually signs this creed, and it becomes the family motto. I love this part. The Bible basically states in Proverbs 22 is that you train up a child in the way that they should go, and they will not depart from it. I feel so strongly about this proverb due to the fact that if a child goes untamed, uneducated, undirected, and they're just out in the wind. How do I know? Because a lot of times that was me. I didn't receive that whole education. And through observation and my own learning of looking at myself or self-reflection, I was able to understand this. I had, of course, the education part when it came to school, but what I lacked was I didn't know my self-worth. I didn't have integrity. I didn't know about characteristic styles and how important it was in order to understand that. I didn't know I had a different learning style until I got to college. But a lot of these things would have actually helped me in understanding who I was as a person, right? As well as self-directed education. I'm following along and not understanding that I should be finding out who I was, because high school is going to end one day and I have to go to college. You know what I'm saying? So it's definitely a very important piece. So that foundation of a child is definitely important. We have to learn that we have to shape and mold that and not leave other people to shape and mold that for us. That means that the current education or the educational system that our
Aluva G-Burn is an all-in-one weight loss supplement. If you're looking at a weight loss supplement as a whole, in my opinion, you have to target 5 or 6 different areas. And Aluva G-Burn does that. And it's the highest quality ingredients with the best absorption technologies with the highest bioavailability in each and every ingredient.
Hi, my name is Jen. I'm 47 years old. I teach musical theater classes to children, and I've been using Aluva G-Burn for a couple months now. I have 4 kids, and it seems like with each pregnancy, I gained a little more weight, a little more weight, a little more weight, and it's so frustrating to try to get that weight off. You know, I'm just hungry all the time. I crave stuff that I shouldn't be eating. I've tried everything, and nothing has worked. But as soon as I started Aluva G-Burn, I was finally able to lose the weight. It suppressed my appetite. I wasn't having to snack all day. The cravings were gone. I felt great. I now have the energy to do the things I want to do throughout the day.
The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
As we lift ourselves up in body, mind, and spirit, we can reach out to others and be a light in a sea of darkness. Welcome to the Movement for Global Health with your host, Dr. Mary Zenit.
Richard Biasana is the founder of Forever Homes for Foster Kids. He is a leading international expert on immigration issues and foster families. As a proud Navy veteran, Richard has been featured on CNN International, Associated Press, ABC TV, Wish TV, Costco Connections, and the Washington Post. He is a columnist with Foster Focus magazine, and he is an international speaker. For 3 decades, his nonprofit has worked with government agencies across the country to find families for foster and immigration children to create a permanent home. He is the author of a book, Do No Harm, about children separated at the Mexico-US border from 2017 through 2021 and the foster care crisis. It is an absolute privilege for us to welcome Richard to the show today.
Thank you for having me, Mary.
Very, very pleased. I'll just put a little plug for your book. I couldn't put it down. It was one of those.
Oh,
So,
well, that's great to hear.
I thank you so much for all the work you have put into all this. So let's cut right to it. How did you get started working with helping foster children?
Well, first, someone had to let me know that I had a talent to find people, and that was my mentor. And one of the stories I love to tell is that we were working together. And this is really important that we had worked together for some time. I knew his habits, I knew his languaging.
Yeah.
And so one day he comes to my desk, he drops off a piece of paper. I'm looking at it, I said, "What's this?" He says, "I want you to find Barry Johnson." "Who's Barry Johnson?" He said, "Well, he works for the Department of Commerce and he's in Washington, D.C. And, well, it's all the information I have. Let's see what you can do." So I come back to his desk later and I drop the piece of paper off. And he looks at it and says, "What's this?" "The phone number." Whose phone number? For Mr. Johnson. And he looks at his watch and he says, that was 5 minutes ago. And I thought he was upset because I took so long. I realized he was in shock because I only took 5 minutes. And this is pre-Google. So there was no search engine to do this. And I'm like, job done. I'm ready to get back to my desk. And he's like, stop. You're not leaving till you explain how you did this. So I told him, I made 3 phone calls. And in 3 phone calls, I got the number. And again, I'm thinking, okay, I've told my story. I got work to do. I'm heading back. And he said, you're not listening to me. And I'm like, okay. So I kind of chill, come back to the desk. Okay. What am I missing? He said, look, you know who I am. And my mentor did business with foreign governments, the US government, Department of Defense, Fortune 500 companies. This guy is the guy you see flying away off of rooftops and helicopters. He was the guy. And he said, with my background, when I tell you that I've never met anyone who can do what you just did, that means something. I said, well, I do it all the time. He said, it doesn't matter. Doesn't make it any less important. Doesn't mean it's not a valuable skill. And because I knew him and respected him, I listened. And that was so critical because all of us have that superpower, that thing we do so well and so easily. But we don't have someone who stops us and say, look, this is your dream work. Go for it. I got lucky. So he pointed that out to me. And that was one of a few times that he pointed that out to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I paid attention. So I had done that for other people. I'd done that for our company. And the word started to get out. And so I started getting associates saying, can you find my brother? Haven't seen him in 10 years. Sure. And then all of a sudden I got foster care agencies calling me up saying, look, I hear you do work in Mexico. Yeah. Well, we have a child and we want you to find their father. I'm like, well, I'm doing international business. I don't really do that. But I started to do that and I got so many calls. I finally decided maybe this is what I should be doing. And that's how I got involved. And I don't know who leaked it. Just somehow these agencies heard about me and started calling me up and the word got out and we started handling foster children cases.
Oh, that's absolutely incredible. Now, let's talk about foster children and foster care. What do you see as some of the worst problems for our children that are in foster care?
Oh, there are many. I would say the biggest one is that 1 out of 3 children are either physically or sexually abused while they're in foster care. Now, keep in mind, the children who come into foster care, it's only 1 out of 5. And these are rounded numbers for that person,
Right.
But basically it's 1 out of 5, but then it drops to 1 out of 3 being abused while they're in foster care. Number 2, foster care was never created to be a long-term solution. No child expert thinks that the government is a better parent than an adult. And then 3, we have these children going into group homes, institutional environments. They're unmanaged, they're privately run. Nobody can come in and look at their books. No one's able to come in and see what they're doing to the children. And there's lots of abuses. There's lots of financial abuse where the system is getting overcharged hundreds, millions of dollars, and it's not going to the children. And I'd say the last thing is that they move about every 2 years. Think about that. You're at home, you're settled in, you've opened up the last box, and someone says, oh, it's been 6 months. It's time for you to move. And you've got to do it all over again. New school. That means maybe you got to move all your courses over. Maybe not. Maybe you're taking math for the 3rd time. All of this impacting the child because the constant instability, and worse, every time they move, for most children, it's, you didn't love me enough. My foster parent didn't love me. And it's not the foster parent's fault.
It's not.
It's not. And I do want to say this. We have thousands and thousands of caseworkers and foster parents and adoptive parents who come in for the right reason and do it right and do their best. Sometimes doing their best is not enough just because of the situation and what the child has gone through, but they come in with the right intention. So the system itself has problems, but it's not because we don't have people who are trying their best to
Right,
do what's best
exactly.
for these kids.
Absolutely. But I'll tell you, as somebody that has children and works with children, when I hear the numbers of these children that are abused, physically or sexually, okay, to me, that's absolutely unconscionable. Unconscionable that that many children are abused. And then it goes all down from here, downhill from there.
It is terrible. And one of the reasons we have that kind of a problem, there's actually three. Number one, there's not enough money. So we've got people in Congress right now who are looking to cut, and one of the things they're looking to cut is the money that goes to welfare to help children. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. I really don't. There has to be enough money consistently for children. If they're our future, we need to treat them like our future and give the money so they can be cared for properly and a permanent family can be found for them. That's number one. Number two, there has to be training. These caseworkers come in, and I'm going to talk about another feature in a moment. They don't have a particular background or training, and because of that, they're not able to do the best job possible, and there's lack of accountability. And that's killing the foster care system because people can do whatever they want to. We have more than 3,000 counties in this country, and foster care is run at the county level. And that means we have 3,000 plus counties doing whatever they want to because they can all do it their own way. There's not a national system or process. So we've got all these counties doing it. The one to the left can be doing great adoption and terrible other things. And the one in the middle could be doing terrible adoption, but they're great with transitional programs for kids who are 18. And then the other one, fabulous foster care program for the parents, for getting the foster parents in.
Right.
But it's not like they're all talking to each other and sharing and they're all growing together. It's not.
No. And it could be one state. I've had this experience where in one county it's pretty decent, and in one county it's just awful.
Exactly. And I have to tell people when they write me, because we're very active on social media, they'll say, what about, and I have to point out, look, it could just be your county. You just in the wrong place because the one right next door could be fabulous. And
people need to know that.
They do. I mean, these are, we say these things, but people do need to understand. Yes, there are good people in foster care. There are people working hard, judges and caseworkers and regular adults. There are bad things happening too. That's what you do in a business. You find the problems and you fix them.
Exactly. Well, and speaking of that, how does your organization help foster children?
That's a great question. We do something called family finding. And what that simply means is when a child comes into foster care, if there's not a relative nearby who can take the child in, the agencies are required by state and federal law that within 30 days, they will notify all of the child's relatives, aunts, uncles, grandparents, fifth cousins, all of them. Because the idea is simple. You find as many relatives as possible, someone will step up and take in the child. But you got to do it wide. You can't do it with one or two because they both may have a situation where they simply can't or don't want to. So family finding is really critical, and it is so important that in 2016, when California was flush with money, they set aside millions of dollars to give to each county. And one of the 4 areas they could spend that money on was specifically family finding.
Wow.
And let me step into family finding a little bit more. Here's the solution. We have more than 400,000 children coming into foster care every year, but we're not doing family finding because one, none of the colleges in this country teach family finding. There's not one course that has it listed. It's not even part of a coursework. So they come all out, not have at the bachelor's and master's degree, never having heard of family finding. Then we have studies who say that these people get maybe, this is the good side, 2 weeks of training before they're let loose to handle a child with trauma. Do you know your cable operator, the person answering a phone for your cable company, gets 3 to 4 times more training than someone who is going to deal with a traumatized child? That's disgusting.
It is. It is. These children, their needs are so complex. How can you begin to even interact with a child or evaluate what relatives would be best served to help the child if you don't understand? You've never been trained.
Absolutely. And because they're not trained in family finding, they don't do it. So family finding is cheap. You keep a child in foster care for a month, it could cost anywhere from $3,000 to $12,000. You get a child out 1 month early, it easily paid for family finding. Plus, studies show child plays with relatives, even distant relatives. In general, they do better at school, better self-image, better mentally, psychologically. They graduate at a higher rate. They go to college at a higher rate. They interact socially much better than those kids of the same age who are still in foster care. So we got all of these benefits from family finding, and we have agencies who are not doing it. And we do not have the training out there to do family finding. And that's what we specialize in. We take the most desperate cases, kids who are 17 years old, just months away from aging out and being on the street, and we find their relatives in the US, and we locate their relatives that are living anywhere in Latin America. I have done cases in Brazil, Dominican Republic, Mexico, of course, Guatemala, El Salvador. We're all over the place. And we do it well at a rate. Lately, our success rate has been 91% or better. That's better than finding the relatives within the US by other agencies. And we do that internationally. So it is a process that pays for itself. It is a process. It's like putting $1 in and you get $50 back. It's a no-brainer that our government, our counties are not doing. It's a simple, straightforward solution that is not being utilized across this country for the sake of our children.
So when you talk about this process, that means the children will be placed permanently, is that right? In with the family that you find and designate.
So I'm actually going to give you a high profile case, Simone Biles. We all know Simone, Olympic goddess. And I think she's the most decorated Olympian we've ever had. So she was in foster care with some of her siblings. And her grandparents came and they pulled her out of foster care. And when she went with her grandparents, that put her into kinship care. So she hasn't been adopted yet, but she is now staying with her grandparents. And that stable lifestyle, look where she is. But she had that stable lifestyle, that love that everyone needs. She had it. And look what she did with it.
Oh.
And yes, at some point she got adopted. And so they may adopt the child, they may not adopt the child. Many do. But there's still, the big thing is that the stability, the family love, the family pressure that we know that keeps us from doing things that we might thought about, but we realized it really would not have been a good thing if we did it. And we all need that. We all needed that when we were growing up.
Yes, yes. And I find a lot of these, so many, probably most of these children have such abandonment issues anyway. And that somewhere deep in their hearts, it's like, you know what, somebody left me. And this puts a permanency, it helps really help begin that process of healing the heart, that, wow, I'm loved. I have a sense of belonging. I belong to a family. It seems so basic, but it's not, because you see the dilemma of all these poor kids that just don't have that.
Again, unfortunately, look, family finding is not the silver bullet. It's not the magic wand. There will always be children who need transitional programs. There'll be children who need special psychiatric counseling and treatment. But for many, many children, family finding is the solution. It's just not being done. There's an aunt out there right now that would take in a child. I have worked cases where we found an absent father. And once he found out, this one case in particular, he was in Puerto Rico. He left Puerto Rico, flew to the Northeast United States where his daughter was at the time in foster care, set up a new life up there so he could take his daughter and have her with him. Now that's love. And that's what's missing out there, because we're not looking for the parents. And this is something that there are federal laws that say you have to do this. These agencies are breaking the law. What they've done is we have very weak languaging that says you will do a reasonable search. Well, what's reasonable? Reasonable really is subjective. Reasonable could be 5 phone calls to a number and you got voicemail, and the counties will go to the court and say, well, we tried our best. And unfortunately, the judges will run with that. So another change that has to happen, the judges need to be educated to understand, no, that's not reasonable. That was lazy. That was a token effort. Now people in the industry are talking about a thorough family finding. That's what we do. We do an exhaustive family finding. That's why we have the success level we do, because we go after it and we don't stop until it's clear that person doesn't live where we think they do. And at that point, we can't do magic. So, but family finding gives so many benefits to those children. And to what you just said, every time these children leave a home, they're constantly thinking, why didn't you fight for me?
Exactly.
Even though that may not have been a possibility for the parent, for the foster parents.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Right. But that abandonment, that pain, that hole in their hearts, it's so huge. It's such a void. And then we see them trying to fill this void with all this negative behavior, acting out on the streets. I mean, it's really scary today. A lot of these kids are on the streets, or they run. It's like, this abandonment, but I'm going to run and get themselves in all kinds of trouble. It's really sad.
It is, and you touched on a very sensitive and unknown topic, which is every day, roughly 55 children run away from their foster home. And the police have said the vast majority are never found. Either the foster parents don't call it in, or the agency. This was a big story years ago in Oklahoma, where a teenager had left the foster home. And this was a group home. It was run by the county. Nobody called it into the police. And when they were questioned, they said, well, did you want me to, hold the child? Well, of course not. But you didn't call anybody. Well, no. And his reasoning was, it wasn't in the handbook. This is an adult paid to take care of children, but it had to be in the handbook that they pick the phone up and say, I don't have a child. They've run away.
Yeah.
That's the level of incompetence we have because of lack of training and lack of accountability and lack of good management.
Wow. And like you say, 55 kids, okay, they run away a day. Per day. Most are never found.
That's right. It's a shocking figure.
It is a shocking figure because they're on the streets, and I don't know. I can tell you just from the line of work that I do. I'm a psychiatrist, so I talk to tons of people, tons of families, and the streets are not safe. They're not what they used to be years ago. Okay, kid was running. Somebody would say, "Wait a minute, what's wrong with this?" And let's find this kid. And let's get him back home. Blah blah blah. We don't have that anymore. And the crime, the violence, and the poor kids get caught into a very, very, it's life-threatening. It's life-threatening. So that is so sad. But the great news of what you're doing, family finding, that cuts right through, cuts to the chase. It's like, wait a minute. We work to find a family that the child can stay with. Feel like they belong and flourish.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is the bottom line. And here's the other part. For those children we can't find family members for, or I have had some cases where the family said, no, I don't want the child. There's too much trauma going on.
Right.
And I'm not going to judge them because they may not have the capability to handle the situation.
Exactly.
So at least they will say lovingly stepped away. And in those cases, by doing this work, it also allows the system to terminate parental rights because they've done the process that they're supposed to do.
Exactly.
Because I have seen adoption cases held up because they didn't do the search. And I'll kind of tell you a quick story about that. We had a case, it was up in Wisconsin. And when we got the email, we could tell that this was like, I have to send you this email, but I don't believe this is going to work at all, because there was just that feeling through the messaging that there was no confidence that family finding was going to work, that family finding internationally was going to work. So why even try? And unfortunately, this is something that is true for many counties. They don't believe that international family finding will work. So it's a waste of time, a waste of money. Why do it? But they came to me and they said, look, we have 4 siblings. 2 were very young, so the foster parents were able to adopt them. Okay. But the other 2, they're old enough now that the court requires us to find the father, and the father lives in Guatemala. And so we need you to go look and see if you can find him. I said, okay, yeah, we'll do it. But we got 30 days before we have to go to court. Otherwise, you're going to kick this down the road another 4 months. And it's already been a year that these siblings have been separated as far as being a family from their foster parents. So, okay. Took it on, got back within 30 days, got the report. The report got passed to the judge. And in this case, the father was from an indigenous community. So it's like, for people who aren't used to that concept, it's, and I'm trying to think of a more positive term, but it would be kind of like someone who's homeless, in the sense of they're not connected to normal society, phones, they're not interacting. They're in their own group. Maybe a commune might be a better analogy, where they're just not off the grid. And so the judge looked at that and said, look, we also have a challenge. This father has come across several times, has given us different names, at least 2 different birth dates. We love the work you did, but we're not going to continue. I think your work has been thorough enough. We're going to run with it that you did not find him. You found possible relatives, but we may be going in the wrong direction because of all this misinformation. Terminate his parental rights, get this adoption going. Everybody was floored, especially the caseworker. She wrote back this glowing email about, oh my God, I can't believe it worked. I can't believe these kids are going to get adopted now. They were in shock. But that's what family finding can do for a child. It can take a blocked adoption that has been out there for maybe months or even years.
Yes.
And now they have the legal requirements in place because we found or didn't find the relative, the father or mother, and they either said yes or no. and the parental rights can be terminated if that's the case, and it moves on. And we have done that for lots of adoptions. So it's family finding isn't only for one area, it impacts a child in many ways.
Wow. Wow. And you've done this work for how many years?
3 decades.
Wow. I think you could say you've got some great experience there.
Sorry
You
when I
know,
said, yep.
looking at it, the outcomes, I can only assume that the outcomes for the kids are so much better than had you not done your work.
I'd certainly like to hope so. Again, there is no, and I say this because there's always that person who's looking for 100%. Well, that's unrealistic. Nothing's 100%.
Mhm.
But this is an incredibly powerful process
Mhm.
for agencies to use that they're not using, and they're not using to the best extent that it can be used.
Exactly.
And so this is something that has to be taught. There has to be more continuous training on this. Judges need to be trained to know and understand family finding and the power of it. And there needs to be political will to put the money out there. So there is training. It just all goes down the line. We have to care for these kids.
Exactly. Well, and the funds need to go for the children. A lot of these, just as a general principle, there's all this money, but is it being used for the children? I have seen so many examples where it's not.
Oh, absolutely. We all know of the school that needs a new classroom or needs air conditioning or needs something in particular. And the next thing we know, the football team got it. And we all have suffered through this. And that's what's happening here. Like you said, a lot of this money comes in, it's earmarked. And one of those activities is family finding. But that money somehow seems to find its way into the general slush fund and to go other places because too many counties in this country, not only just to my nonprofit, but for those who work domestically, will say, we don't have any money. We can't afford you. And look, resources, experience, that it takes time, and time is money. There's a cost to everything. And so that cost has to be covered. Doesn't matter whether it's done by a nonprofit or it's done by the county. There has to be X amount of money so that work can be done. And that's not happening in the richest country in the world. It's not happening.
Yeah. It's just unconscionable. Now, let's move into what would you like to inspire our listeners to do?
That's a great question. And I actually cover that in my book, Do No Harm. And there's a chapter. All it is dedicated to that. And here's the book itself. And there's so many ways. Someone could spend 5 minutes and just go to a Facebook page that is about foster care, could like the page, share the stories, quick and easy, they're done. They can get more involved. They could donate. They could do a fundraiser. Look, Facebook fundraisers take 2 minutes. They're quick and easy. Send out an invite. It does it on almost automatically, and let people donate and help a nonprofit. Because I'm going to tell you, there are many, many nonprofits who are doing the family finding work because the counties have farmed it out and have made contracts, and that's okay. Because if the counties don't have the expertise, there are nonprofits that do, just like mine. There are other nonprofits that are expert at going to search engines and finding a child's family and their relatives quickly and economically. So that's a good deal. Let the experts do it. Get it done fast. Help a nonprofit. Become a foster parent. If you don't want to be a full-time foster parent, offer to do respite care so that so that couple who's been working with this foster child, they need a breather. They want to just take a night off and not have to worry about the child, or maybe a weekend. Someone can step in and be approved and be vetted and become a respite care.
Right.
They could work with CASA. Constance is a little bit more of a commitment. That's where they get training, and they are now volunteer. And for 10 to 15 hours a month, they're focused on one child and being the voice of that child.
Hello, 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 everybody. Are you enjoying today's live stream? That was the Dr. Mary Zenith show. She is one of our amazing podcasters, our resident doctor. She is very passionate about our overall health and well-being. She is that doctor that's going to help you get to your optimum health with health and wellness products, and also make you aware of what's going on in the complexities of our world dealing with health and wellness. So make sure to check her show out. She actually has her own channel. Yes, Dr. Mary Zenith has her own channel where you can binge watch all of her episodes with all of her fantastic guests. She even dives into more things dealing with our children and what we can do in order to make a better, safer place for them, along with health and wellness. So make sure to check her out. If you want to be a featured guest on any of our podcasts and shows, just simply go to ctrmedianetwork.com, click the contact us button, and let us know. Leave us a note. Leave us a message so that we can get you booked on the show. If you're an entrepreneur, coach, influencer, and you would like to go on a CTR Media Network virtual tour, we do have that service available for you. Just go to ctrmedianetwork.com, click the contact us, and we will get you booked today. We are currently accepting co-hosts. Yes, say for example, you want to start a podcast, but for some reason or another, it's just not working for you. You just can't start the podcast, but you would like to be a part of an already thriving podcast and be available to co-host maybe a couple episodes or a season of an already upgoing and running podcast show. Well, CTR Media Network, we offer the opportunity to qualified individuals to co-host the shows that we have available for co-hosting opportunities. If you would like to learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com and click the contact us button and send us a note, and also fill out the information that is there. I would also like to give the disclaimer: the views and opinions and ideologies and beliefs expressed by our hosts and their guests on this platform may not represent or reflect the opinions and viewpoints or beliefs of CTR Media Network or our founder, CEO, and or our sponsors and clients. All points expressed are the sole thoughts and opinions and ideologies and or beliefs or said individuals in the representation of themselves only, and not CTR Media Network, the founder, CEO, or any of our sponsors, staff, or our affiliates. So thank you so much for supporting us. If you would like to advertise on CTR Media Network, would you like your commercials to air during our 24/7, 7 days a week online stream? Then guess what? You can have the opportunity upon availability. We are now currently booking commercial slots for you and your show, for you and your business, for you and your products. Just reach out today at ctrmedianetwork.com. Let me ask you this question. Do you want to start a podcast, but you want to do it by yourself? That's okay. We have you covered. Go to Amazon.com and pick up the #1 bestseller, The Power of Podcasting, Unlocking Tips and Strategies for Podcasting Success. And let me tell you a little secret, honey. We also have over 20 plus video course inside of the book. It will tell you all about monetization. It will tell you how to start, how to build, how to grow your podcast. If you are one of those independent forward thinkers or individual who like to do it by yourself, then this is the educational guidebook that is for you. Yes, yes, and yes. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to take a commercial break from the Health Helper, and we'll be back in a moment.
Open enrollment is pretty much like Shark Week. You make a mistake and put your information online, you get calls after call after call. And before you know it, you go badass crazy because you can't go back and undo what you've done. Here at the Health Insurance Helper, we don't cold call. We get our referral from our clients and referral partner. What separates us from everyone else? We offer a customizable plan that utilizes the largest PPO network in the nation. So please give us a call. We will love to bring peace of mind to you and your loved ones.
Hello, my name is Dorothy Cook, Dr. Dorothy Cook, better known as the Godmother and the Millionaire Maker. Why? Because I make millionaires. And I am on the Tina Ramsey Show. I'm so excited. I hope you'll be excited too. Tina got it going on. You need to have it going on. The Tina Ramsey Show with the Millionaire Maker. Join us.
Hey Think Fam, it's your favorite host, Michael Finkley, and you can listen to us on CTR Media Network. Go listen in.
out. You may want to check if you are really in Christ, because if you're in Christ, he has already thoroughly defeated the enemy, and he has already given us the victory. And so when we have this understanding and begin to develop this understanding, this is how we begin to win by knockout. We become and we are understanding that we are winners by knockout because we serve the great champion, who is Jesus Christ, who obviously thoroughly defeated the enemy, thoroughly defeated him and put him under his feet. Therefore, he's under our feet. And that is the beauty of winner by knockout.
I love the theme, and you just somewhat answered the question, but we are going to dig a little bit deeper, because when you talk about winner and being a winner and knockout, it just kind of, is oxymoron, as they say. How can that possibly be? Because I love boxing. I will sit through a boxing match and I will watch. And so this is, I'm loving less as we break this down. Well, you've got some phenomenal women. I want our audience to know who Dr. Doreen Lettsome Reed is. We know you as a certified business coach to confident Christian women coaches, specializing in building Christian women coaching businesses. You are an international speaker. You're a #1 bestseller. Has got a 2-time, 3-time, somewhere going on in there, but you also are a #1 bestseller visionary author. This is not your first anthology book project. Also, you're a radio and podcast host as well, and editor-in-chief of your magazine. One of the things is that I so admire about you is the consistency of helping women to be all they can be and to walk in the level of confidence. We as Christian women, we in the body of Christ and Christian women, that is what you, as you say, you were born to do, is building Christian women, coaching business. That is the business. That is what you were born to do. Many may not be aware, but you do have a global platform. Your global experience is with networks expanding through Cambridge, England, Birmingham, England, Antigua, Jamaica, British Virgin Islands, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Korea, Asia, and beyond. So your reach is way far beyond the shores of the United States, and it definitely shows with your with the women that are with you on tonight. I would like for the authors to come on and just share who you are. And then we're going to, again, I want you all to share this out. Yes, we are here on a Tuesday evening.
But I want you to go ahead and share this out with your audience. Drop a couple of names, drop up to 5 names. I always tell you all to do that. Drop a name, drop some names in that you know that is going to benefit from our conversation. All right. Lady P, I'm going to start with you. You led us off in prayer in the back room and the green room. So come on and let us know who you are. Phenomenal lady that you are. Come on. We know you as Lady P, but you're Patricia.
Oh, I'm so honored to be here. I am so honored to be here. I am Patricia Anderson, aka Lady P, aka Victorious Winner. I am the CEO and founder of Lady P and Associates LLC. I am an author. I am an international speaker. I am a certified life coach. I am an ordained minister. I I am a Christian chaplain. I am a Christian counselor. You name it, I probably done it. But most of all, I'm a child of the Most High King. That is God, our Savior. And I'm so honored to be here on the stage with you today, Dr. Sandy.
Oh, my pleasure. I'm loving it. And we are going all the way to where Brenda Diaz, come on and say hello to us and welcome. This is my first time having the privilege and the honor of interviewing you. And so come on and say hello to us.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brenda Dees. I am in Florence, South Carolina. I am the senior pastor of Rivers of Life Global Outreach Ministries. I am also the CEO of Uplift Group Home of the PD, and that's a home where we are helping underprivileged students and children. And so I am excited about this opportunity that Ms. Reed has provided to me. I love the fact that I'm able to pray for individuals, heal and help through the reading of this book. And so I am so excited and glad to have this privilege to be here tonight.
Absolutely. And thank you so much, Pastor. We'll be getting your information up in just a little bit. Each of you ladies right now, those of you that are tuning in, yeah, we're here on a Tuesday evening. We are with the phenomenal Dr. Doreen Let's Read. And they are on a book tour, but not just a book tour. This is an author reader tour. So what you're going to actually have the honor and the privilege of hearing are snippets of the upcoming book that is called Winner by Knockout. And this book is going to be phenomenal. There's some backdrop stories to it, and we'll let our visionary share a little bit more with you about how this project came to be. But at this time, we're going to all the way to the UK. Definitely you all have seen her and heard her and hear me call her and shout her out in our audience. Yinka Kalani, come on and say hello to us, my friend.
Hi, Sandy. Well, it's good morning here. I think it's about 2 a.m. here now.
I know.
Good morning, everybody, and it's such a pleasure to be here. My name is Adeyinka Kilani, and I think first and foremost, I'm just a daughter of the Most High God. You know, I mean, a deep passion for God. I think my biggest thing is intercession. You know, I really love to pray, and I've seen so many powerful moves of God in the place of prayer, and that's really what I want to put across to everybody that I interact with. So I am a 6-time international best-selling author on Amazon, and I am an international speaker. I have I think I've got I started writing during the COVID lockdown, and I realized that I had gone through so many things that I knew God wanted me to talk about them. I knew that God wanted me to use my story to encourage people and to just, give people that hope that, look, however bad things get, that we serve a God that never leaves us, and that, he actually wants to go on that journey with us. So that's really my driving goal now. I want to just scream it from the mountaintops that, look, you guys, whatever it is you're going through, just remain connected to God, and he's going to carry you through. So that's me in a nutshell.
Yes, and y'all know what happens when we get together with Yinka, boy. She's got to catch us up. She's gonna catch us up, and she's an intercessor, so I love it. You wouldn't know that they have been on tour. These ladies have been on tour. They were on the phenomenal Speakeasy podcast with the phenomenal Constance Woolard earlier today. So these ladies have been at it. You would think, and they're doing virtuals. Can you imagine them going from venue to venue? Okay. So Dr. Doreen, you really got something going here. And last but not least, the phenomenal Dr. Lady Kathy Hare. Come on and say hello to us, if you will, my lady. Yes.
Hi, blessings, everyone. I am just so excited. One, I just want to thank Dr. Doreen for allowing me to be on, and also you, Dr. Sandy. This is like out of the box experience. I love it. How Dr. Doreen always pushes you. And one of the things that I am the founder of Unique Umbrella Effect. It's a group of business owners under one umbrella. It's something that God put in my spirit 10 years to start. So we just, making an impact in the community. I believe in uplifting women, doing Girl Let Your Hair Down events, letting women know that it's okay not to be okay. It's okay to vent. It's okay to know that we're here for one another, because God, he said we're 2 or 3 gathered in his name, that he would be in the midst. So I just, want to be able to share my story, to let women know that you don't have to continue to live in fear and silence, and, to be able to vent and be able to let it out. So that's, my biggest desire is the women, and also women that's married as well. That's my biggest is I love just encouraging and letting women know that it's okay, because we're here for one another. We're in it to win it. That's my motto.
We're in it to win it. And I love that, because, and Dr. Doreen, you, again, we are not surprised. Each of these ladies are leaders in their prospective fields or ministry, and they find what you have and they want it. And you have that gift to pull it out, unlocking as God has given you that. And so let's, before we begin to dive into what the backdrop is of this amazing book that's about to take place, how about we go ahead and do that now? Let's do, audience, those of you that are joining us, Brenda, all the way from South Carolina. Listen, thank you so much for joining us. And those of you that are tuning in on our YouTube channel, thank you so much. Do subscribe. And that way, if you're watching us for the very first time and you have not subscribed to our channel, do that. So when we do go live, you will get the notifications. You can find us, as you may be watching us live on Facebook or listening to us on our streaming network of the CTR Media Network as well. At this time, yes, Dr. Doreen, let's go ahead. How did, because this book comes on the heels of Arise, and I don't have the actual name of, but come on and tell us.
Confident Woman Rise.
Confident Woman Rise. Yes, thank you. So this comes on the heel of that. You have some solo projects, but this is an anthology book project. Where did this conception, where did all of this begin?
Well, as you know, everything started with nurse coach Jean Turner about 2.5 years ago. As you know, she and I were very close friends. We spent hours behind the scenes praying together, and we did a lot of projects together in the public as well. But as you know, nurse coach Jean Turner was on the cover of my magazine, Unlock What's Inside You magazine, and we featured her as winner by knockout. And she was in that. She allowed me to use the picture with the shaved head and her with the her right arm up with the boxing glove, just standing for who she was as a woman of God, which was a fighter. And the Lord had gave this to me in my sleep. He speaks to me all the time in my sleep. And so when I woke up, I contacted her. This has been over 2.5 years ago, about the magazine. And I told her what the Lord was saying about her being a winner by knockout, and that the cover would be red because it represents the blood. And we just had a long discussion about it behind the scenes. No one didn't know what was happening. I talked to her privately. The Word of God says that you approach people privately first before you make things public. And so she was a little leery about using that picture, because she used that picture on her own individual solo project, and she kind of wanted to put that memory behind her. And so I told her, I said, well, you pray about it and you come back to me. And so she prayed on her own and I prayed on my own. And then she sends me a text. I don't even think it was a week or so. It wasn't long. She told me, she says, I trust the God in you. And she's told me to go forward with what God told us to do. And as you know, Constance Woolard is my editor-in-chief for Unlock What's Inside You magazine. So we work together to really be intentional, because leaders intentionally trailblaze. We were trailblazing into an area of life for women that, you know, most people do not want to talk about. We don't want our raw self to be seen. And as you can see, this picture with Jean is very raw. It shows, you know, her vulnerability. It shows her literally in the fight of her life. And that's where Winner by Knockout started. That's where this journey all started. And you can see that the cover is red because it signifies the blood of Jesus. And the cover for this book is the same cover as we used for the magazine. We just enhanced it with a woman with the boxing gloves. For all of us women that have gone through so many things, we're lifting up our hands because that's the sign of victory. We're lifting up our hands because that's the sign of surrender to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. We're lifting up our hands, ladies, and saying, I surrender. I can't figure it out. I don't understand the pain. I don't like the pain. I'm tired of the pain. When is it going to end? But Lord God, even though I don't understand, I lift up my hand and I surrender. And I trust you that your word says that I'm a winner by knockout, because Jesus Christ has thoroughly defeated the enemy. And according to your word, I am a winner by knockout. I have triumphed over him because you thoroughly defeated him and you placed him under my feet. And that's what Winner by Knockout is all about. That's what Jean Turner represented in her life. She was a very dear friend of me, a minister of the gospel, international speaker, international author, and an amazing intercessor and a preacher of the gospel. She did not mix words or mince words with the gospel. She truly was my sister in Christ. And we covered a lot of ground for the kingdom. And we advanced the kingdom with all these other ladies here together in this book. And that's what's so exciting about it. It goes deeper to just a book. It's about these women's true life stories that we have just become so vulnerable that at this point, we don't care what you know about us, because it's not about us. Hello? I'm going to say that again. I'm to the point, I just don't care. I don't care. I don't care what you know about me. I don't care what you think about me. I don't care. It's not about me. I humble myself under the mighty hand of God, and I throw up my hands and say, I'm a winner by knockout because of Jesus. Hallelujah. And I thought that I was going to lose my mind this morning. Hello? I had an attack this morning. I've been pressing myself through since these last 3 days, pressing my way through. Had to take off a day of work for tomorrow to go to the doctor. But nevertheless, I'm still a winner by knockout because Jesus Christ said I am. I am what Christ says I am. I can do all that Christ Jesus says that I can do. Hallelujah. Through the power of the Holy Ghost. I can do all that God tells me I can do. I am who God says I am. I am his woman. I am chosen. I am beloved. I am accepted. I am in the beloved.
Glory.
Glory be to God.
Glory.
And if you are listening and you're outside of Christ, my suggestion is you run into Christ. Because there's no reason to be out of Christ. You are accepted. You are loved. Well, Doreen, I was raped. Well, this happened to me. That happened to me. Why did God allow it? Let me help you with this. Let me help you. The situations and the sin, the evil and wickedness of sin has affected us all. Has affected us all.
Yes.
In some way, shape, or form. But through Jesus Christ, he has delivered us from the powers of darkness. This is the gospel.
Amen.
He has delivered me from the powers of darkness. Trauma has no hold over me. It's been nailed to the cross. And I'm going to keep saying it until it gets deep in my heart. It's in my head right now. But I'm going to keep saying it until it gets deep in my heart. Trauma has no authority over me. My past has no authority over me. What that man did or is trying to do has no authority over me. Jesus Christ is Lord.
Amen. 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 Listen, you all, when you hear the passion and the authenticity and the heartfelt, Dr. Doreen has a passion for souls, and she has a passion for us as daughters of God, the daughters of the Lord. And what you hear is authentic. This is who she is. And that is what makes her so powerful in the kingdom of God. These women have joined her in the message that, yes, you are a winner by knockout. The upcoming anthology book project filled with women to share their incredible stories. As she was just alluded to, our dear friend, Nurse Coach Jean, who has transitioned on and no longer here on the earth. But I tell you, the legacy that was left behind, the treasures and the relationship and the conversations that these two great women and Dr. Doreen are, when we learned of our dear friend, and he immediately thought of you and several others. But yeah, you were definitely in that list of women, and we continue to hold each other up because those are friendships that last forever. And so we just thank God for who you are. I'm going to now go ahead. Thank you, author Cornelia Coleman. She's in the audience. Thank you. She's a supporter of, yes, Lady P here, as well as all of the other ladies. But I love it when coming in and supporting one another. So come on, at this time, what I'm going to do, we're going to share an announcement, and the next voice that you will hear, what these ladies will be doing is sharing a snippet of Winner by Knockout, the upcoming anthology. The book will soon be released, and we'll be giving out that date information shortly. But we want you to hear, it is 2:00 in the morning over in the UK. And so, Lady P, I'm going to have you, and then Yinka, we're going to have you to come after her. All right, so get yourselves ready. But at this moment, we are going to hear from our media network, which is from CTR Media Network, with the founder, Dr. Tina Ramsey.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
CTR Media Network. And if you would like to be a guest on the Coffee Conversation and Book Talks with Sandy, just simply go to the website. I have it streaming across the bottom. Simply click on to would like to be a guest form, and fill that out and get that over to us. And we will be glad to share a schedule with you to have you to come on and also you share your incredible story with our audience. I am Sandy Sanders. I'm the host and creator of the Coffee Conversation and Book Talks with Sandy platform, where we are with our guest this evening, the phenomenal Dr. Doreen Letson Reed, visionary author of the soon-to-be released anthology book project that is called Winner by Knockout. Each of these ladies are part of the anthology book project and will be sharing snippets with you on tonight. So if you have not dropped in a name, or if you may be even listening to us on the replay, I appreciate that. But at this time, we're going to go ahead now and hear from the contributing author. The first author that we'll be bringing to up front to the table is the phenomenal, Dr. Lady P, CEO Lady P of Patricia Anderson and Lady P and Associates LLC is her website. And at this time, I'm going to go ahead and step back and come on forward, Lady Patricia Anderson.
Well, it is definitely an honor and a privilege to be a part of this anthology. I want to thank the visionary author for stepping out on faith, knowing what God has told her to do, knowing to teach us that we are all winners by knockout. So thank you, Dr. Doreen. I am just honored to be and humbled to be a part of this anthology. A little snippet of my chapter is Making Another Choice. And my subtitle is I Choose Life. And why I choose life is because I keep getting up every morning. God keeps waking me up every morning. So I know that I am already a winner. I know that I'm a winner by knockout because I keep getting up. And so in my chapter, you'll see how one of the instances of how I keep getting up and why I keep getting up. You'll get little tips on how to keep getting up, how to keep being a winner, how to keep boxing. He tells us in his word, God tells us in his word, the kingdom suffers violence, but the violence taken by force. So we got to fight in the spirit because we wrestle not against flesh and blood. So we have to always be fighting because we know what the end going to be. We already been to the back of the book. It says that we win, but we have to still go through the process. And so we're not fighting a natural war. We're fighting a spiritual war. And so I just thank God for just making another choice and choosing life. And the only way you can choose life, the life that God has for you down here, is to be a winner by knockout. So I thank you so much, Dr. Sandy Sanders, for allowing me to speak. And thank you again, Dr. Doreen, for allowing me to be a part of this amazing anthology.
Is Lady P, oh my, I just knew you were gonna hang in there and give us some more.
Listen, I want you to buy the book because listen, I'm telling you, it's not just I'm winning, it's everybody in the anthology is winning. And I'm telling you, when you get this book, you're gonna be able to put it down because you know that we gotta keep going no matter what it is, no matter what's going on in our lives. You know, even, the loss of my grandson, the loss of my family members, the loss of my brother, making another choice to live, to making another choice to get up in the morning. Sometimes it's hard. You heard Dr. Doreen say she had to press her way. Sometimes it's hard, but she got up because she knew she was a winner by knockout. She knew she was going to win. She knows she's still winning, and she knows she's going to continue to win every day. And that's what we have to remind the people. We're winning. And how do we win? See, I don't fight the same battle that I fought yesterday. Guess what? Because there's new levels to these battles. Listen, there's new dimensions to these battles. We go into different realms. So these battles are not fought the same way. And what we have to remember that Satan don't have no new tricks. The enemy has no new tricks. He's the same today, yesterday, and tomorrow. So we got to walk in our God-given authority as we grow up in Christ to know that we can win. Listen, I'm winning this fight. Listen, I'm not a good boxer, but I'm a good fighter. And I know how to war, and I know how to put on the full armor of God so that I can be a winner. Because I'm knocking the devil out. I'm telling you, he's knocked out.
You just opened up something right there because because we're in warfare, you just dropped a nugget, and I need you all to join in because I felt a shift there. Because what you said is that there's a new dimension. There's a new dimension, and when the enemy comes at us, this as the more you grow in Christ. Come on, I need you to talk about that just a little bit more. Help us with that a little.
Listen, the strength that I
what
have.
are the weapons of our warfare? The Bible says, the scripture says, the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but they are mighty. Come on.
So, you know, as we go up, you know, there's different levels, there's different battles. As we grow in Christ, I can't fight the enemy with the same weapons, with the same prayers, with the same affirmations, with the same thought patterns that I had from the other war, because this is a different level. I'm at a different level now. So he's coming back at me. He's coming back 7 times stronger. Guess what? So I got to know, I got the strength to fight him because God gave me the authority. I got to believe that in my head mentally. I got to walk in it. I got to know, just like there's different angels, dimensions of angels. You know, listen, while you start growing, you know, the attacks will come. That's why Dr. Doreen is being attacked. She walked out on faith. She gave this anthology all that she had. She made sure she was going to see it through. And the battle is the enemy like, I'm not pleased with it. But guess what? She's not fighting with the same warfare she was fighting before. It's not the same level. She had another level because, see, she going higher and higher and higher. So she knows that the attacks are going to come. So that means that's going to mean some more time with God. That's going to mean some more instructions from God. God is constantly downloading to her, and he's constantly downloading to us. So what is it? What is my instructions for the war? Because, see, I'm a general. See, I'm a general in the war. So that means that I know I got to walk in the way that God told me to walk. And so where am I going this time? See, I might be going to Israel. You understand what I'm saying? I might have been in Rome before, but I might be, this is a different type of army that I'm fighting. It's a different battle that I'm fighting. It's the same enemy, but he coming at me 7 times stronger again. Guess what? He gonna have to flee because we know that the battle is ours. God has already won. Jesus already won. Listen, all we got to do is follow his instructions. So I yield my mic.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Well, listen, you just heard it from contributing author, CEO, Lady Patricia, Lady P of Lady P and Associates, Lady Patricia Anderson. Yes, pastor, intercessor, and a global speaker, writer, and a contributing author of the anthology soon to be released called Winner by Knockout. Now we're going to hear from the phenomenal global speaker all the way out of the UK, been on tour today, and she's still hanging in here. So you all, she's no stranger to our platform. We say thank you for hanging in here. Your son, your husband, they're there supporting you. And I know you ain't gonna talk too loud because you don't want to wake them up. I know. But we love you. And I know, Dr. Doreen, you saying yes to her. That's a great relationship that speaks volumes. But come on, you've got an incredible story. But this is something new. This is something different. So come on, I present to you all now, global speaker, international speaker, 3, 4, 5, I think 6-time international best-selling author. Yes, the phenomenal Yinka Kalani.
Yes, good morning, everybody. So I actually started writing this thinking about, you know, how humbling it is when your physical body fails you. You know, when you you try to live right, you're eating right, you're exercising, you're living in your own sense, you know, you're doing all the right things. And suddenly you wake up and everything's just collapsed, you know, everything is just not functioning well. And it really humbles you. It makes you realize that, look, even all this while that I thought, you know, I was the one doing the right things, it wasn't me at all. It was really God that was behind it all the while. But you know what? I didn't get it. I didn't really understand that. You know, I thought it was me. I thought, okay, I was doing everything okay. I was doing everything right. I wasn't smoking. I wasn't drinking. And then when that happened, honestly speaking, the way I described it in the book, I said it was like I was in a private screening of my own horror movie because everything collapsed. Everything that could go wrong in my body went wrong. And it was a very dark season. So I said to myself, you know, I mean, I struggled with my faith a lot at that time because I could not believe that a God that loves me could allow such a thing happen to me. So for I think a number of years, I couldn't even pray. But I later realized that even in that time of my life, that he never left me, And so I decided to, eventually, I came to realize that, okay, you know what, God, I can still sense you, even in this my pain, even in this my pain, even in all of this thing that I'm going through. And so I thought, you know what, I'm just gonna just go back to him. I'm gonna go back to him and see what he has to say, how he's gonna get me out of this. So I came out. I was really, when you're down and you're in a very dark place. But I could eventually see God telling me that, look, I'm here. I'm here. You're not alone. You're not alone. You're not alone. You're not alone. And eventually, I suddenly, I was like, oh, that is really true. This God we're serving, he's so mindful of us that even when we are in our darkest position, in our darkest point in life, his spirit is always there guiding and directing us. So one of the things I talked about in my chapter is us knowing our identity in God. I realized that was what carried me through those dark periods. And the reason why I actually even wrote in Winner by Knockout is because, the way the illness is, you will go through a season where you're fine, and then you will have a relapse and everything collapses again. And you have to start fighting all over again. You have to start, physio and get your mobility back, and everything just, you literally start all over again. So you keep fighting and you keep fighting and you keep fighting. But then I came to realize that, look, I wasn't even the one fighting this battle anymore. Because I mean, the one that is in me is greater than all the challenges that the MS could bring my way. And so I decided, because I knew my identity in God now, because I knew what God calls me, anytime I have a relapse, I don't let it drown me. I literally say to God, I'm your daughter, and this illness is not going to have the last say. Now, I know there's no cure, but I know that God has got my back all the way. That whatever the illness brings my way, I'm still going to be standing. I am still going to be standing because I have got Christ on the inside of me. And so that's what I talk about in my chapter. I encourage everybody that is going through any kind of dark situation now, any kind of painful memories that just keeps bombarding you, that, look, just remain connected to God. Don't get to that point of mind that you think, oh, why would he allow this to happen to me? That means he doesn't love me. He loves you. He loves every single one of us. And all the pain we go through, it's just as painful to him as well. So what we need to do is honestly just remain connected to God. So I'm praying that everybody that reads my chapter, that is going through any dark season of their lives, that they know that they're going to still come up. They're going to win by a massive knockout to the enemy, just so long as you remain connected to God. So that's about a brief synopsis of my chapter. Get ready to read the whole thing.
Yes, indeed. Yes, we're going to read the whole thing. We want to definitely, those of you that just heard, that is Yinka Kalani out of the UK. And she's very candid about her, some of the health challenges, but God is a healer and a deliverer. And that's been your testimony for sure.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. And how much of your life has been such an amazing example to so many. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you for coming through. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Sandy.
You're welcome. You're welcome. At this time, we're going to pause because there's a couple of announcements that we do want to share with you in the audience about when you can get this phenomenal book in your hand. So, Dr. Doreen, if you will, go ahead, if you will, share with us when the campaign starts. You know, y'all, when that happens, I tell you, put it on a post-it note, put it on your head, put it on in your phone, put it on a refrigerator, because we're gonna blow it up on that day. So go ahead, if you will.
Yeah, so our book, we're obviously in our readers tour. We have several more stops to go, and our official book launch will be Tuesday, November the 14th. We'll be going from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we'll have various slots for the speakers and co-authors, of course, with their readers to be speaking, to be talking, to engage with our readers, for them to be able to write their comments in their remarks and their reviews. That's what we're going to be focusing on that day, because it's very important to us that we engage with each and every reader, because without the readers, there is no author. And so we are doing this as a ministry to the readers, to connect with them, to pray with them, to get their reviews, to get their questions. So I'm looking forward to that. And that's the whole purpose of the Readers Tour anyway, so that we can go ahead and lay that relationship foundation as we are in this journey. It's very important that we interact with our readers, because the readers are why we are here. That's what we are. We're servant leaders. We're serving the people of God, and we're serving them the word of God, and we're serving them the love of God, and we are serving them because the word of God says that the prayers of the righteous availeth much. So when our readers reach out to us, we count it as an honor to pray with them, to minister to them, to lay hands on them, to stand with them. So as you can see, Winner by Knockout Anthology goes deeper than just, read this book. It is a ministry, and it's an act of service as unto the reader and as unto the Lord.
Absolutely. So thank you so much. And we've got it on there. So listen, you all, we will be doing the replays, of course, but anything that's going out, we will be following these amazing women that are on their tour. We're gonna stalk y'all. And wherever you all are, we're gonna share it on our page. How about that? Okay, we're gonna share it so people will know that the authors of Winner by Knockout are in the social media streets for sure. I am Sandy Sanders. It is such a delight to always have you all tune in, and so thank you for coming through tonight. You are hearing the visionary author. You just heard the visionary author, Dr. Doreen Letson Reed, who is sharing with you just a backdrop and a snippet of what's about to take place, the method behind what God has given her, the message and the goal to have you all to be a part of this journey. This is something new. I love it. She's is out of the box, and who better yet to do it than Dr. Doreen, all right? That's why she a leader of leaders and a coach of coaches. Who does that? Dr. Doreen do, okay? All right. And now we're going to hear from, and I just love this. You've got women.
What up, everybody, man? It's your guy T Swin, man. This is the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast, brought to you by CTR Media Network. And alongside me is my co-host, Mr. J Bean. And we got a special guest tonight, man. Mr. Keep Trucking himself. Keep Trucking Transportation. Mr. Michael Nims. What's up, man?
How you doing there, sir?
Oh, good, bro. It's good to have you on the show, man.
Good to be here.
So,
yeah, appreciate your time.
Yeah. Man, so let's get right into it, man. Introduce yourself to the people, to the audience out there.
How you doing? I'm Mike Nims, CEO of Keep Trucking Transportation. I'm a father first and foremost, a Howard University graduate who specializes in leasing on both owners as well as owner-operators.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Now, man, could you share a bit, man, of your personal journey and what inspired you to enter the transportation industry?
Oh man, transportation is rough, man. My personal journey, Howard graduate from Buffalo, New York. I started dabbling in, becoming an entrepreneur about 16 years ago.
Yeah.
Maybe 17 years ago. Pretty much, I started off, I had a medical firm. I had a medical collections team as well. So we kind of dabble in like accounts receivables, third-party collections as well. And then I just kind of took that transition into trucking because it has so many layers to it, man. So many multiple streams that you can create and get creative in trucking. So I kind of just focused all my energy on trucking, and 9 years later, almost 10 years later, here we are.
Man, who put your focus on the trucking? Like, did you have somebody in your family? So how did you know that what you were doing, like to translate it or crossed over into that?
I didn't. I didn't know anybody that was in trucking actually. I started off with box trucks and just kind of worked my way all the way up to semis, from dry vans to reefers, step decks, flatbeds, and just kind of started taking things to the next level. I just have, I'm a businessman. I just kind of, I can get into companies and I can just kind of figure out how do you squeeze that dollar, right? How do you create multiple streams in any business that I've been in? And so trucking is just one of those industries that I realize, you can make money so many different ways. Right now, could name a few, I guess later on, but like we established like 18, 19 different ways that we figured out how to make money in trucking. So we just play with it. Every few months we come up with a new idea and just see if we can make it work. Just even if it's just buying, fuel, even if it's just providing fuel cards and getting a percentage off your fuel. Just really mimic the models of like a lot of larger companies, how they do their contracts, what's in their contracts, different ways that they make money in trucking outside the actual truck. And we just emulate it and just kind of put our spin on it for the most part.
Yes, sir. Man, now touching back, man, you mentioned Howard University.
Yeah.
Being from New York, man, what made you want to go to Howard?
You know what, man, honestly, I wanted to stay home and go to school, hang out with my friends still. My older brother, he was a little more street savvy than me. At that time, I believe he was incarcerated, on his way to being incarcerated to get a case. And he was like, man, you can't stay here. You can't stay in the town. It's what we call Buffalo. And my girlfriend at the time, she was actually applying to go to Howard. So I knew nothing about, even where DC was. I had never stepped foot, in soil other than Buffalo and Ohio. So she kind of, helped me with my application, and it just kind of took off from there, and so that's really how I ended up at Howard. I knew nothing about Howard. It was just one of those things where she was going there and I knew that she would be making the right decision. She later on became a doctor. And she just kind of dragged me to Howard, but that was that was probably one of the greatest things that ever happened.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, man. Like,
So you think by going?
Yeah. Go ahead, JB.
And I think I was going to ask you more about Howard. You think by going to Howard, how's that shaped you as a businessman? Being around the DC community.
You know what? I didn't go to school for business. I went to school for psychology and administration of justice. I think Atlanta really kind of shaped me as far as being an entrepreneur. I was one when I was a youngster, when I was delivering newspapers. I was elected for different streets, and I had to employ people. I was 12, right? Like my daughter's age now, and I had to like hire people to actually deliver the papers to some of the other streets because I couldn't do it all. And so I think it just kind of was in me since then. And I never picked up on it until I got older and realized like this is, it's I always wanted my time back. I never really wanted to work for somebody, right? So the only way is just to get creative and
most definitely
find that that you're good at, which was to me business. And I was like, man, I can do this. So and to me, every business is the same. You run it the same, the structure is the same. If you got that foundation, it'll be successful. And so I just learned how to just kind of pivot from, like I say, from medical collections, accounts receivable, those type businesses, and I just used some of those tools and implemented it into trucking. So it's a little easier for me at that point. Put this many years in, you've seen it all. And so we just build from experience.
Yes, sir. Now, man, do you come from a family with an entrepreneurial spirit, or you the first one?
You know what? I didn't realize my mother. She's been doing hair our entire life. Even had her, salon, little makeshift salon that we did out the basement. But I think and not realizing it, that, you know, people always ask me that question. I'm like, nah, you know, we didn't come from a family of entrepreneurs, but the reality is we did. You know, watching my mother being able to work from home,
Yeah.
home, you know, when we went to school, being home when we got back, right, being able to spend all that time with us. And I didn't realize that that's something that I always wanted to do. And so so it just kind of came about as I got older.
Yes, sir. Let's see, man.
My question is, like from box trucking to the actually driving 18 wheelers, what's the pros and cons from being in a box truck to being in a semi?
Yeah.
Man, you know what? Yeah, I think more so box truck is pretty cool because a lot of people do local work with box trucks, so you home a lot. And then you got some regional, some OTR with box trucks. To me, and I did both. I scaled up to 12 box trucks when I first started. Of course, you know, I didn't have the knowledge, you know, then that I do now. But with semis, I like semis because they definitely pay more. Now, you know, don't get me wrong, some great box truck drivers, but you know, when you're dealing with semi drivers, it seems like they take it a step further. At least when it's considered to have, like, you know, a class B, class A, CDL, you know, class A for semis. But really just the reason why I like the semis is because there's so many different trailer types. So you can pretty much you know, adapt and pivot with the market as it swings and just change your trailer. Like there's been a time where you know, drive-ins are making a lot of money. Well, it's not, you know, it's not the case now. So you take to the next level, which would be either reefer or flatbed, step deck, or RGN. So with the trailers, you know, the trailer type, you can kind of switch your freight. You can switch, you know, who you can haul for. You know, different trailers are for different seasons. So so I think that's why I really like, you know, semis.
Gotcha. Man, so I seen, man, you posted the other day that you're looking for some drivers for flatbed right now.
Absolutely.
Is that still true?
Absolutely. Because we do a lease on program with Keep Trucking, we always have trucks. We always have trucks. And sometimes you know, we may lease on 4 or 5 trucks in a week. Sometimes we may lease on a few trucks in a month. But when it comes, it comes. And so so you'll see me post every now and then on social media on flatbed drivers. And the reason why I do it on specifically my Instagram is because I want to give my followers a job first. And then if I don't find somebody within a few days, and I'll post on Indeed, and just kind of open it up to everybody. But you know, you hear me preach. You know, we're just one big team, one big trucking community. So why, you know, try to employ people that's already following us, you know, on social media platforms and seeing what we're doing, you know, for the trucking community.
Man, you also have a lot of people that feel like when they want to get into transportation that they got to go get their own MC, they got to go get their own DOT number. How do you feel about that? What's the pros and cons of being an owner operator, running your own thing, or running up under somebody else's?
I just taught a 3-day workshop, which actually just ended last night. And so one of the things that we spoke about is exactly that. You know, the fact that a lot of people just want to hurry up and they want to be their own boss and they want to go get an MC DOT. The problem I see with that is that I've been in trucking, like I said, almost 10 years, and I'm still learning stuff. It is so much to learn.
Yeah.
So much to implement when you first start in your MC, your authority. One, your authority is new, so a lot of brokers, they're not going to want to let you haul their freight. Some 60 days, 30 days. I've even seen up to 180 days. You got your TQLs of the world. TQL, you know, they'll hire anybody. But of course, those rates are going to reflect that, right? Those rates
exactly
is going to be a lot lower than rates on, you know, a load that somebody who really is looking for a seasoned MC, an aged MC. So, you know, 1, your MC is not aged. 2, your insurance is a lot higher when you get your own authority at first. You know, another issue is, you know, if you have an MC that's 2 months old, how do you try to hire a driver that has a CDL for 5 or 10 years? Those drivers already know this is a new business. They're probably not established and structured correctly because they are new. They are so new. You got to learn these things through experience, and they just don't have that experience. So sometimes it's even harder if you're not an owner operator. You're an investor like myself who buy trucks and put drivers in the trucks. Sometimes it's hard to manage that driver when they know that they have more knowledge and experience than you do. So it's just the learning curve. You know, I tell people all the time, when you lease on, you automatically adapt the resources that person with that aged MC has. If it's cheaper insurance, if it's you know, they may have some maintenance plus, cheaper tires, different fuel card programs. So to me, it just makes sense. Trucking isn't going anywhere. You know, it's approaching $1 trillion business, and it's going to be around forever. So there's no rush to go out there and make the mistakes that we made, those costly mistakes, those $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 mistakes. Knowing how to handle an insurance claim, knowing how to handle a reefer download if you have a claim with a reefer unit. These things you need to just, you can't learn it in the class. And we teach classes, and they're great classes, but there's no way to teach trucking in a 3-day class, a 2-month class. This thing takes years to learn and understand. And as you're understanding it, you're constantly losing money, right? So I always say lease on, learn the game, establish those resources, maybe get some direct shippers as connections before you go ahead and you want to start your own authority.
Copy.
Yeah.
Nah.
My question, I'm sorry to cut you off, T Swin. Besides having a CDL, what's the minimum requirements you need to get started in the industry, like as far as box trucking?
It's into the trucker industry at all. Box trucks, well, obviously you don't need a CDL.
Yeah.
There's really no minimum requirements. I mean, 18, you got to stay in the state. 21, you can leave the state if you're trying to go over road. But I mean, there's no other requirements other than just having a regular driver's license. Even if you have a SAT program, if you're in the SAT program, you can still drive box trucks. Once you complete that program. So there's really nothing holding you back from getting into the box truck business. That's why a lot of people, when they get in the trucking, it's the easier route. I mean, obviously the cheapest and the easiest route to get into the industry to me would be dispatching. But as far as driving a truck, there's no minimum requirements for a box truck driver. And I think that's why a lot of people get into it. But understanding that, dealing with box trucks, you're gonna, the breakdowns are the same. The only difference is you have a trailer, right? Those breakdowns are still costly. Those DOT violations are still costly. That first year audit, when you first get your authority, that's another thing that people need to do. They need to learn by leasing on so that you can even pass your audit once you get into the trucking industry, and it is quite extensive. So it's just those things. I always look at it like this: when you lease onto a company, you automatically have a big brother, big sister, a mentor, right? So
yeah,
that helps you to be able to be successful in this industry. It's forever changing, so you gotta attach yourself to something. You got to establish some type of team, somebody you can run ideas through.
Yeah, and they already got the network and the connection.
Right.
So just tap in and hey, you might let them handle all the overhead and all that kind of stuff, and you might not have to worry about the insurance, or you might get a discount on insurance if you got your own equipment.
Absolutely.
You kind of went toward it. Do you have a CDL yourself?
I don't.
In this game, do you have to know how to drive a truck to be a part of transportation?
Absolutely not. I've been in it 10 years. Like I say, almost 10 years. I approach it from a business perspective. Even when you considering buying trailers and renting trailers out, like mobile real estate, these are just different that we've tapped into. Roadside assistance program, we had it as well. So no, you don't have to have a CDL, and in fact, you don't even have to touch a truck. You don't even have to buy a truck to get into the trucking industry. That's why I tell people, man, it's it's a great industry. You got people that released from prison. They got a lot of prison programs out trucking. People, even in some prisons, you can actually obtain your CDL before you get out of prison. So I think trucking industry is one of those things that it's easy to tap into it depending on how you do it, right? But if you want to get to that next level and scale and diversify your portfolio, it's always best to just attach yourself with somebody who's been there. But this is a great industry to do it in. It definitely is.
Copy. Now you got a lot of people. It's been on social media lately. A lot of people have been talking about the transportation industry has been going up and down, and right now it's in the down period. You got a lot of people talking about they getting out, man, ain't no money, the race is garbage. I'm selling my equipment, all this kind of stuff. How have you been able to? How has Keep Trucking Transportation been able to sustain during this period of time? And have you seen something similar to this in the past?
Right. Yeah, definitely. First of all, I always laugh when I hear people say there's no money in trucking. I always say, when they say it, I say, it's money in trucking. You just don't know how to find it, right? You just don't know how to get it. You hear people say it's no money in trucking. It's dead. And then you ask them what type of equipment they have, and they have older equipment, and it's not under warranty. And some of them are still trying to make money doing power only. This is not a get rich quick scheme. This is not a fly by night industry, right? So when people say, man, ain't making no money in trucking. Trucking is dead. I always ask them, like, have you pivoted? Have you tried something different? Yeah, you're not going to make money if you have a 2015 Freightliner Cascadia and it's breaking down every few days. every other week, 2-3 times a month, and you don't have a trailer, that means that you haven't invested properly in this industry. You have to have money to sustain in this industry. People who are going out spending their lives and they don't have any working capital, of course it's going to be difficult for them. You know, if you have a truck with no trailer right now, of course it's going to be difficult for you. So I always ask them, have you tried a different trailer? We know that, you know, it's easy to make 32,000 a month with the flatbed in this industry. Of course, with equipment that's going to get you there, right? You don't see Walmart driving 2015 Freightliners stuck on the side of the road, right? Just don't see it. So, so when I see somebody who say that, I always try to look at their situation and why isn't it working for them? But it works. I mean, I can name a lot of different ways to make money in truck without even owning the truck, right? So, so when people say it's dead, it's because of what they're doing. And again, 9 times out of 10, those are people who haven't paid for a consultation, they haven't paid for mentorship, they haven't leased on, they you know, they haven't invested money back into their business. You know, the trucking was booming not long ago, and I always ask them, what did you do to invest? If you already had a truck and you was in the industry 2 years ago, did you buy more equipment? Did you buy trailers? Did you have more than one trailer? You know, I look at those things. What type of contracts do you have? Is there a reason why your drivers keep leaving your company? You got to look inside first. Say $1 trillion industry dead.
Yeah, we got a comment, man. I'll put this on the screen, man. Let's see. We got a comment from man Jeff Clay the one. How do you deal with women that attach themselves to you because you are a trucker and you are making good money? Oh man, we got to jump back in, Mike. We have a technical difficulty.
Yeah.
Let's see. We're gonna get Mike back in. But that's a good question, man.
That's a real really good question, man. You know, whenever you make money, man, you know, certain people come out, not just women, but family members and other things.
Family members too, yeah.
Yeah, come with it.
Oh man. While running Swinton Transport, man, I had family members coming out the woodworks, people I know with horrible work ethics, asking me could they drive for me. And I'm like, hell no, because I'm gonna have to. You're gonna disappear, and I'm gonna have to try to find where my equipment at.
Exactly.
You know, you've been quit every job, or you've been let go from every job, or you go to jail more than you go to work. So
yeah, people
don't
understand, man. Yeah, people don't understand. Even though we're family, man, I still need somebody dependable and trustworthy. If you're not dependable and trustworthy, why would I trust you with my equipment? You know?
Yeah, exactly, man. But a lot of people know that. Some people know in these days and time, man. There's some people that know that, you know, truck drivers in certain trades. Oh man, brother Clay. Hell no. Yeah. It's people that some people know that these certain trades and these certain fields pay a lot of money, or they pay good money, or we consider good money. You know, and some people prey on them people. They know. Yeah. So you say your job title.
But yeah,
man. Go ahead.
Also, man, you gotta think like this. You gotta think like this too, man. Like just because people are bringing in a lot of money don't mean they got a lot of money. Cause think about it. If you make $1 million and your bill's 900,000, you ain't got no money. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta make sure you make sure you up on your finances the way you should be. You know, kind of be a minimalist. You know.
Yeah. Man, just don't try to keep up with the Joneses. But yeah, man, in the military, and I yeah, let's see. He said they're doing something with the feed.
Yeah,
it's always something, man.
Yeah, this is a new issue we've been having recently.
Got some virtual haters.
Virtual haters.
But and I'll give an example, man, of people preying on you because they know what kind of money you make. When I was in the military, me and my buddy went out one time.
Yeah.
And he was dating this girl. She lived in the projects. So he said, "Hey man, she got a friend. She asked me, could I bring somebody with me?" And he said, "Twin, you want to come with me?" I said, "Yeah, I'll go with you, man. I ain't had nothing to do. I just want to get off the boat." So I ride with him, man. We go ahead to the projects. We hanging out. So we just chilling. We having a couple of drinks, and the one girl, she asked me what my rank was. I told her my rank. She said, "Oh, so you make this much a month?" I said, "Dang, she know it down to the penny." And then I say, man, how you know that? Well, my last dude, he was this, and this how much he made.
Yeah.
And I was like, dang. And then she had asked me what my boy was, and she knew exactly what he made. I said, hey, bro, we need to get up out of here. These girls got the pay chart memorized. I say, man, we're in the wrong spot, man. These ain't who you want to be talking to.
Yeah. No, most definitely not, man. They after them that money, man. They're gonna trap you.
Yeah.
You know.
But man, if we can't get Mr. Mike
Hopefully
Mills back in, we're gonna have to continue this on a later date and time. But he got some good information for y'all, man. And we said we're gonna put his information across the screen. Because if you want to reach out to Keep Trucking Transportation, man, you can reach him at keeptruckingtransportation.com. All right. Keeptruckingtransportation.com, KTT. And let's see. Yeah, man. Let me get to it. So we got a comment, man, Brother Clay. He said they were waiting on y'all.
Yeah.
Had
that fishing pole out.
Yeah.
Had that fishing pole out.
Yeah. Yeah, they knew this. Shoot. Oh, girl, the one that was talking to me, she didn't want to talk no more because she already knew how much I made. I said, man, let's go, bro. Let's go. But also, too, man, if you want to get in contact with Mr. Michael Nims, he can be reached on IG at Maddie Daddy Time. His daughter's name Maddie, so his IG handle is Maddie Daddy Time. And Keep Trucking Transportation. You can reach him on Instagram at that. And also keeptruckingtransportation.com. But it like we having technical difficulties with Mr. Mike Nims. We're going to get him back on a later date. But as always, man, the boy JB and T Swing will keep the show going. Hey, we from H-Town, man.
Yes, sir.
Freestyle Kings.
Well, yeah, we get it in.
Yeah.
We gonna make it work.
Exactly.
Man, it was good. He getting us some gems though, man.
Oh, yeah.
Some gems for real.
Yeah. And you got a lot of, like you said, you got a lot of people complaining about transportation right now. He said they just don't know how to pivot. Do they have the right equipment? And a lot of times what it come down to, and a lot of times too, it come down to ego. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
People don't want to hear nothing from nobody else, especially if they think that you a peer and they think you're on the same level as them. They don't want to hear nothing.
Yeah, because like what they say, man, you gotta adapt or die, man. You gotta be able to adapt to what's going on now. You know, things don't stay the same. Things are gonna constantly change.
Yeah, and especially in the transportation, man, it's changing. It's changing like every day, every month. Rules and laws are changing. Let's see, man. Let's go see. I gotta have one of those T-shirts.
Oh yeah.
Yes, sir. MCABW, man, can't always be wrong podcast. Yes, sir. We got you covered. And so, but yeah, man, you just gotta know how to pivot and pay attention, man. And sometimes, man, you can't always be the leader. Sometimes you got to play a position and be just a part of the team. As he talked in about, that you don't necessarily need your MC or a DOT. You can sign on with a bigger company. These bigger companies are already established. They got the connections and the network already in place. Let them worry about the headache. You make your money. Sometimes everybody don't want to be a boss.
Yeah, man, like
it's a lot of responsibility coming with that.
Not only that, man. Not only that, some people don't have the intelligence to be the boss. You know what I'm saying?
That's true too.
So sometimes, man, you get that person who got the intelligence and that drive. Sometimes you gotta take a back seat and just make that money. You ain't gotta be in the person leading it to make money. You can be the third, fourth, fifth guy and still make good money off of it, So you always gotta be the head, the big fish. If a person's more talented and more skilled at it, then sometimes sit back and let him do his thing and go along for the ride.
Learn from him.
Learn from him.
Exactly.
Or you never know, man. That might lead to something else. That's how you fall into things sometimes. You just move with the right people. You fall into stuff.
Yeah, because you're not gonna always be the best. It's gonna always be somebody better than you, stronger than you, faster than you, smarter than you, quick with it, something. Grind harder than you. So, man, take a page out their book.
But that's the thing, though. Yeah. sometimes just being in the room is gonna get you paid.
Yeah.
You know, just being
So
in the
man, you
room
gotta
with the
put
right
yourself
people.
around the people. You gotta put yourself around the people that's in them rooms or the people that's gonna get you in them rooms. But be authentic. Be yourself,
Exactly.
though.
Yeah.
Be yourself.
And make sure you whatever it is you choose to do that you love to do it, because then it don't feel like work.
Yeah, exactly. Man, if y'all didn't know, man, your boy T Swin, I did the theme song for Mr. Michael Nims. He had an amazing rooftop mixer. And I provided a theme song for him, man, the Keep Trucking Transportation song, man. It is available now. It's streaming. It's on the Transportation and Music album. So if you liked it, man, streaming support, reach out. Also, man, we're going to have to bring him back because he has information on funding, business funding. If you're wanting to get into the trucking game, hit up Mr. Michael Nims, man. He can point you in the right direction. He can get you guys funding so you can start your own business. You know? And like they say, there's more than one way to get in the game.
Most
As
definitely.
Brother Jeff Clay say, hey, there's more than one highway into the city. Yeah. All the time. More than
Most
one way to skin a cat.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, let's see. Man.
But yeah, man.
Go ahead, JB.
Oh, no, I was just agreeing with you, man. There's always more than one road to anything, you know?
Yeah.
Anything, man. It's like, so just keep plugging at whatever your dream and goal is. Keep plugging at it, man.
Yeah. Like we said, man, we'll get Mr. Michael Nims back on. We're going to bring him on a later date. We were having technical difficulties getting started.
Yeah.
Man, but we're going to get it back because the information is important. Some people out there, especially people that follow T Swin, my page, this information is very important to them, you know, and it can help them out a lot.
Yeah.
So make sure y'all stay in tune and tapped in, and when we get this thing back on again. Let's see. Mr. Clay, man, authenticity carries a frequency. Carries the frequency of love. Yeah. And just be yourself, man. Sometimes you can burn your own bridge or close the door opportunity trying to be somebody else. Make sure you are you at all times. Carries a higher frequency. Authenticity carries a higher frequency than love. Yeah. Yes, sir. And then too, man, you won't drive yourself crazy trying to conform to something that you're not.
Yeah.
Don't let nobody get you out of character. Be you at all times, man. Don't be afraid to be you when you walk around. Understand what kind of rooms you're in. You know what I'm saying? But be you. But don't try to play somebody else. Try to play as somebody else. It'll show in the end. If not immediately, it'll show in the end. And so, man, with that said, me and JB, we about to get up out of here, man. Make sure y'all tap back in with us, though.
Yeah, man. We're gonna try to run this episode back, man. Like I said, that man has a wealth of knowledge. You know, very intelligent man, very knowledgeable man. Show you how to, as he said, pivot in the industry, man. You gotta know how to pivot. Yeah, you gotta know how to pivot in any industry. So you got somebody who has the expertise and the knowledge, man. You definitely want to link up with him.
Okay, man, we got him back in the building.
Bro.
Let's bring him back on.
Technical difficulties.
Man. Hey, we can edit all this, bro. We can
Okay,
edit
good.
So,
That's perfect.
So-
Okay, so you said you had a question in the chat.
Yeah, somebody, Brother Clay came and said, how do you deal with women that attach themselves to you because you're a trucker and you're making good money?
Listen, man. He said, how do you deal with it? You mean that's a funny question. I ain't never had that asked on the podcast, man. You know, listen, they're not adding no value to what you got going on, man. You better just keep trucking. You better just keep trucking. No pun intended. No pun intended, man. You know, it can be a blessing or it could be a distraction. Right now, I'm not with any distractions. You know, we got a lot of goals in mind, a lot of projects that we have coming up in 2024. What we trying to end, how strong we want to end in 23. Right now, you just got to stay laser sharp focused. You know that, and that's just not women. It's, you know, staying out the club, change some of your bad habits, man. You know, when you really want to get to that next level, man, you cannot deal with any type of distractions. Friends, families, don't even matter. You just got to focus on, you know, what you want to achieve, man. And we all know that the opposite sex could be a little distracting sometimes, man.
Yeah.
Especially when you start to get a little bit successful. But then again, sometimes you do attract the right people. So just just vet it, make sure that it's it's all for whatever you focused on, and if not, just ignore them DMs, man. Ignore them text messages, man.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna ask you a question. You talking about the right circle, man. In this industry, in this business, did you start off with a certain team and then you had to change and remove people, add people, take people out? You know what I'm saying?
I didn't start off with a team. Fortunately, I started off by myself, which is
Wow.
that's not the way to jump into this industry. At least you gotta have yourself aligned with other people. But as far as letting drivers go, unfortunately, some staff members, dispatchers, it happens, right? It happens. But we're building a team now outside of Keep Trucking, which is something that we're doing for the first time this year. And it seems to be working so far. So, we'll see how far it takes us.
All right. What are some of the things you got coming up that you can let the people know about now?
You know what? Funding. We're doing a lot of funding now. It started with the first rooftop mixer. And then, we continued with the second rooftop mixer where we funded millions live, at those events. But since then, we've kind of put that number to shame. Funding the people in our funding classes that we have. Like I said, we just had a 3-day workshop that ended yesterday. That's pretty big. And, changing the game. I talked about old equipment, people with no trailers. So what we noticed is that, you may have companies, smaller companies like myself, 20 trucks or less, and they just don't have those resources, right? So we kind of developed a blueprint where it's, get the funding, buy your truck and trailer, of course, flatbed or better, right? Staying away from the drive-ins, the reefers, just kind of tapping more into the specialized freight. Having the rest of the money for your working capital, make sure your truck is under warranty. So that program was really kind of spearheaded and started with the initial getting everybody funded, and then just following that program all the way through, making sure that we have weekly classes for the people who are getting funded and leasing on. So really just kind of changing the game that way. The people that unfortunately, can't sustain in this industry are the ones with older equipment, no working capital. If you're in the semi game, no trailer or driving, right? So we're creating that position to where people can kind of, get the funding, get the right equipment. They still have that working capital to stay afloat. So that's one that we are doing pretty big and right now. That's what we're focusing on. We're doing a lot of marketing. A lot of behind the scenes marketing, right? Using ad spends to kind of reach more people than what's just on our social media platforms. And it's a lot of time, it's a lot of money, it's a lot of energy, but it's something that the industry definitely needs. Every day I'm getting calls. I just got a call before this podcast where I spoke to a gentleman a year ago. I gave him the blueprint. He didn't follow it. So here we are a year later. He's like, man, I think I'm just going to have to lease on now or sell my equipment. So so we're seeing the results already from people who are taking trucking into a different type of approach. So that's one big thing. Of course, we're going to do another rooftop mixer in March. But right now we're just focusing on these classes. Right. So yeah, that's what we're working on.
Now, when it comes to the funding, it might be some people out there that they don't even know that they're available,
right,
or qualify for funding.
Right.
What would you say to them? And what's the basic requirements to be qualified for this?
Well, for the 0% interest cards, right, 12 months, some of them up to 24 months, you have to have at least a 700 FICO score. And your business could be new. Your LLC or EIN could be new. That's not what the banks are looking for. They're really focusing more on that FICO score. And then they have a CFI program, which for people who don't have that 700 FICO score, and that's fine. You just have to have a really solid business plan. And so we use tools like ChatGPT to kind of help, AI to kind of help put together those business plans, since we know mostly what the banks are looking for. And that's the business team. Our business funding coach, deals more directly with the funding process. I'm more so just focused on, the leasing on process after they get funded. But there's a lot of things, you have grants. Of course, they're smaller in value, but you do have a lot of grants that you can seek. And, obviously you don't have to pay grants back, especially if you're using it, the right way, of course. But really just kind of educating people on the proper way to do trucking, which is to get that funding. I've seen a lot of people pay cash for the trucks, 15, 16 Freightliner, 50,000 cash, but then they can't afford the insurance or they can't afford the second breakdown that they have, right? So it's really been counterproductive. So it's important that you take advantage of the initial funding. So for example, if a truck is 100,000 and we get you approved for 100,000, you don't spend that entire bag on that truck. You spend that deposit, which is about 20 to 30,000. You take another 10,000 and use that for your deposit for your trailer, right? So now you got 60, 70,000 that you can use for working capital to keep that your equipment afloat, or expand in other areas in trucking.
Now, how can people get in contact with you? They want to get more information about the funding.
Oh man, at Maddie Daddy Time, you can DM me. You can go to keeptruckandtransportation.com website, and you can fill out the little job form. Someone will get back in touch with you. We go live a lot, and a lot of the game that we give, pretty much people say, man, just watching your lives, 2-3 lives, that's a training class for free, and that's why we do it. That's why we do it. Like I said, we just had another training class, a 3-day, where we go over things like AI, how to use AI to push your business. Of course, all things trucking, all things business funding. But yeah, Maddie Daddy Time. You can follow me there at MADDYDADDYTIME. Or you can just like I said, go to keeptruckingtransportation.com and you can fill out your information on the job form.
All right, we got keeptruckingtransportation.com going across the bottom of the screen. Make sure y'all tap in, write that down, save it, man, save it in your favorites so you can go look it up later. Also, like you said, it's Instagrams. This is how you can get in contact with them at Maddie Daddy Time and at Keep Trucking Transportation on IG.
Absolutely.
Tap into those lives, man. They're very informative. I vouch for it, bro. You get a lot of game.
I appreciate it.
You give you a lot of game. Some of these people won't give you.
Right.
You finna get the knowledge that's gonna help you to be able to sustain in this industry. Well, other people, you got a bunch of people out there claiming to be gurus, and they in and out. They in and out. They disappear. Right. They disappear. When they get going good again, then they show up again.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because they're trying to get you.
Right. People say all the time, man, first of all, I'm not an influencer. I'm not a guru. I'm not a self-proclaimed guru. We just like to give every ounce of what we've been through, in the last 19 years when we do these lives, when we do these classes. That's why we don't really charge that much for the classes. $97 for general admission, $197 for VIP, but we give thousands and thousands of dollars worth of game on these training classes. It's important that you learn from people who have experience. It's one thing for you to take a class and then go and teach it a week or a month later. But when you're dealing with people that have like real experience, that have been through everything you can think of in the trucking industry, and just really want to regurgitate it so that you don't have to experience those same hurdles that we had to overcome. The difference between us is, we don't hold nothing back. We just giving the game away. The game don't got to be sold all the time, right? So, it's different when you tap in with us, compared. And then it's the access to be able to sit down and really have access with the people that's teaching the classes or the owner of the company, right? That access is important. When you take these classes, you want to be able to follow up with some questions that you may or may not have, or may not thought about during that actual class. So it's important that you got that access, that continued education.
Yes, sir. Man, y'all get some good game, man. Make sure y'all hit the like button.
I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
I want to ask you a question about the future of trucking. What do you think about these self-driving vehicles? And you think they're going to get advanced enough to where they're actually going to be able to move loads back and forth? How do you think it's going to influence the trucking industry?
I think any technology that works is good, right? You just got to learn how to benefit from it. Now, I don't think within the next, 4 or 5 years, it's going to be so many that it's going to put a lot of trucking businesses, a lot of trucking companies out of business at some point, 20, 30 years down the line. It may be, but that's why you hear me say all the time, you got to pivot before you force to pivot. When you see certain things happening, you have to tap into other lanes in trucking. Don't get so bogged down with that one lane you've been in for, 5, 6, 7, 10 years.
Yeah.
In any type of business, my motto is this: you master that lane until you're able to teach it, and then you move on to another lane while still, seeking the profits from the initial lane. You just got to be able to pivot. The people that stuck with one way to make money in $1 trillion industry, I always wonder why. Like, what makes them just stay stagnant? There's a lot of people that's scared. Oh man, you got these autonomous trucks coming. What are we gonna do? You better learn how to get money another way in trucking, just in case it gets to the point where you can't get money with that old truck that you got. You got to change the game. And you hear me say it a lot, because to hear that an industry that's approaching $1 trillion is dead, to me, I laugh at it. You just can't stay a dinosaur. You got to do other things.
I just look at it with like almost anything else. When a certain
adapt or die, as they say, right?
Yeah. When a certain group of people start making money, the rules start changing.
Oh,
and then
absolutely.
you just gotta learn how to adapt and move with it. And they keep moving the goalposts, but you just gotta learn how to keep playing the game.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's what you see even with different laws that's coming out. Even with dispatching, wanting to make sure that most dispatchers, if they're not doing it the correct way, you need to go get a broker's license. It's always going to be something. What I don't like to see is people just ride the wave, and then not thinking that wave is going to end at some point. That's why they say ride the wave, right? So you ride it. But then you get people that stuck there, and then those are the same ones that's bad mouthing the industry that runs the country, which just makes no sense to me.
Gotcha. Now, man, you got the saying, trucking paid for it.
Absolutely.
Now, what has trucking done for you outside of the business and like help you like achieve certain goals or start other businesses outside of transportation?
Well, one, achieve certain goals. Everybody know my daughter is she's that catalyst for me. She goes to the best school in Georgia. I mean, this is one of those most top elite schools. And if it wasn't for trucking, I wouldn't be able to afford that $3,200 a month, right? So when I say trucking pay for it, it's not just it's not the flights and the vacations. It's the things that can really leave a legacy for you, right? Create paths that's so much easier for my daughter to achieve than it was when I did it. And so to me, that's more important than even opening another business. When I say truck and pay for it, I really mean, the lifestyle that my kid lives, right? The place she lives in, the school she goes to, the events that she's able to attend, going to Emory for a week out the summer. These are things that we would never be able to have access to when I was growing up. Not because mama didn't love us, just because she couldn't afford to send us to those places. So that's what I mean by trucking paid for. Trucking is leaving a legacy behind, so that that last name means something. As far as other businesses, obviously going from box trucks to semis, learning how to rent trailers out, buy trailers and rent them out. That $1,200 to $1,400 a month residual. It's a business within itself. Opening a roadside service, it's a business within itself. Being able to pay for fuel up front to be able to get that percentage on the back end, that's another stream of income within itself. So we didn't just stop at trucks, we didn't just stop at box trucks, we didn't stop at getting a semi with no trailer. We just always wanted to tap into different things, even consultations, buying trucks from now officially a brand ambassador at Aero Truck Sales. That was pretty dope to get that news recently, because we've been buying a lot of trucks from there, and they wanted to partner with us, having them sponsor events. That's when I say trucking paid for. Yeah, the actual truck has allowed these different doors to be open, right? Being in rooms that your name spoken in rooms that you don't even walk in. That's the beauty of what trucking was able to do, and then what we can do with that type of energy is amazing. So yeah, when I say trucking paid for, yeah, the trips is dope. I'm not gonna lie, the lifestyle is pretty cool. but when I look at the school she go to, it's like a little college. Like it's actually, her school looks better than Howard. Like it looks like a real college. To be able to attend something like that at the age of 12, 11 is pretty dope. I'm going on her second year, so that I can't wait to see what trucking, the imprint that it has on my daughter's life, right? Just to, she's so spoiled and don't even realize it. To see her parent being able to work from home. I think that's what trucking paid for, to get my time back so I can spend, all day with my kid. Yesterday we was everywhere, we was tearing Atlanta up, and I don't got to get up at 8 o'clock in the morning unless I want to, right? So that's what trucking pays for, man. It's different. I didn't have a relationship with my dad growing up, even though he was in the house. He barely was, right? So for her to be able to, have Halloween parties, right, and have the option to not want to get gifts for Christmas, right? Like these are things that that trucking pay for. Employing people fresh out of prison, giving them an opportunity, getting drivers that come home from prison doing 10 years. Next thing you know, they're a company driver, and now they got their own truck, and they got their own sense of freedom. They don't have to be told what to do, right? You spend that much time in prison, you get so used to being told what to do, and then for us to be able to help him get his own truck and trailer, and talk to his mom on the phone and see her reaction, and see his son doing something that even he didn't think was possible. That's what trucking pays for. So that I like that phrase, because you can go a lot of different places with it.
Yeah, man. So for the listeners out there, man, who are aspiring to be entrepreneurs or leaders, what advice would you offer for achieving success in this competitive world of transportation and logistics?
Oh man, one, if you're getting into the trucking industry and that's what your aspiration is, I would always say take a dispatch training class. And I say this because it prepares you for the actual part of, like, if you're really taking a class from someone who's teaching it from an owner perspective, it prepares you for what's really going to happen. What happens at those shippers, receivers, how do you communicate with your broker? How do you get direct customers? Man, what's federal filings? How do you hire the right driver? What's the right truck and trailer you need? These are things you can learn in a dispatch training class and or a mentor. So to invest $150,000 for your truck and trailer in this industry, if it's decent equipment, but you don't invest $300-400 on a training class or $400 or $500 on a mentor, to me, it's hustling backwards. It's foolish.
Yeah.
This industry ain't nothing to play with. It's not a t-shirt brand. This is not a hair salon, right? This is big boy business. Like, you really got to know this stuff before you buy your first anything. You just have to. So, if you're going to get in this industry, the very first thing you need to do is just get you a mentor. Just pay for their time, and it may not even be for you. This trucking is all day, every day. You see, I'm trying to hurry through a podcast and move around and handle things at the same time. It's a constant hustle. It's a constant grind. There is no days off. There is no holidays. There's no birthdays. If you really want to do this trucking for real, that first year, you got to know what it means to bear down. Like, that's what I mean by bear down. You can't have any distractions or it's going to eat you up. A simple mistake can cost you $10,000-$20,000, right? So you got to know what you're doing in this game. It's not to sell mentorship. You don't have to use me as a mentor, but you definitely need to get one. You definitely need to get somebody who's been doing this. And not to say you got to pay for their time. A simple conversation will go a long way in this industry. That's the first thing. You got to educate yourself. Education's the only equalizer. Don't spend no money out here because your boy told you it was going to be a good industry or this is sweet lit. It don't work like that. It don't work like that. This is federally regulated for a reason. So
they will come see you.
Yeah, they gonna come knock right at your front door. Like, they gonna come find you. They gonna come see you. They not playing. These citations are serious. They have to be paid. Like, you gotta have the money right before you can tap into trucking. I think the people that are really successful in it are people who come from other backgrounds, people who already had a business and they understand how to run a business the proper way. And then you tap into trucking and it makes it a lot easier. But don't do like I did. Don't just jump. I'm gonna jump off the porch. All right, you're gonna jump your behind right back on that porch. I promise you that. So ain't no jumping off the porch and trucking. Ain't no easy way to do it either.
Yeah, it takes a certain type of person, man, to
just
deal
a
with
little
that,
bit
man.
about.
Go ahead, JB.
I was gonna say this a little bit. I hear you talk a lot about dispatching. What exactly does a dispatcher do in trucking?
Oh man, really, it's they're pretty much that liaison between the carrier, the driver, and the broker. Of course, the customer gets the loads to the broker gets them to the dispatcher then gets them to the carrier. And so that's what they do. They pretty much negotiate the rates and terms and conditions on that load by on behalf of that carrier. So it's an important job. I mean, they talk to the brokers, the customers, shippers, receivers, the drivers, the owner operators, insurance. Dispatchers talk to pretty much everybody, permits, DOT if you get pulled over. So it's a lot of things that a dispatcher handles. And that's why it's important, because it's the only part in trucking that deals with everybody and everything. So that's why it's important to know that role.
Copy. Man, one thing I experienced while I was on the road is people trying to dispatch. They didn't know anything about the equipment. They trying to give you a load and it can't even fit, or it's not. They don't know anything. They're just trying to get a quick dollar.
Right. The box trucks, I ran one in like 9 years, but some 97 inch clearance, some 110, 101, 26 pallets. If you double stacking them, how much weight can hold? 10,000 pounds. And I kind of still know a little bit about box trucks, but it's crazy. When you're doing the dispatching, is again, you got to run it from an owner perspective. How much drive time do they have? They're a nighttime driver, daytime driver, right?
Yeah.
How much more time is on their clock, so you know if they can pick that next load and drop it on time. How do you get your lumpers? It's so much that you got to learn with this dispatching. But number one is the communication with the driver.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are selling dispatch training courses. You know, but they just, to me, I just think a lot of information wasn't given. You know, you take a dispatch training class and don't know how to solicit a carrier, that mean that class is worthless, right? So
exactly.
But that dispatcher is an important position. It's really like the quarterback. If you're thinking of a football perspective, you know, the drivers out of the wide receivers and the running backs, right? You know, you got your blockers. That's, you know, that shit. You know, your blockers are probably like your compliance team, and then you got the defense, DOT, breakdown. You know what I'm saying? Insurance payment, payroll.
The
Defense is
opposition.
everything that's it's gonna stop you. It's the op. It's gonna stop you from getting that load drop, tire blowout. The load ain't ready, right? So, but trucking is dope, man. It's really a good industry. If you think, you know, you out there and you listening, you thinking about getting into trucking, just make sure, you know, you take a couple classes first before you spend and invest any of your money.
Yeah, man. If ain't no drivers in the seat, man, the wheels ain't turning.
Turning.
Dispatchers, you got to take care of your drivers, and man, respect them. They're not just a little dot on the screen, just moving from city to city. They're actual human beings. They got families. They got lives.
Absolutely.
JB, you got one more?
Yeah, man. I was just wondering, man. I heard you like really into like the buying trailers, right? Is that like a whole nother lane, a whole nother like way to make money in the trucking industry? Just running trailers by themselves, like owning trailers.
Absolutely. Like I was saying before, I look at buying trailers like mobile real estate. There's really no difference. You know, either you're gonna buy them, put a little money into them, you know, fix them up, flip them, and sell them, just like real estate, or you're gonna buy them, fix them up a little bit, or maybe not even have to fix them up and rent them out. You know, there's so many different ways to make money with the trucking industry. Trailer is, to me, it's that residual. You know, if you got the right contract in place, which we do, you know, you're not responsible for the maintenance or the insurance. So at this point, you're just giving that box away, and you're just, you know, 6-month, 12-month contracts. That $1,200, $1,400 a month, depending on the trailer you're making model. That's just residual. And you do that 10 times a month. That's $14,000 a month. Most people bills don't accumulate to $14,000 a month. So you can essentially, with 10 box trucks, retire yourself. As you know, box trucks gonna last a lot longer than the actual truck. So it's a pretty solid investment. And I would suggest every 5 years, just go ahead and sell the box truck. Go ahead and get with that money, go ahead and buy another box truck or two. You know, we've seen the industry prices on this equipment go skyrocket, which at that time, just like stocks, it's time to sell, right? So, you know, if you spend $30,000 on a trailer and now it's worth 45, go ahead and sell that trailer, profit that 15, invest that 30 back, and just run the play all over again. So that's why I love this trucking industry. When people say it's dead, I just gave you a $14,000 play, and it don't take long to do it. They really don't. So, you know, it's just getting with the right people, aligning yourself with people who've been in this industry long enough to learn how to turn a dollar or two, that don't mind giving you the resources and the tools to be successful. That's what you need to look into when you consider leasing on with the company. What value do they have outside of whatever position that you came to them in, right? That's how you scale. You know, if you come to me with one truck and no trailer, well, first, we're not gonna lease you on with no trailer. We're not doing that, right? It's not gonna work for you. So it's just gonna work. But, you know, you come with, you know, one truck and one trailer. The goal is to help you learn from our mistakes, you know, and learn from what we've learned in the industry, which is how to reinvest. And hopefully you leave us, you'll leave with 3 trucks, 4 trucks, 5 trailers. So, that's always the goal.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you help people how to scale, show people how to scale, and help them scale up.
Yep.
A lot of people just don't know. A lot of people just don't know.
Yep.
They don't know they might need somebody else. Some people want to do everything by themselves. They don't feel like hiring anybody else on. They don't trust nobody.
Right.
A mentor can help you with that.
I said, well, why you in business? If you can't build your team and you can't establish trust in other people, then how do you expect your business to be successful? Right. You have to be able to align yourself with people in order for you to grow, for you to get out that rut. You know, these older trucks, they're breaking down. That money, you know, you got money that week. Now you got to pay for repairs. Your driver's tired of sitting at the hotel. And all because you didn't invest the money properly. Take that same money you pay cash for a truck and go and get you a note with a warranty. It alleviates a lot of issues.
Now, man, I was at the barbershop the other day, and the person cutting my hair said they drove truck for 2 years. They got out. They said they were working for an owner operator, And then I say, man, so how would y'all make y'all money? Were y'all living off the load board? And that person said, yeah, we was living off the load board. I'd be stuck somewhere sitting in the city in the parking lot, waiting on them, try to find a load. And they said it wasn't for me. They said, so they went to barber school after that.
Okay.
What would you say to people that's trying to live off the load board?
You know what? Obviously, when you first start your MC, we talked about the difference between having your motor carrier number and leasing on. That's one of the issues, that you have to live off that load board. It's easy. You gotta really create those relationships with those brokers. To me, when you get to that point where you can just pick up your phone, you can type a state in or type a city, and a broker pops up in your number, and you've already had, back and forth, I don't know how many times via text message. That's when you establish that relationship with that broker. You should be able to just pick up your phone, put what city they're going to. Broker should pop up with that city information in there, with the load, what the rate normally paid, where it picked, where it dropped, and you should be able to text that broker. That's how good you should be. Living off that load board, you got to understand the load board is the scraps. That's where all the loads go that they couldn't get off, right? That they didn't have a relationship with the broker I'm speaking on. So those loads are not what you want to live off of. But I'm pretty sure if that truck was sitting, they probably didn't have any specialized freight. They probably were dealing with drive-ins, which is oversaturated, which is always going to be a saturated entity of trucking. But when you start dealing with specialized freight, your reefers, your flatbeds, your step decks, your RGNs, you're going to not only have loads available, because there's not a lot of truck drivers with those trailers, RGNs, step decks. So it's easy to find freight. And then it's easy to build relationships with those brokers, because you don't have you got a million drive-ins.
Yeah, you're not wrestling with everybody for the same.
Right, 100,000 flatbed loads. And so the brokers that have your specialized freight, it's easier to build those relationships with them, because they're not dealing with as many customers as somebody with a drive-in would. It makes sense, right? So, so that's why, if you change your trailer type and you build those relationships with those specific brokers, you really shouldn't just be living off a load board. But that's the point of what I'm saying. When you're a new person, you have a new MC, that's why your truck is probably sitting, right? And that's why you're getting those lower rates. Brokers, when they first thing what a broker asks you when you're booking a load, what's your MC, right? They don't even care about your MC. Right now, they just, at that point, they sizing you up. They want to know what type of freight you got, what type of trucks you got, what type of freight, how many pieces of equipment do you have, how long have you been in business? And so and that's why his truck was probably sitting. He didn't own it and establish those relationships.
Yeah.
But when you lease on, you go with an aged MC, somebody who's been in the business, 9 times out of 10, you're not gonna find yourself sitting like that.
Yeah. Yeah. For those that don't know, your MC is kind of like your social security number.
Absolutely.
Yeah, all your information pop up. They got a report card on you.
Absolutely.
They know whether you do good business or bad business.
Absolutely.
They know if you got insurance or not.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I've seen some people, man, they couldn't even get a load. They got called for the load, but they couldn't take because they couldn't produce the insurance.
Yeah, right. How you don't have a COI on deck? That should be in your
Exactly.
Right. For those that don't know, the COI is certificate of insurance. If you can't produce it, that means you don't have none. Because
exactly.
It's like saying you can't driver's license, man. You got to be able to produce that.
Exactly. Now, for people that's driving, what kind of certifications would you require them to have? Like a twit card, hazmat endorsement, triples, doubles? What?
On our team, we're not running triples and doubles. CDL, at least 2 years experience, clean MVR. If it's flatbed, same thing, at least 2 years experience, clean MVR. Those are pretty much, no SAP program right now. We did used to hire SAP, but right now we kind of staying away from it. But those are requirements. If you got your CDL 5 years and you've been in 6-7 jobs, we definitely not gonna hire you. Consistency. People that's looking to grow with the company. Those are requirements. As far as owner operators, new equipment, definitely have to have a trailer. It doesn't have to be a flatbed, although we prefer a flatbed. But those are pretty much the requirements there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've seen some good paying jobs on some flatbed.
Absolutely.
I got a partner, got a buddy here in Houston, man. He just do 3 jobs a day. He made $1,500 a day, 500 each load. He done by noontime. He got 5 trucks. None of his trucks even leave the city.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
He loving like his whole life has changed. I remember when he was in a little 1-bedroom apartment, little bitty car. Now he got him some land, boat, everything, bikes, everything good.
Trucking paid for it. I love it.
Exactly, man.
It's a lifestyle.
Yeah. Well, man, we appreciate you coming on and sharing the knowledge with us, man. And like we said, man, if y'all want to tap in,
Yeah.
make sure y'all go to keeptruckingtransportation.com. It's on the bottom of the screen. Y'all get this knowledge, man. Get a consultation with Mr. Michael Nims. Tap in with him, man. And also, too, make sure you go to that link. And also, you want to tap into him on IG. You can go to Matty Daddy Time, at Matty Daddy Time on IG, or at Keep Trucking Transportation.
I appreciate it.
Yes, sir, man. We appreciate you, bro.
And thanks for having me, man. Thanks for having me. I got to come back on the show, too.
Thank you so much.
Oh, hell yeah.
Good meeting you, brother.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yes, sir. And we're gonna
you too.
we're gonna take it out of here on the theme music, man.
Yeah, play my song, man.
Yes, sir. Let's get it.
Play my song.
Get it.
If you really wanna win, my friend, then keep trucking. This is not a game, the name is keep trucking. If you really wanna win, my friend, then keep trucking. Tell them this is not a game, the name is keep. You wanna be like Mike and join the winning team. You gotta have the mind, grind, drive, and the dream. You love to negotiate and elevate from your chit chat. Get paid to talk on the phone, learn how to dispatch and push your clientele. We show you how to scale. Get it off the boat, off the plane, off the rail. And if you need a driver, got a truck and wanna lease it on, trailer rental, mentorship, homie, we can put you on. Learn about the business, how to get into the transportation. Follow Matty Daddy Time. Book a consultation while you wait. Don't you want to know what's really happening? Hit up Matty Daddy right now for all your factories. Start tapping in to this higher power. Come and get your blessing. Need a way to take care of the fam. Come and get your lesson. Looking for a change. I know you prayed for it. When they ask you how you did it, tell them trucking paid for it. Keep trucking. If you really want to win, my friend, then keep trucking.
Man, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming on with us. Man, keep trucking, man. It's available on Spotify, all music streaming platforms, man. Show your support. Make sure you go to the actual website, Keep Trucking Transportation, man, and tap in on Mr. Michael Nims, man. The fresh OG.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm easy.
Get that lesson. As the song said, get the lesson.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all for having me.
Yes, sir. Please, thank you, bro. Yeah, man. That was Mr. Michael Nims, man. Keep Trucking Transportation, man. We appreciate him coming on the show, man. If you want to get this info again, make sure you tune in. Rewatch the episode if you missed anything, man. Or go to his IG, go to the website, man, and tap in and get that information. If you're looking into getting transportation and you want somebody with knowledge and experience to help you, go to him. We all need mentors in life. Even mentors have mentors. You know? It's easy in life, man. You got somebody who already got the knowledge in the game instead of bumping your head and and learning from being hard-headed.
Yeah, definitely cut your time down, man. Your time is the most important thing you have, man. So go ahead and get somebody already done went through all the hard stuff and already had the knowledge for you. So most definitely tap in.
Yes, sir, man. Well, this has been another amazing episode. I'm talking about extraordinary episode of the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast. You know what I'm saying? Thank y'all for tapping in. Those that stay tuned in. Thank you. We appreciate you, man. We're gonna get this episode, right back up. Man, y'all tap into us, man. Stay tuned, man. We got more to come, more special guests. Next month we'll be celebrating our 1 year anniversary.
1 year.
Going strong. You know what I'm saying? There's been some bumps,
We
in the road.
Yeah, we 38 episodes in. 38 episodes in. So
as always, man, make sure you hit the like button, man. Subscribe, comment, share. Man, go to MCABW podcast at Gmail, man. Tap in with your boys, man. Go to CTR Media Network.com. Hit the icon with the Men Can Always Be Wrong on there. Fill out a registration form if you'd like to come on the show. Tap in with us if you'd like to advertise with us, man. Shout out to the King's Thought of the Day podcast. Shout out to Mr. Jeff Clay, the one, and his Wind Down Wednesdays and his True Sessions on Saturdays. Tap in, man. A shout out to Fran Fomai. Shout out to CTR Media Network, making it all possible. Shout out to Miss Sheet Trucking for hooking me and Mr. Michael Nims or Mr. Keep Trucking together. She put us in the same room. I was able to make a song for him, man. And, we did business. And it all worked out lovely. Tap in, man. Tap in, man. You get on with us, man. You become part of an amazing network. And you'd be surprised what kind of doors it can open up for you.
Exactly.
So.
And you'd be surprised on who had your eye on you too, because we're all in all kind of different countries, man. So
yeah, man. The men can't always be wrong. CTR Media itself is in 350 million listeners in over 70 plus countries. The men can't always be wrong themselves. We're a part of that, but we also have our own 50-something countries that we in. Get your business, your voice, your ideas in front of the people. Tap in with you guys, man. So you got T Swin.
And your boy J Bean.
And we up out of here.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out, be strong, listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out, be strong, listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be.
What up, everybody? It's your guy T Swin. As you know, I was recently featured in the Trucker Magazine's March issue for my transportation music. Well, the wait is finally over. The transportation music is here now. Man, you can play it, stream it, download it, buy it, and spread the word. Good, clean music that jams. Be a part of history in the making, man. The first ever all transportation music album ever. Own genre, transportation music. Ride what you got, T Swin. Let's get it.
Yes, let me show you how to pick it up and move it. Homie, this is transportation music. Something to ease your mind while you cruising. Homie, this is transportation music.
Hello, and welcome to Sweet Blessings, the Anna L. Brothers Show and Podcast, where we come forth to you to inspire, to encourage, and empower you to live a healthier lifestyle. The purpose of this podcast is to bring you ordinary people doing extraordinary things. We want to showcase knowledge as well as special speakers and things. So I try to provide workshops, speakers, because I don't know everything, okay? But as we go along. But before we begin, I have some special guests for you this evening. They're really good friends of mine. But before we move on, I have a few little housekeeping things that I need to do. And the first one will be for those of you who are watching on Facebook, you know that you can support me by sending stars. Stars help me to earn money to make more content. Also, you can also contact me if you like. I want to show you my website. This is my website. I have a bit that is my website. So this is my website. So if you want to contact me to be a sponsor or to be a guest on my show, you can use this. You can go there, find me, click on my picture, and do all of the little things that also that needs to be done. You can do it in that one place. But however, if you just want to reach out to me and just talk to me about it beforehand, you can always email me, and you can email me at this email here at the bottom of the screen. Also, I want to, I do take donations, and I take donations through Cash App, and this is my Cash App thing. And before we begin, I also would like for you to subscribe to my YouTube channel, and that is it there. So I'm going to tell you about our guests here real quickly, and then we're going to break for a commercial, and then we are going to come back and they will be on the show. Now, Jonathan and Sandy Miller are founders or co-founders of the Sounds Good Choir. And I know most of you have heard me talk about the Sounds Good Choir because this is how I met them through my mother. I took them to their choir. And so I want to tell you a little bit. I don't want to tell you everything because I want them to talk. But I'm just going to give you a little background information on both of them. Okay, starting with Jonathan is an artistic director and co-founder of the Sounds Good Choir. Now, he has been in choral music with the Chicago Children's Choir. Do you all remember that? Those of you who are here in Chicago, that's what I mean. You know, I know it's people everywhere, but do you all remember that? Now, so he has been doing music for a long time. He combines the role of musicians and art entrepreneurs, and he's conducted singers at all skill levels from complete to professional. And I'm speaking because you know I'm not a professional, but I'm gonna tell you, I was in the choir and I enjoyed that choir. I enjoyed it just like my mother. I enjoyed it. I looked forward to going to it. So in 1993, he founded the Virtual Soul Ensemble, Chicago a cappella, and served as its artistic director for 27 years. And then he co-founded the Sounds Good Choir. And I don't know if you all realize, but the Sounds Good Choir is for adults 55 and older. And so, you know, I talked about summer fun and what people can do. And I've given activities for everyone. And this is a great activity for seniors. So I just wanted to say that. Oh, he's got it. I'm going to let him tell you a little bit more about himself when he comes on, because both of them are full of recognition. So let me tell you about his wife, Sandy. She is Sandy Siegel Miller. She's a PhD, co-founder of the Sounds Good Choir, NFP, and program director of Good Memories Choir. She's also a reverend, and she's a clinical psychologist who has worked in the private practice in the western suburbs for more than 30 years. Her work with older adult choirs is a major pivot from her clinical work with children and adolescents. So I'm going to do the same thing that I told you I was going to do with Jonathan. I'm going to bring them on and let them tell you a little bit more about themselves. So we're going to take a little break here, and we're going to go to a commercial. And when we come back, they will be on. Bear with me just a few moments. I got it.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Hello and welcome.
Thank you. Great to see
I am
you.
so glad to have you on. It's such an honor. You just don't know. It's just
Thank
really
you.
and truly an honor to have you on. And so, I tried to tell a little bit about each one of you in your bio. And so I'm going to ask you that one question that I kind of told you I was thinking about. But in that, can you kind of incorporate a little more of your bio? I didn't want to just blurt it all out. So my first question, and this is really to both of you, tell the audience about how the choirs, make sure you let them know how many you have, and how the choirs got started.
Sure. Well, thanks. I'll start. Since we're co-founders, we do everything together, and we sometimes finish each other's sentences. So if we do that, don't be surprised. Thank you for the gracious introduction. First and foremost, it's really an honor and a pleasure for us to be on the show together here. As Anna said, I've been in choirs my whole life. When I was 9, I joined the Chicago Children's Choir, which is now called Uniting Voices Chicago. After my voice changed and I was 13 singing bass, they didn't kick me out because they had a bass section, and I just kept singing and kept singing. And I think it was partly because I was so inspired by the founder of the Chicago Children's Choir, the late Reverend Dr. Christopher Moore, who really had a vision for what a choir could do and be in people's lives. I've carried that ever since. And when I was in my late 20s, I decided it was time for me to try to create a brand new professional virtuoso vocal ensemble, different from everything out there. So it wasn't going to be a Renaissance music choir. It wasn't going to be a vocal jazz choir. It was going to be a really eclectic choir of fantastic singers. And that's what Chicago a cappella has been for the last 30 years. And as part of that, I started doing arrangements, because there are some great songs out there, but not everything is arranged for a cappella voices. So I got pretty good at arranging music for choir. And then I decided that it would be fun to take, I have a series of what I call wacky Christmas carols. So it makes Sandy laugh. So imagine that you have the music of one Christmas carol to the tune of another Christmas carol. I started doing this. Literally one day I was driving down the Eisenhower Expressway. I think it was July, and it was 2011. I thought, what if you took the words to Jingle Bells and the Hallelujah chorus and switched them? So I'm singing to myself in the car, Hallelujah, 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 for the Lord God omnipotent reigneth, Hallelujah, the kingdom of this world. And then I thought, this could really work. So I went home and sang it to Sandy and tried to make it all fit together. And by the time I went to bed that night, I had a pretty decent piece.
And
I
the
thought,
other half of it goes
jingle
jingle
bells,
bells,
jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells, right?
Yeah.
In a one horse, open sleigh. So I wrote this all up and I gave it to Chicago a cappella to sing at their Christmas concert. I think it was 2011. That's on YouTube also. Just click at Jingle Bells Hallelujah Chorus. It got like 30,000 hits in 6 weeks, and it was sort of, a minor smash for me. And I got some inquiries literally from choral conductors around the world who somehow had seen this thing, and they said, can I buy a couple copies of this piece for my choir? So I said, sure. So this went on for 6 or 9 months. I sold 15 copies to a choir in Australia and 20 copies to a choir in Germany and so on. Had a little website for that. One day I get a call from a lady who says, I'd like to buy some copies of your sheet music. I'm, being polite. Yes, ma'am. How many would you like? She said, I'd like 550, please. So that made me sit up a little straighter. And I said, that's very interesting. Thank you for your business. Who in the world are you? And she said, my name is Gene Kelly, and I'm the founder and artistic director of Encore Creativity in Washington, D.C., which is the largest choral music organization for older adults in the country. And we've been around at that point for 15 years, and we love your piece and we'd love to do it. So I said, okay, that's cool. And she ended up buying 800 copies. And that paid for me and Sandy to fly to Washington, D.C. to hear 250 of their singers perform it in the lobby of the Kennedy Center, which is what they did. And we had dinner with Jean and her husband, and some other composers were there. It was a rollicking good time. And Jean said, we have a couple affiliate choirs around the country, and if you'd ever want to bring this idea to Chicago, that would be a fun for us. And Sandy and I are like, yeah, that'd be, when we retire, maybe someday. So that's how we met them. And then we had a really wretched year, what we call our Job year, our Book of Job year in 2015. You want to take a little of that? Or
2015 came along.
You don't have to only give the bad news. I can give some of the bad.
It was mostly bad news that year.
It was a hard year.
In May of that year, beginning of May of that year, my 93-year-old mom died suddenly. Although I sometimes say, how sudden could it be? She was 93 after all. But at the end of that month, Jonathan's dad died.
Oh my God.
He had liver cancer. We were expecting that.
A long battle with cancer. A few months later, John's stepmother died.
God.
A month after that, our cat Maggie died. And at the end of the year, Jonathan lost his job. So it was just one of those years.
Yeah. I was working in music publishing. I kept my job with Chicago a cappella, which was very part-time, but my main bread and butter was this job in music publishing. And next thing you know, that was not there.
So, you know how it is. I think sometimes there are lessons in those difficult times of our lives. And I said to Jonathan, if we haven't learned anything else by this, we've learned life is short and we should be doing the things that really matter in our lives because time is precious. So we just put our heads together. Jonathan did some thinking about what would he really like to do in this world? What was he meant to do in this world with whatever time he has and we have left? And out of that came the revisiting of the idea of doing a choir like the one in Washington, D.C.
And God bless you, Sandy, because Sandy said, we've got some money saved up. You don't have to just shoot at anything that moves. We can take a year, to try to build something. So I said, let's go crazy and see what we can build. So
we took that literally.
So because I had a little bit of a following already from Chicago a cappella, we kind of used that to get started. So Chicago a cappella gives choirs in Evanston. So we started a Sounds Good choir in Evanston. At that time, we were called Encore, Illinois. But we did a choir on Tuesday mornings in Evanston and a choir in Hyde Park on Wednesday mornings, where we also had a following. And that's the neighborhood I grew up in on the south side.
That was the beginning of 2016.
And that we did a 6-week spring session. That went really well. We had like 35 singers in each choir. And then we did a summer session where we did those choirs and added 2 more, one downtown and one in Hinsdale. We live out here in the western suburbs. And then in the fall, we added one in Oak Park, conducted by our colleague Linda Powell, and another one that I did in Arlington Heights, and the commuting was crazy. But
and we were off and running.
But by the end of 2016, we had 6 choirs and about 200 singers. And in June of that year, go ahead.
So that's the beginning of Sounds Good Choir. The beginning of Good Memories Choir started, as Jonathan said, in the middle of 2016.
Well, let me stop you, Sandy, because first, I know what Good Memories is, but you got to tell them. They need to know what Good Memories is.
Thank you.
Of it.
Yes, thank you. So Sounds Good, as Jonathan said, is our choirs for older adults, 55 and up, although we joke that we don't card. Good Memories Choir is a choir specifically for people in early stage dementia, living at home, still living at home with their care partners. And a care partner can be a family member, as it was for Anna and her mom. It can be a paid care partner, a friend. We have all of those combinations in our choir. So it's a very special place for all of us to sing together and have joy and community.
And all of our choirs have no audition. So even though our conductors are professional and we aspire to put on a really good concert, you don't ever have to sing in a choir in order to be part of this.
Right.
But I just want to say this, but when you sing, you sound professional. When I don't know what they're doing, but they have a little gift. And I'm not just saying, because I've done it both ways, I've done it in person and I've done it virtual.
Yeah.
And both, it's just fabulous. So if you get a chance, go to the YouTube channel and check it out, because it is on YouTube. Okay. Go ahead, Sandy. I'm sorry again. I just had how you get that moment.
Well, thanks, Dana.
Thank
That's
you.
great.
Awesome. And you know us so well.
That's right. That's right. And far better to be talking about good memories if people really know what it is. So 2016, we're busy creating choir after choir after choir. But in June, Jonathan linked up with a colleague, a choral conducting colleague, who told Jonathan about a choir in Minnesota, in the Twin Cities, that he was serving on, had just joined their board of directors. And he described the choir to Jonathan. It's a relatively new organization and providing choirs for people with memory loss and their care partners singing together. And he said, Jonathan, you've got to come up and see this. It's the most incredible thing. So Jonathan came home from meeting with his colleague and told me about it. And somehow we just felt like we did have to go up there and see what it was all about. So we jumped on a plane in October of that year, went up and spent a day with the Giving Voice organization. That's the name of the organization in Minnesota, who has as their mission to help people like us start a choir for people with dementia. That's their goal. We went up, spent a day with them, cried most of the day watching their rehearsal and
so beautiful,
being with the people. And literally on the airplane on the way home, we pulled out our laptop and said, we've got to do this. Let's start working on a budget. And I don't know about you, Anna, but it felt like a calling. It felt like one of those God things where God just says, you have to do this. You simply have to do it.
Yeah.
So it took us 2 years to raise enough money to start the first Good Memories Choir, which was on Michigan Avenue in the Gold Coast of Chicago. And now we have 2 Good Memories Choirs. We have 2 that are thriving but growing since they had a difficult time during the pandemic. But it's a very special place of singing and joy and community. And as Jonathan said, there are no auditions. You know, we all wear a name tag that says our name, but it doesn't say my name's Sandy and I'm the director, and you know, your name's Anna and you're a care partner, and this is so and she has dementia. It's just, this is who we are. This is my name, and we're all here to be together and sing together and enjoy, you know, time of community, a very special community.
I will agree. Speaking from personal experiences, and what was so wonderful about it, they do have volunteers, and you don't know who is who. You don't know who's the volunteer. You don't know who's the professional. You just don't know. It's such a warm environment. But the food is good too.
We always so good memories has snacks. Sounds good. It sounds good. We cracked the whip a little more.
Well, you know, that's where I was. That was my home. Was the
that's right.
Good
snacks
good
and good memories.
I did branch out a little bit, and I plan to branch out again in the fall. I'm gonna go to the one in Hyde Park.
Great. You're
Because
always
it's closer to me.
Love having you in
Come
the
back
alto
and
section.
sing.
That's
Yeah,
great.
so
Absolutely.
yeah, so I think maybe we should. Is there anything else you want to add to that?
The one thing I would like to add is two things actually, sort of, because we were talking about origins, and you were talking about before the show backstage with us about how, you know, people, you don't always know how people are going to help you along. And the fact that we've had models to follow, really good models to follow for both of our choirs is a sweet blessing. It's the name of your show. The fact that the people at Encore, who are still really good colleagues, even though Gene Kelly's retired, they really blazed the trail for high quality, non-auditioned older adult choirs, and the people in Minnesota at Giving Voice have been beloved colleagues with us for more than 5 years. But what really sold me, had us get on the plane in the first place to go to Minnesota, was my friend Brian Newhouse said that you can't, about 30 or 45 minutes into the rehearsal, you can't tell in the choir who has dementia and who's a volunteer and who's a care partner, and it's beautiful.
Yeah. There's something really special about singing and music for all of us, and I think for all of our brains, but maybe particularly for people with dementia.
Yeah, there's an energy that comes with singing, as anyone who's ever sung knows, and researchers, will get to that in just a minute, are starting to understand that
later.
a little more.
Well, we're going to break for another short little commercial. You're going to love this one.
Great.
Thank you.
And then we're going to come back, and I want you to let the viewers know about how they can get in contact with you if they want to join the choir and, you know, those type of things. So
great.
All righty, let us go to commercial real quick.
Oh my goodness, the mailman came. I hope my sweet little thing cookie's in here. I just hope it's in here. Let me see. Let me open this up. That's it. Sweet little thing cookie. That sweet little thing cookie. Oh, I'ma have me a ball now. Let me just get this right here. Little thing cookie. That sweet little thing cookie. Oh yeah. I finally got my cookies. This sweet little thing cookies. Oh yeah. I'ma have fun. This package kind of big though. Man, he got a lot of cookies. Oh yeah, this the best day ever. I'm trying to tell you, I got my cookies, and I'm gonna eat these cookies, and ain't nobody gonna stop me.
Okay. That's the early childhood part of me.
That's cute. That's very cute.
A friend of mine did that for me. I just think it's so cute because, you know, I'm in the early childhood, you know, that's my
That's
thing.
right.
Okay, so
Awesome.
and I just thought that was just wonderful. So I would do that. But I know you have several choirs, but I think the people would like to know, how they can get in contact with you, and what do they need to do to register if they wanted to register. So I'm going to let you all talk about that just a little bit.
Sure. Thank you, Anna. If you look at the bottom of our screen, you can see the scrolling of our website. It's just soundsgoodchoir.org. As Anna mentioned, we've got registration for our fall session. We have a 15-week choir fall session. It starts right after Labor Day. We have concerts in December. Each of our concerts rehearses once a week for an hour and a half. And we have choirs in Hyde Park on the south side, on the Gold Coast, Evanston, Oak Park River Forest, Wheaton Glen Ellen, Hinsdale, and Arlington Heights. Those are our 7 Sounds Good choirs. We have the Good Memories Choir on Tuesday mornings downtown, and our Evanston choir on Wednesday morning is what we call a dementia-friendly choir, in that anyone who's dealing with early stage memory loss can join and be part of that choir. And we have trained volunteers there in Evanston, just the way we do downtown. Registration for 15 weeks is $195. That includes everything: your sheet music, professionally produced practice tracks to make it easier to learn your part, all the concerts you can possibly cram into your busy schedule so you can sing as many. We have one person who sings in all 7 concerts. He's
wow.
Amazing. And other people sing in many. And for anybody who is in financial circumstances such that that fee is a problem, we have a reduced tuition program. All you have to do is email us at info@soundsgoodchoir.org. That's info@soundsgoodchoir.org. Tell us you need reduced tuition, and you can do all that for $50. No questions asked. We want everybody in the choir who loves to sing. And that's all you have to do if you want to be part of the choir, because we have no audition. Registration goes through September. Some people like to come and check us out for a rehearsal or two to see if it's a good fit before they commit and sign up, and that's totally okay. So our website has all of the locations, all the times. We don't have to get into that now, but it's a very thorough website. If you'd like to support our work, if you're inspired by what we do, we are a nonprofit. We're supported partly by registration fees and also in large part by the donations of people who love our mission and want to be generous. So just go to soundsgoodchoir.org/donate and you can get involved that way.
Okay. I'd also like to announce that we have some upcoming concerts very soon in the next couple of weeks. Our concerts are always free to the public, so come one, come all. And the dates for the concerts are...
So this concert is, just to build on what Sandy's saying, this is our summer rock and roll concert. Yes. So we have a very hot professional rock band with 4 of the best professional players in the city. The first one is Monday night, July 31st at 7 p.m. in Downers Grove at St. Andrew's Church. The next one is Wednesday night, August 2nd at Temple Bethel in Northbrook. The one after that is Tuesday night, August 8th at Pilgrim Congregational Church in Oak Park. And the last one of the summer is Thursday, August 10th at 2 p.m. at our downtown home, Fourth Presbyterian Church, right on Michigan Avenue across from Water Tower Place. And all of that is on our website, soundsgoodchoir.org.
So come and check us out.
Yeah, it's nice. They give some nice concerts. I know I had a ball. I'm not going to tell you. I really had a ball. My mother had a ball, and it was really, I'm going to be honest with you, it really was like family. I mean,
yeah,
people took you under their wings, and they did, all kinds of things. I'm so busy on this. People are making comments, y'all, and I'm just... So look, this is the Tina Ramsey Show. This is Dr. Tina Ramsey. This is the person I was telling you all about before that reached out to me.
Hi to Tina.
Hi, Tina. Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
And then also she's saying, wow, that's great. Okay. But yes, and then she also says summer rock and roll concert.
You should
So-
come, Sheila.
We're
It's
gonna-
super
we're gonna
fun.
rock the house. We're
Super
gonna rock the
fun.
Yeah, it is. It is truly, truly fun. And I just really believe that it is a gift that what they're doing, because singing is good for you. And we're going to talk a little bit about that as well. We're going to take another little short commercial break. And then we're going to come back because they are part of a research project that is being done at Northwestern Hospital. And I want them to kind of shed some light on that for us. So we're going to take a brief moment for this, in this brief, for this commercial, and we'll be right back. Hi.
That was short.
You're back. All right. So I think it's just a beautiful thing what's going on, what you all are doing. And I don't know too much about research and the brain. And, you know, we really don't know too much about the brain. I found that out when my mother was ill. And that the only way truly that they can study patients with dementias after they have passed away, and the patients donate their brains for research, you know. So it's trial and error, really. But some of the research that I have read about singing just does wonders for a person that has dementia. So I'm going to let them talk to you about the research that they're doing. I think it's beginning to start. It's in the beginning phases of it.
Yep.
That's correct.
Go ahead.
Well, thanks, Ann. And you're correct that there's so much that we don't know about the brain in general, and there certainly is a lot that we don't know about the effects of singing. What we see and what others have told us about, and we certainly see ourselves in our choirs, particularly our choirs for people with dementia, is that there's something that happens when people sing. You know, we notice in our singers that there's a difference between how they present at the beginning of our choir session and how they look at the end. You know,
rehearsal.
Rehearsal. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's true.
They're more alert. They're often more verbal, and you know, have more affect and are just, you know, calmer sometimes. And we've had we've seen all these things for ourselves, and we've heard so many stories about how good singing is for people. But there's very little scientific evidence of that. There's not very much research about singing in general, and even less research about the effect of singing in a choir, which has its own effect because it's a group activity. So we decided quite a few years ago that, you know, we wanted to contribute to that scientific literature and give, you know, greater validity and emphasis on, you know, what it is that we see happening every day in our rehearsals and in our performances. So it took quite a few years to do this. As you probably know, if you've ever been part of a good team of anything, it takes a while to assemble the right team. So about 4 or 5 years ago, I started talking with psychologist colleagues of mine, some of whom are in the research world or in medical centers around the city, and reached out to some of my former colleagues from Rush, because I was at Rush Medical Center, and then put together a research team, including my colleagues from Rush and our principal investigator, who is a neurologist from Northwestern's Alzheimer's Center.
Excuse me, I'm going to go take care of the dog. I'll be right back.
Silence the dog. Thank you, Jonathan. And we put together a project to look at the positive effects of singing in a choir. So we're beginning that research project this fall with the beginning of our fall choir session, and we'll be investigating by using pencil and paper inventories that'll actually be administered online to have people document what happens when they sing, and does singing in a choir have a positive effect, and we feel like this is just the beginning. Our principal investigator is Dr. Borna Banakdarpour from the Meselam Center, which is the Alzheimer's Center at Northwestern, and I'm joined by some of the two of my colleagues from the Rush Alzheimer's Center as well. So it's a mighty team, what Dr. Banakdarpour calls the dream team, and we're delighting working together, and we're really excited about being able to contribute to the medical and scientific literature in this area.
Oh, that is great. I am excited about that because there's so much limited research that has been done on, and you really don't really realize it until you're affected by it. Okay?
Yes, that's right.
I just want to let you know it's okay. You know that your dog wants to be.
He does. I may actually come and put him on our laps. He'll be happy with it.
Well, I already noticed that he had come up and you was petting it. That's why, that's why they're in where?
Yes. We heard where Anna put her cats before the podcast started.
Yeah. All my friends, even though when I go live, other lives, I do other lives. So it's just the best that way. But it's okay. It's all good because we're family, and you got.
We'll introduce you to Moses.
I just wanted to be on like everybody else. That's it. I'm fine.
He's our TV dog.
I know. Look, he's so happy.
I know, exactly.
He loves it.
No. Well, also, Sandy, you all do something else. The sing-alongs.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about that as well.
Okay. The sing-along program started during the COVID pandemic. And at the time that the pandemic hit, as Jonathan mentioned, we had 2 choirs for people with dementia and 11 other choirs. And I noticed right away when we had to pivot suddenly to doing rehearsals on Zoom and making online recordings and practicing alone in our living room and finding out how badly we sing when we're all by ourselves. It had a particularly negative effect for my singers with dementia. And I think the combination of the strange experience of Zoom, which we're now feels not so strange, I suppose, but that plus the technology challenges, what I saw was that I was losing people with dementia. And I was concerned about that, because we wanted to keep everyone singing. I was also concerned because in losing that, we were also losing them as part of the community. And I was worried about a lot of them. As you remember, people, particularly people with dementia, were literally locked in their rooms in care facilities and couldn't interact with anybody. And the last thing I wanted was for us to even lose track of them, electronically. So I started to think about how can we simplify the musical part so that people aren't having to practice their alto part or their tenor part in a 4-part harmony. How can we simplify the music and create a program where we can just get together and sing songs that we already know, and have time together and fun and a little bit of chatting as well. So we put together the sing-along program, which is a program of a weekly program that goes by a theme each week. So one week it might be music of Frank Sinatra, and the next week it might be
Nat King Cole.
And then the following week it might be rock and roll tunes or Christmas songs, it's presented on the screen with the lyrics on the screen and the music playing in the background, and we all just sing.
Yeah, it's a free online sing-along over Zoom. And again, if you look at our website, soundsgoodchoir.org, the nice thing about the sing-alongs is you can sign up for those anytime, all year round. It's just a drop-in. So if you want to show up one Friday, you can. If you want to show up another Friday, you can. If you need to take the week off, that's cool. And one of the neat things about the sing-alongs is it got us connected to the area agencies on aging, which are these wonderful nonprofits that get money from Health and Human Services, from the federal government, and distribute it around the states and the regions on behalf of older adults. And so those sing-alongs are funded by the 2 suburban area agencies on aging. And we're very happy that for our Spanish-speaking friends, Sandy just worked with me and a brilliant musician, a man named Juan Diaz, who's the executive director of the Sones de Mexico Ensemble. Starting on Thursday, August 3rd, we're going to start a year of free Spanish online sing-alongs where all the narration, all the songs, all the tech support is all going to be in Espanol. So spread the word about that on the first and third Thursdays of the month. That's going to be fantastic.
Okay, that's really interesting. Oh, I see so many things is basically is going on. I'm glad to see that. And is there anything else you want to tell me about the study or the sing along, or no?
About the study, as I mentioned, the study begins with our fall session. Registration for fall is open right now.
Okay.
And I invite anybody to come join the choir and join the study. And the study will have 3 points of data collection where we ask people to fill out inventories. The last one will be in December after our December concerts. So please come and be part of our study and contribute to science and to our knowledge about the brain and music.
Yeah, one of the really cool things about the study is that what the study is, how we're measuring things, is this is an online questionnaire that takes about 15 or 20 minutes to complete. It's going to be the same questionnaire all 3 times. The first time is in August before choir even starts. The second time is right when choir starts in September. And the third one is in December, as Sandy said. What's cool is we're going to ask people to fill out, answer questions about all different kinds of well-being. How are you doing emotionally? How are you doing socially? How are you doing physically? How are you doing intellectually? Are you feeling lonely? Are you feeling depressed? What's your purpose in life feeling like right now? And because all of these things, our well-being is not one-dimensional. Just because as human beings, we're not one-dimensional. So we want to try to see with this study, does being in our choir move the needle at all for people? And if so, how? And it's a pilot study. So when you do a pilot, it's like what the Zen masters call beginner's mind. There's stuff you don't know. So you go into it in learning mode. After the pilot's done, we're going to see what we got. We're going to see what went well. We're going to see what maybe we could have done better.
We're going to do it.
See where we can tighten up the study. And then in the second version of the study, which we're hoping to do a year from now, we'll hopefully do a better study and keep learning more stuff. It's really cool.
It is cool. It's nice. It's really nice. Now, is this just for the good memories, or is all the choirs going to
everybody? We've already got 175 people signed up for the study for fall session, and we can use hundreds more. So if you're interested in being part of this, as I said, you can sign up right now if it sounds like fun. You can come in September and see if it feels like a good idea. And if it does, you can sign up at that point and stick around.
Right. You can go on our website and find other ways to contact us directly. If you have specific questions, we'd be happy to talk about it.
And since we are called the Sounds Good Choir, and since Anna was kind enough to say earlier that we sound pretty good, you can go to our YouTube channel. Just look up Sounds Good Choir when you're on YouTube, and you can hear all kinds of stuff. You can hear our concerts. You can hear interviews. You can even hear our practice tracks because they're up there for free. So if you want to see what it's like to sing along with Who Put the Bump and the Bump, a Bump, a Bump, you can try that right now. And that's just part of the learning
I
environment.
hope
that
what
we
you
provide.
can't see are some of the goofy things that Jonathan and I did during the pandemic. I hope those are gone.
Yeah, we had to do so much wacky stuff. But I have to say, I want to give a shout out. Speaking of people that do wonderful things for you, about 250 people stayed with us during all of lockdown, went the extra mile, and sang with us online. What that meant was they did these crazy online rehearsals with us, whereas our friend Jenna said, I'm singing by myself out of tune in my living room. And then they recorded themselves and uploaded it to our portal. And we turned it all, you were part of this, Anna, we turned it all into the virtual choir video with everyone's heads like the Brady Bunch. And people did this for 2 years when nobody could do anything else. And what we found actually is the people that did that actually improved because they had to learn to listen to themselves critically. Most of them had never heard their own voice by themselves. And I mean, I'm a professional singer. I've been doing this since I was 9 years old. Even I was like, dang, I don't sound so good today.
And the rest of us never sang solos until that moment.
The very first song I did 23 takes before I found
I was just getting ready to say, you don't realize how many takes I did before I sent it in, and it's just, oh my God, I would be up late at night doing that. I'm
crazy, crazy, and then the phone falls off the stand and all that crazy stuff. But I guess just another thing I want to say is that when you are a nonprofit, as we are, it is so beautiful and humbling when people decide that they want to support your work in all the different ways that they do. Anna is actually on our board of directors, and she's been one of our champions for a long time. And it's been such a blessing to get to know you and get to know your mom of blessed memory, and the beautiful relationship that the two of you had is such an inspiration to us. And your mom was always a buoyant spirit. You are a buoyant spirit, and we're just so grateful to be able to come on and share with your audience about what we do.
And people share all kinds of gifts with us. I mean, certainly monetary, but as you know, Anna, people's gifts take many forms, and we have people who share their time and their talents as well as their treasure, and we are, so blessed by that.
Yeah, well, I am just so thankful, and thank you for those kind words that you just gave about me. But I'm gonna really say that I truly feel like these are ordinary people that are doing extraordinary things, and they need to be more people need to know about their gift and what they're doing. So we're going to take one more little commercial break, and then we're going to come back, and I'm going to see if Jonathan and Sandy want to leave us with a few words. Okay. All right. I'll be right back. Okay.
The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
All righty. So, last question of the evening is, what do you want to leave us with? And I want both of you to
go ahead, sweetheart,
to answer that.
Thank you, Anna.
It's a great question. What I'd like to leave you with is, one of the things that you might be hearing about right now in the news is that, our country is in an epidemic of loneliness, and people literally are dying from loneliness and lack of connection. So what I'd like to leave you with is, something we all know, but sometimes we forget, we need each other. We need each other all the time. Human beings were not meant to be alone. And so, part of what we're about is just trying to connect people, trying to create communities and meaning in people's lives, so that no one has to be alone. And one of the things we know about our brains, and this is data that's just coming out, that when people sing together, their brain waves actually sync up and start to, alpha and beta waves start to move together. So not only do our hearts connect, I think, when we do things like singing, but our brains do as well. So so we need each other for many, many reasons.
That's beautiful.
That is beautiful. Jonathan?
Yeah, for me, Anna, I would say that, for me, singing has been probably the number one source of inspiration in my life. It unlocks my heart. It's the way I communicate. It's the way I teach. It's the way I pray. It gives meaning to my life. And, we've been talking a lot on this show tonight about how singing is good for you, but it's also just so much fun. And even if you don't sing with us ever, I just want to encourage everyone, find some place in your life to sing, even if it's just in the car, even if it's just in the shower, even if it's just on our sing along, even if, and there is something, I feel like I was a nerdy little boy at 9 years old when I joined the Chicago Children's Choir, and I didn't have a lot of friends. And that was a place where I found my group and I found my tribe. And choral music has always been a place of connection and joy. And it's just so much fun. I always feel better after I sing. I don't know anybody who doesn't feel better after they sing than they did before. And, we've all been given a voice. So let's use the voices that we have. And I think that's, if each one of us is happier, it's a happier world. So whether it's singing or not, find your joy and do it all the time. And that's going to help lift the whole world up.
Amen.
Yes, it will. Well, I want to thank you both for blessing me with your time this evening to share about the Sounds Good and Good Memories Choir, because I think that's something that everybody needs to know about. And to my audience, I just want to say to you, I hope that this evening we have inspired you. I hope that we have encouraged you. And I also hope that we have empowered you to live a healthier lifestyle. Singing is very good for you. And so before I close, I always have to end with my 3 L's. And so the first one is to live. Make sure you live your life to the fullest. It's very important that you have fun in life because life is short. And so you want to think about those things and do things that make you feel good. Then the second one is to laugh. Make sure you laugh. Find some way in your day that you can just laugh because it's good for you. But don't forget to laugh about yourself, because you do crazy things. So you got to laugh about yourself, and it just makes you feel good once you get that good laugh out. And then the last thing is to love. Make sure you love. Love is very important. And I always tell people what my grandmother said, because she sometimes people say, well, I can't love everybody. And so my grandmother would say, oh, yes, you can. But you just have to love those with a long wooden spoon. So I also want you to remember that the most important thing that you need to love is yourself, because self-love is what's going to make you happy. Self-love. And so with that, I'm going to thank Sandy and Jonathan for coming on. And I'm going to bid you all adieu as we leave out this evening. And just hold on, I'm ready. Got a few little things to show you before we leave, but here we go.
Okay, there we go. Okay, we getting it. Hold on. Now, hold on. It's a little bit crooked, but it's gonna work. Yeah, you don't have to go somewhere with that because you're just all over the place. Now, can you hear? So can you go to my YouTube channel and see if the feedback is too? I'm so sorry. Just give me 1 second, y'all. Just give me 1 second. I promise next week it's gonna be better.
You can hear just a little bit. Oh, I thought that was color. You can hear just a little bit from that one, but from somewhere.
Because this one I have down all the way, so all you have is the volume from the Okay, so welcome to season 2. I'm gonna go ahead and roll my intro real quick. You guys are not gonna be able to see the intro live on here, but you will be able to watch it on YouTube if you go to my channel. And it's the same thing, Boss Lady Star. So I'm gonna go play the intro, and then I'm gonna wait for my people to come in so we can get this panel started and get this conversation going. So give me 2 seconds to play this intro. Oh my gosh, I had to pull this up better. I should have had my son do it while he was still here. Let's see. Okay, so here goes the intro, y'all.
3, 2, 1.
Talk about it. Let's talk about it. Talk about it. Pour up a cup and vibe on. Boss Lady Star is on. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
You are now tuned in to Boss Lady Star.
Thank you, Blackness. I appreciate it. All right, so I want to send this. I have my DMs off right now, but I was trying to send it to my people who are supposed to be on the panel. I'm looking for Cash. I'm looking for General Barron. There's a couple more people. Our counselor for this week will not be on here, unfortunately, but that's okay. We'll have a counselor for next week. So every week we're going to have a relationship counselor, and we'll also have a life coach of some type. So we can talk about relationships and people can get honest answers. Ones that are coming on here that want relationship advice, I do not do that. But what I can do is talk about it. So that's why we're here to talk about it. And I'm glad you guys are here and you joined me today. Please share the live, and I appreciate you all. If you guys have something to say about the topics, then please talk about it in the comments, and I will try to make sure I share. If I don't get a chance to say hi to everybody, I will definitely try to do it before I leave. Hey, Lita. But make sure you guys keep checking us out. It's going to be every Saturday. It's going to be a live panel. There'll be different people on here giving their perspective about how they feel about relationships. So tonight's topic is we're going to talk about getting to know your partner. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. We're going to be talking about getting to know your partners. The people that are watching from YouTube and Twitter and Facebook, welcome, thank you, and make sure you guys can join me on TikTok. Next week, I'm going to switch the platform over to YouTube, and I'll just bounce around a little bit until I feel what's going to be more comfortable. But at the same time, like I said, we are here to talk about relationships, so we're going to get into it. Let me see if I can get my people on here. Because if not, then I will just start taking some questions from the audience, and we'll just keep on rolling forward. Because I want to keep us, to 1 hour. We're not going over. If the conversation gets a little hot and heavy, and it feels like, oh, okay, well, this needs to be continued, then we'll continue it on another weekend. We'll just continue it the next weekend, because I have topics for about 36 weeks right now. So I'm planning it out so I can have something fresh every week, and we can discuss new things and new topics. So that's what I'm looking to do. I'm bringing everybody in and inviting everybody into my room and letting them know that it's a comfortable place to talk about relationships. I don't want names given. If there's somebody you've been dating, especially if you've been dating somebody that's online, please do not give their name, their screen name, nothing like that. Unless they're on here with you and they want to talk about the relationship, together, then that's perfectly fine. Other than that, we're going to keep it real peaceful, and we're going to keep it real respectful, and we're just going to have conversation talk. So, like I said, today's topic is getting to know your partner. How do you guys feel about getting to know your partner? What do you think are some ways that you can get to know your partner? It was really big, definitely like right before, not before COVID, pre-COVID, it was definitely talked about like with the love language. I got that book sent to me. Hey, wifey. So what's up, Pooh? We had so many discussions about that before with different panels, like in other people's lives and other people's podcasts about the 5 love languages. And I thought that was a great topic. I purchased a couple of books and gave it to a couple of friends. And I was like, look, just read it through and figure out which one's your top love language. I think that's a good icebreaker when you're trying to pursue somebody in a relationship and you're trying to be one-on-one. Hey, so I think that that's a good thing to do, is to sit down and discuss how to communicate with your partner. Some people just think that it's easy breezy and like, oh, well, we don't really have to talk about too much. No, you have to talk about everything. You want to get to know that person's likes and that person's dislikes. You want to see what turns them on and what turns them off. You want to make sure that you're getting to know each other on an intimate level, and you want to explore all options in all areas. It can't happen overnight. It does take time, and that's something that a lot of people try to rush into. They want to get to know everything about that person overnight, and it doesn't work that way. So it is best to take time and try to sit things out and see, hey, Stacey, and try to sit things out and say, hey, let's discuss, your do's and your don'ts and things that you like and you dislike. What's up, True Heart? How are you? Like I said, if I don't get a chance to say hi to everybody that's coming out, I do apologize. We are streaming on TikTok. We're streaming on Facebook. We're streaming on, it's supposed to be Instagram. Instagram fell off, but that's okay. We got Facebook, and we also have YouTube and Twitter. So we streaming right now. That's what we're doing. So our topic tonight, once again, is getting to know your partner. So that's what we're discussing. And if you guys have some comments or some feedback, I would like to hear from you so that we can discuss it a little bit more. It's not only for me, it's for everybody else that's here. What's up, bestie? So that I can sit there and get people's feedback about what they like to discuss when you're meeting somebody. As I stated before, you're not going to sit there and get to know the person that you're with overnight. It doesn't happen like that. It does take time. I do live by the 5 love languages. Whoever I'm talking to or dating, I'm like, look, let's you take the test. I'll take the test. And if they come back with I already know my love language, I'm like, here we go. Because your love language can change, and it can change person to person. Because there might be some highs for them or some highs for you or lows for them that, kind of makes your love language change a little bit. It doesn't change you as a person, but at the same time, you might like things a little bit more with this person that you didn't like about the person before, so I think that's really important to discuss and have it wide open and, just kind of get feedback from your partner and see how they feel about certain things. So I think that's very important. How do you guys suggest to get to know your partner? Like I said, our counselor is supposed to be here, but they canceled at the last minute, and that's totally fine. We're going to still keep rocking and rolling. I'm waiting for some of my people from my panel to join. They might have forgot. That's okay. I didn't send no reminders out. We've been talking about this for a while, so it is what it is. We just go ahead and keep it flowing, and that's what we're going to do. But what else? What other ways do you guys see that is a good way to get to know your partner? What do you guys think? I want some feedback from the crowd. So, and if anybody wants to get in, just, try to do an invite, and then I can pull you up on the screen and we can go from there. What's up, Chaser Paper? Chaser, what's going on? And I can pull you guys in. You guys can give me some feedback. You don't got to be on here for the whole live, but you can come in and say your comments, and then you can go back into the comments if you want to. But if you want to say your comments aloud on the screen, just do an invite and I'll add you. Once again, people that are watching, I appreciate you guys for being here. We are streaming live from TikTok. However, I am also on YouTube and Facebook and Twitter, going live right now. So other people that want to jump on those platforms, you can watch it from there as well. Time, yes, that's important. Sheila, what's up, Sheila? What's going on? Yeah, so you said time. That is important. Yes, I did express that it is important to have time with your partner. The topic for tonight is getting to know your partner. So, hey, what's going on? So I think that it is important to have time, with your partner and getting to know them. Things don't happen overnight. Of course, you might want something, but at the same time, it's not going to just happen, overnight. So, yeah, if like I said, anybody wants to get in and, say their comments, they can come in and say their comments real quick. You don't have to be on here for the whole live, but it's supposed to be a live panel, at least 6 people. I don't want to have too many people. Girl, thank you. Look, I was struggling with them lashes, honey. I'm about to call you on FaceTime, like, walk me through this, but you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and go throw them on there. Anyways, that's not what we talk about. All right, so Nicole says, spending quality time with your partner. Don't be afraid to ask each other questions. Absolutely, absolutely. That is a big point to make with being in a relationship. it is very important to ask questions. You know, the ones you think that are the scary ones are probably the ones you need to ask the most, because you're like, you know what, I wonder if, or I think this, or I might think that, and you could overthink something. So if you don't put it out there in the atmosphere and ask your partner, hey, how do you feel about this? Or how do you feel about, how do you think we should handle this situation or whatever? It's very important to communicate, very important. Yeah, exactly. Closed mouths don't get fed. Absolutely, absolutely. Being loyal to each other. Yeah, so that is that, being loyal to each other in the very beginning when you're getting to know somebody, and the rest of the relationship too. It is very important to be loyal. And so we're talking about getting to know them, you know, from the beginning, but at the same time, it is important to establish that, you know, and that comes with the questions, you know. So if you're sitting there and you're talking to somebody and you want to know some feedback from them, and you want to get that, you know, that in-depth response, and you want that face-to-face, that eye contact, and, you know, sitting there just talking to each other and getting to know each other, then it's best that you do communicate, and then that way you can build on that loyalty. So that is very important. I'm glad that you said that. So yes, what else do you guys think are some great tips that are good for people that are, you know, getting to know their partner? Like we said, quality time, and time is something that was said already. Loyalty was another one that was put out there. So yeah, I definitely appreciate that one, loyalty. Like I said, I really live by the 5 languages. You know, I think that there's other languages just that haven't been established in a book, but still, the 5 love languages is definitely very important to me, because you can sit there and you can get to know how to communicate with your partner. So absolutely. Oh yes, Sheila, you need to jump in the box, because yeah, you need to go ahead and talk. Let's talk about it. Anyways, yeah, definitely being transparent. Being transparent is very good. Honest and keeping everything 100. True, absolutely true. Those are 2 good points. So I'm going to attack the first one first, Sheila. It is very important to be transparent, and that goes along with what Chasey said as far as the loyalty. So it kind of be you're being loyal, but at the same time you're being open. You know, you're being open, you're being honest with your partner, letting them know like, hey, this is what's going on. I have family members that, you know, they can't walk, and they need to put that out there and let them know, because you sit there and meet them and thinking that you're getting this person that's, you know, able-bodied, but at the same time that's one of their disabilities, but they don't want to share it. I'm like, it's going to come out eventually. You have to have that type of discussion. I have family members that are like slightly deaf in their ears, and they sign, but at the same time they can talk, but they might not hear everything that you're saying. So I'm like, you know, a nice way to bring it up with this brand new with somebody is to say, hey, you need to talk a little bit louder in this ear. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know, if you're out in public, you don't want somebody screaming, then at least, hey, can you write this down and then say it to me kind of, so I know exactly what you're talking about. So yeah, I think that that's important, definitely, to have that transparency open and be able to share with your partner. Hey, these are some things that are going on with me. It doesn't have to always be medical, you know what I'm saying? It could be something financial. You started a brand new relationship and you broke. Hey, put it out there. Hey, I'm broke. We're going to do some cheap dates. I really like you, but this is what we about to do. You know, because I really want to spend time and I want to get to know you, but I ain't got it like that to be going to Ruth Chris or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But just, you know, keeping it 100. And that's what Stacey had said before, you know, being honest and keeping everything 100. So yeah, if you're out there and you're in the world where you're dating, and you're trying to get to know somebody, because that's the topic for tonight, we're going to try to stay on topic. If you're trying to get to know somebody and you're trying to, you know, go further in the relationship, it's definitely very important. What's that meaning? It's very important to let those things be known. Hey, I got a financial issue, you know what I'm saying? Hey, I like to gamble, you know, I like to play scratch offs. I like to go swimming in the rain sometimes when the lightning strikes, whatever the case may be, but just being transparent is very important. So yeah, I like those. Those are good pointers in a relationship. Getting to know somebody, getting to know your partner, you know, thing that was kept repeated over and over again was time. So time definitely is important. And then also being able to be transparent. Being transparent is something that is needed. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Welcome back, Triple V. Yeah, so I want some more time. Everybody else give me something else. Like I want something else that people say, okay, when I get to know somebody, I want to know this about them, or you think it's a good sharing point to talk about. What do you guys think? I want some feedback. So we got time. We got being loyal. We got being transparent. You know, those are all great things when you're starting something brand new with somebody. And I think that carries on. Oh my gosh, yes, knowing their family. We'll definitely talk about that. Public display of affection. You did say PDA before. I'm sorry, I did. It came up, and I read it, and I was going to go back to it, but I forgot to go back. So thank you for putting it again. But yes, getting to know the person's family, that's very important too. How soon do you think you should meet their family? That's another thing. So for me, when I get to know somebody, I'm like, oh, I'm on head over heels. I want them to meet my immediate family first. Then I'll let them meet everybody else later. But at the same time, I like them to meet them first. And I do that because, first of all, the world we live in today. So I want to be safe. And I'm like, okay, you got to meet like these key people. These people are most important in my life. And I need to make sure that they know who you are. They know what you look like. You know, my mom, when I started dating, like in high school, she used to be like, take a picture. Well, we didn't have picture phones back then. Write down the license plate. But as you got older, take a picture of the license plate. Make sure you know where their house is. I've let those things slip from my mind growing up. And so I don't even pay attention to those things no more. And it's so important to do it now because things are just, you don't know who exactly you're out there dating. And you think you might know that person, but you really don't know. So it's good to make sure that you get to know the family, you know, like, yeah, you can't keep telling me, oh, you're going to meet so-and-so. Okay, when? Next year, the year after? Like, I think that is important to get to know the family, especially if I pulled you into my immediate circle. I don't expect to meet somebody's family members immediately like I do with mine. But eventually, like I'm thinking eventually, like within the first 3 to 6 months, I think that should be fair to be like, okay, hey, I want you to meet my kids, or I want you to meet so-and-so, or whatever. I think that's very important. Knowing the family, that was one. So let me go back up real quick. So you said emotional PDAs. Yes, I think that, so very much so when you're starting a new relationship, that goes into the communication part though. So you want to be able to talk about it first, which was Sheila was saying, being transparent. You want to be able to be transparent, like, hey, I like to hold hands. I like to kiss out in public. You want to have those conversations with your partner and find out what they like and what they dislike, because that's that getting to know each other part. So you can't sit there and automatically assume like, well, yeah, I'm gonna go snatch my lady up and we about to be walking the streets all, you know, holding hands. It might be hot out and she don't want to do all that. She'd be like, okay, I'm standing right next to you, like we out together. Or the girl might be like, oh yeah, we about to be kissing and swap that. And the guy be like, yo, we could do that at home, or we could do it in the car, or we ain't gotta be all in public doing that. So it goes back to communication and being transparent and talking to your partner, finding out exactly what they like, if they do like PDA or they don't. You know, so public display of affection is definitely something, a starter for a relationship. You're absolutely right. Let me see. Once you're in a stable relationship first. Yeah. So, okay. I think you're talking about as far as the family. So yes. And that's what I was saying, like, as far as the time frame. So I'm thinking like within 3 to 6 months, it should be some kind of communication about, hey, you know, when am I going to meet such and such, or when I'm going to meet somebody. Like, I can't stand with somebody, oh, my best friend. And I'm like, well, I want to meet your best friend. I mean, you're going to meet him eventually. All right, never mind. Don't even worry about it. No worry about it. But no, yeah, I think that is important, having some type of stable relationship first. So if you do have a stable relationship and you guys are still brand new, it's something that can be talked about. Oh, thank you, Nathan, so much. I appreciate you. It's very important to discuss that as well. So I think talking about going back to time, I think that's something that should be discussed in the very beginning. Hey, you know, we're talking, you don't have to be written down every little, you know, bit and pieces like, oh yeah, well, we have to do this today. No, we don't. We can sit there and say, well, we're going to do next month. Okay, next month I'm going to introduce you to XYZ or whatever. But yeah, so I think that's very important. My phone might cut out for a second because I got a message, but okay, let's go. Okay. It's important to know that we are two individuals coming together. Oh my gosh, come on, preach, come on, Sheila. We have our own lives to live. Absolutely, yes. And that comes with the, you know, communication again. Just, you know, being transparent, like you said before, and making sure that everybody's on the same page. Like you said, there's two people. You know what I'm saying? Y'all wasn't born together. Y'all didn't come out the womb together. So y'all come, two different individuals coming together, trying to make something work. And you're trying to work towards you know, a long-lasting relationship, but definitely two different people coming together. That's a good point to make, especially in the beginning. When it comes to starting out something brand new, you want to have those guidelines and kind of like some kind of barriers of, okay, what we're trying to do, what we're trying to work for, without rushing into it. But still, that's still the beginning, so that's perfect. I think I hit everybody's comments that said something, so I appreciate that. I appreciate your feedback. Wait, hold on. Agree with us with the family part. Yeah, definitely with the family. So like, like I said, I think that benefits and disbeliefs. Oh, beliefs and disbeliefs. Oh yeah, that's definitely a starter. That's definitely a starter for relationships. It's important to have those kind of conversations so that you guys are on the same page. There's some religions that don't allow other people, or beliefs and disbeliefs. There's people that don't believe in dating people from a different religion or a different background or anything. They don't believe in it, but that's their choice. And then they could choose to say like, oh, you're this perfect person for me, but because of this, then I just can't look past that. So that is something that needs to be discussed, beliefs and disbeliefs. So yeah, absolutely. I don't want to insult people. Yeah, true. Milt, I know you've been jumping in and out. I appreciate you coming through too. If you have something you want to say, you want to get on the panel, that's fine. I had like 2 or 3 people that's supposed to be a part of the panel. I think they forgot, and that's fine. We're gonna keep on going because I'm going off at 7 o'clock, so I can go edit and upload. We are live here on TikTok, and we are also live on YouTube and Twitter, and Facebook. So we live all over right now. It's supposed to be on IG, but IG dropped off. So what is that? Dr. Anderson, thank you for walking in, Dr. Anderson. The discussion tonight is about relationships, and we're talking about beginning of relationships, how you're supposed to like get along, and what are some of the things you start talking about in the very beginning when you're starting to focus on relationship. I thought that was a perfect place to start tonight for the simple fact that you know you have to start somewhere. So the whole season is going to be about relationships and conversations about that. But I want to start off at the beginning, getting to know your partner, you know. So today, that's what we're talking about, getting to know your partner. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, so that's what's most important to me is making sure, you know, you guys hit like all the big ones on the head. Time is important. Talking about public display of affection. No, I'm saying if you want to jump in, you can jump in. Just push invite and I can invite you so you can be on the panel too. Anybody else that wants to jump on the panel, like I said, I'm jumping off right at 7. I'm going to be on time with it. Thank you guys for helping me achieve my goal. I appreciate that as well. But yes, so we discussed that time is very important. Getting to know your partner, talking about public display of affection, that's very important as well. You know, because you want to know, you want to know what's okay and what's not okay, you know, amongst the two of you. Understanding that you guys are 2 individuals that are trying to come together as one. That's very, very important. There's a lot of people that have beliefs of, oh, I'm the man, I'll lead. And then there's some people that are like, well, you know, hey, I'm the head of the household because I make the most money. So those are conversations that you have because you guys are living separate lives, but you want to come together. So you want to be on the same page in the same book. So you can be on the same page in different books, and that can get a little bad. But anyways, it definitely is important to have those discussions and being transparent. That was a couple of things that was really, really important. Being loyal and getting to know your partner. And that's the topic for tonight, was getting to know your partner. So I'm going to do a little break. Y'all not going to be able to see it, but I'm going to do it on this end for YouTube. And the YouTube people are going to see the 30-second commercial about being powered by CTR Media. So give me 1 second, and Milton, I'm going to come back to your comment.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
All right, and we back, and that was from CTR Media Network. If you guys don't know about them, y'all better go add them. They're on everything. They're on TikTok. They're on Instagram. They're on YouTube. They have their own website and their own channel, and ctrmedianetwork.com. My whole function of everything that I do is powered by CTR Media Network. So let's go back to the comment. I believe we all need to filter out the things that don't work naturally between us. Absolutely. And then let's see what else you said. Gender roles, in my opinion, hurt over relationships. Yeah, over relationships, because we start to section ourselves off from them. That's true too. Yeah. So I agree with that. I agree with that too. When you're starting to do gender roles, that's a touchy topic. That's a whole nother topic by itself. Gender roles is a whole nother topic, and I say that because it could get broken down so many different ways. And what one person believes, somebody else might not believe, and then it just goes haywire. But like you said before, naturally, the things that don't work out naturally between y'all. So yes, if you're in a relationship with someone and you're starting and it's brand new and you're starting to discuss certain things, and when you start discussing those certain things, it gets a little bit rocky because they believe one thing over the other. Yeah, then you might want to sit there and think that one through a little bit, because it can get into like a little battle, and it shouldn't be. You know, it should be just a natural conversation. Welcome in. How are you, Dr. Sanderson? That's what it is. Sorry about that. I'm pretty good.
Good. I kind of just wanted to add, like me personally, I've been married since 1996, so I'm thinking this year makes 27 years.
Okay.
But one thing I have kind of learned, and just watching, like I have a son that's 26, and the thing that I instilled in him is that, you know, when you start a new relationship, you know, give it a little time at the beginning, but kind of, you know, ask, you know, what their goals are.
Right.
You know, to kind of see where they're headed at, because a lot of times, you know, you'll have, you know, male and female, you know, they'll get involved with someone because they may see how much money you make, or may see how much you drive, but don't have no ambitions for themselves.
Right.
So, and you know, and I kind of see that, and you know, I hope neither one of them are watching, because I'm gonna say what I got to say.
Right.
But I kind of see that in, you know, the person that he's dealing with, you know, because I think he was more caught up with the sex part of it, you know, and I get it, you know, when you're young,
right?
You know, I get, and I get it, but I kind of lived and learned, so I try to instill in them the things that I wish I'd have learned back then.
Right.
But yeah, I say definitely, you know, see where a person goals are. You know, what ambitions do they have in life? To kind of see if y'all goals even match.
Right.
Check their credit score. I mean, that's you know, that's the real important thing, because you don't want to get with nobody and you have ambitions of wanting things in life,
right?
But you have somebody that's kind of really more dragging you down versus then, you know, pushing you, whether it be male or female.
Right.
It goes both ways. But I say definitely, you know, in the learning stages, you know, if you have any red flags to see, okay, because you know as well as I know, when you first meet somebody, the first few times, you're going to meet their representative.
Right. Absolutely.
You're not going to meet the real person.
Right.
But the real person comes out once you move your butt in with. So you're going to see some stuff versus, you know, when you were just, you know, visiting them for a few here and there.
Right.
To where you just probably had to deal with them an hour or two and go home. Versus, you know, now it's 24/7. But just see if a person has the same ambitions and same goals. Well, you just have goals for themselves. Maybe not the same ambitions and goals that you have, but just have some ambitions and drive to want something in life.
Right.
Because it can come to bite you, you know, further down the line, and you'll be kicking yourself in the butt 20 years later.
Right. Absolutely.
10 years later. But take that time. You know, you may find a woman, you know, that's beautiful and, man, giving you everything you want, you think you need, it ain't worth a damn. Versus a woman can find a man, think he's all that, it ain't worth a damn. And you come to find out, well, damn, I done wasted all this damn time behind somebody that didn't want nothing and definitely didn't want me.
Right.
So take your time and just make a smart decision. You know, don't rush into that. Don't let nobody make you feel less than you are. Because a lot of times when people know how you really feel about them, you know, they'll use it to their advantage.
Right. They play off of it. Absolutely. Yeah, I've seen that so many times. Yeah.
Exactly. So they know you won't necessarily walk away.
Right.
Or, you know, they can do certain things to you and know that there's nothing that you're going to do about it.
Right.
So just don't fall for that trap. Just know your self-worth and know that you're meant to be loved as well, and that the feelings are supposed to be mutual, not one-sided.
One-sided,
And you can
absolutely.
tell. You know, a lot of people, you know, you'll know. You'll see the red flags. But a lot of people don't want to believe what they see versus they just want to believe how they feel.
Right,
Or
right.
want to believe what they think that you are. Sometimes a person tells you exactly who they are.
Right. You just don't want to believe it. Some people just don't want to believe it. Yeah. So
Some people just don't. And hell, I can speak on situations, you know, that myself. That I mean, I've been there.
right.
I've been there. I'm a man. You know, I'm pretty sure all of us have situations. So, well, okay, I wish we would have went this direction or that direction. But when we have kids, you try to give them the game.
Right.
Now sometimes they don't take it. You know, they still want to touch that hot stove.
Right.
You told them it was hot.
Mm-hmm.
But life is the best teacher.
Absolutely.
Life is the best teacher.
Somebody said do a background check. I think that that's important, but like he was saying, like doing like credit checks and so on. Not credit, but yeah, he did. He said do a credit check and stuff like that. I think that's more towards when you're about to move in. I think that that's important. You know, because then you kind of know what you're getting yourself into before even making that step. And then Milton said, truly get to know them, leaving no stones unturned. And that's true too. Because you're just sitting there looking at, you know, not just the outside, but the inner side. And then Lita said, which is important too. Wait, I passed it and then I went back. Hold on one second. She said something about getting to know them for the season. Oh, there it goes. Knowing an individual throughout the seasons. And that's very important. I was watching some show the other day on one of these streaming channels. I was watching it, and when I was looking at it, they were saying, yeah, you have to be able to know how that person handles death, how that person handles losing a job, how that person handles you know, a brand new kid. Like you have to get to know them through those different seasons. You can do that together. You don't have to do that separately. You can do that together. That's the only way you're going to get to know your partner the best, but it's going to take time for that. So it's not something that's going to be handled, you know, taken care of immediately. How long have you been married? He said he's been married for 26 years.
Yeah,
27, excuse me. Yeah, going on 27.
And one more thing I wanted to, a lot of people don't take marriage seriously. Well, as far as the for better or for worse part. I'm gonna tell you a story about what happened to me back in 2021 in July.
Give me 1 second. 1 second. Just because this comment hits really heavy. They said this day and time, some people lie so good it's believable. That's so true. That is true. That is true. Yeah, social media is definitely a big thing that helps out with that. And like everything looks good, but it's not what it seems. You know, people be sitting there flossing like they got houses and cars and, you know, money galore, and they taking trips and ain't left nowhere, working part-time at McDonald's and can't even get a full-time job because of their history. So yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right with that. But okay, I'm sorry. Go with your story that you're going to say.
Well, back in July of 21, I was at work doing my job. I was driving the garbage truck. You know, that's what I was doing at the time. And a guy decided to take his own life, and he hit me head on at 80 miles an hour.
Oh, wow.
I didn't see him coming. I remember someone coming to the truck, just listening to him, you know, asking me, was I okay? And at the time, I didn't know what happened.
Right.
And the next voice I heard is saying, Jamal, it's not your time. And I knew that was God.
Right.
And I don't remember being pulled out the truck. I don't remember riding no ambulance. I remember waking up in a hospital room. But I say it to say this, what I said back earlier, you know, and for better or for worse. With my wife, we didn't have our ups and downs.
Right.
But at that hospital, I was in the hospital almost 3 months. My foot was crushed. My femur bone was broke. Had broken ribs, you know, broken finger. I was messed up.
Right.
But I can say my wife stayed at that hospital with me every single night.
Right.
For those 2 months. And even when I got home, you know, I couldn't walk. I was wheelchair bound. I had to learn to walk again.
Right.
You know, so it was things that I couldn't do you know, for myself. You know, I couldn't, you know, I'm gonna say it, I couldn't wipe my own butt.
Right.
But she did it for me. So, and that's another thing, is so careful to know who you choose. Like I say, you will know how a person is, but you just have to be willing to accept what you see.
Right.
Because a person can't wait to tell you how they feel about it. They're gonna tell you.
Absolutely.
And it's not necessarily gonna be with words.
Right.
So you'll know. But I say this to say, for anything for better is all good, man. You know, people gonna party with you, but when you in those dark times, those bad times,
right,
that's when you know that you have a true partner. And that's someone that you want to hold on to.
Right.
Because if you seen Tyler Perry movie, you seen that woman came back after her husband left her. But she stuck with her vows and took care of it, man.
Right.
No matter how she dogged them out. But most people these days will tell you, shit, I didn't sign up for that.
Right. They be out.
And I just seen that happen to other people, you know. Family members get sick and they spouse like, I didn't sign up for this.
Right.
And gone.
Yeah.
Left you. And I pray nothing happens to anyone, you know, out there. But I just say be careful on the partner, you know, that you choose. Don't just rush into anything.
Right.
Don't just think that you have to accept this person because you've been looking for somebody for so long and you finally got somebody. Just be careful. Trust me, when the timing is right, the right person gonna fall right into place, and it's gonna be the perfect time.
Absolutely. I appreciate you for coming in and telling me your side of the story and what you've been through, and that is a perfect testimony for the episode 1 as far as getting to know your partner. And like I said, that was the topic for tonight, and that's definitely appreciated because you gave some feedback that to make people open their eyes pretty much, especially when it comes to relationships.
Exactly.
Everybody wants to be loved. Shit, I want to be loved. Everybody wants to be loved, but at the same time, you just can't rush into it. You just can't rush into it. So yeah, it's definitely important. Definitely important to start to stick with the person that you mean. Okay, a woman will stick with the man through it all, but with the man will not. There's men that will, and there's men that won't, and then there's women that will, and there's women that won't. So it really just depends, and that's what he was explaining. Like, you get to know that person when you're starting to, when you're dating them and it's one-on-one, then you get to know, like, oh, that person's gonna stick around, but you have to kind of get to that point where it actually happens, before you can sit there and say, yeah, nah, they're not the one. So, but yeah, I definitely appreciate you swinging through. We're going to be live every Saturday at 6 p.m. It's going to be for 1 hour, 6 to 7. So you're more than welcome to come back at any time, and make sure you keep on watching and give us some comments, some feedback. We appreciate you.
Well, definitely. I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah.
You guys have a great day.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. Flight risk said, a woman told me sickness and in health. She also said indefinitely. So when you say no, so what? A woman told me sickness and in health. She also said indefinitely. So I'm not sure exactly what she's trying to say, but yeah. I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to say with your statement. You said a woman said that when sickness is right. So when you get married, like in sickness and health, and then you said indefinitely, and then you say no. Why would you say no? I'm not sure about that one. But yeah, I do appreciate the doctor coming in, Dr. Sanderson. That was dope. Good. So, yeah, indefinitely. She said even if they cheat. Oh, well, that's a personal decision. That's something that needs to be discussed between those two partners. So if the understanding is with one partner to the other, as far as cheating, like if one person says, hey, I'm cool. I'm not cool, but they say like, okay, yeah, you did your thing, but don't do it no more. Then that's the decision between the two people. It can't be outside people feeding into it. And that's what happens a lot, especially with relationships. If, a friend wants to talk to another friend and tell them, they'd be like, oh, girl, you shouldn't. Or a guy talks to his guy friend and the guy be like, oh, I would never. And then, you know, they're trying to make a decision off of somebody else, but they don't know exactly what's going on in that household. So, yeah. Yeah, she said, I'm talking layman's terms. Yeah, but yeah, indefinitely is indefinitely, but you have to have that discussion, you know, with your partner. So, like I said, you never know what somebody's willing to do unless it's discussed. So if it's out there and it's talked about and it's okay, then fine. And if it's forbidden, then there has to be another discussion, another conversation. So no, I kept trying to go back. I think you said infidelity. I was starting to say indefinitely. That's why he was like, no, that's why I kept going back and trying to look at it. But yeah, infidelity. That's just oh, and she's talking about cheating. Got it. I got you. That's why I brought it back. But yeah, it's all about those people in the relationship and what they communicate about, and you know, if they talk about cheating or like that shouldn't be a discussion that you should have right away, because there should be nobody cheating, especially if y'all just starting a date. But if it's something that happens and it takes place, then you know that should be something that is discussed. There's people that will walk out, and then there's people that will stay. So just, you know, to each their own on that one. But y'all had some really good points today. I really appreciate y'all chiming in and giving feedback. I like it. I like it a lot. Next week we will be talking about. I'm gonna have a topic posted after this show. I'll have it posted on here what we're gonna be talking next week, and hopefully we'll have our whole panel here so they can actually put their feedback in too. So we have been talking about it for a couple of weeks. So I thought everybody was ready today. Not everybody showed up, but it's okay. We still had a good run. It's 6:43. I'm not jumping off quite yet because I do want to keep it right at an hour. But yeah, like I said, I do appreciate you guys swinging through, and the people that have been watching from YouTube and from Twitter and from Facebook, I appreciate you guys as well. Thank you so much for joining in today. We will be back every Saturday at 6 p.m. There will be some Saturdays I'll have to skip like one or two because I'll be doing other events. But y'all gonna rock with me. I'm gonna rock with y'all. I'll make sure yes, not at all. I'm definitely gonna make sure I keep you guys posted, and I'll post in my story like what the next topic is gonna be, and then people can choose to tune in, or they can wait until the next topic. Either which way, I'll definitely gonna post it about it. Our relationship handled cheating better than your relationships. Yeah. If you're talking about like old school, yeah. Back in the day, like that was a thing, you know. Not saying that it was acceptable, but definitely way back, like my grandparents and great grandparents, it was like, you know, you knew down the street was Susie Q, and Susie Q had like 3 kids from grandpa, and you know, from great grandpa or whatever, and those were your siblings, your cousins, and all, you know, everybody was related to somebody, but everybody was kind of doing their own thing back then, and they still doing they do their things right now, but when they're doing it now, they're doing it on a whole nother level. So, and it's not really a good thing, because a fallout or a disagreement, or you know, somebody can't handle it and they take it too far. So yeah, things be happening. But back in the day, it was a little bit more discussed, and it was like, okay, don't do that again. I don't want to see you down there with so and so. But you know, grandpa gonna do what grandpa gonna do, and grandma did her thing too. So cheating is not the end for all. Okay, that's true, but the reason why is important to know. Oh, okay. So for you, it's important to know why they cheated. And we have a whole topic about cheating coming up. That's going to be like three episodes in. Cheating is going to be one of the topics, but we'll definitely discuss that too during that time frame. But yeah, so like I said, that's why I was just explaining. Sometimes people will be like, okay, that's cool. Not cool like they accept it, but like, okay, I'm not mad. I'm pissed, maybe furious, but we need to talk about this. And we need to make sure that, you know, that we have an understanding why, you know, you did what you did, and that you're not going to do it again, because nobody wants to keep going through that same cycle. So, you know, you're like, okay, I heard what you said, and I let that go, but you're not going to do this again next week, and the week after, and the week after. So yeah, you know, like a one-time thing, maybe once every couple of years, whatever. But but yeah. Without that, just to do it on a regular basis, yeah, that's. I mean, you might as well just be with somebody else, or be, you know, out of that relationship, you know, because at a certain point in time, it's like, okay, it's just too much. But yeah, so like I said, we have a whole nother episode. We're gonna talk about just cheating alone, so that's gonna be a good thing. Cheating, and then threesomes and foursomes, all that stuff. All those sums are gonna be coming up, so everything's gonna be talked about in the very near future. Like I stated, I will be putting the next topic up for next week after the show. There we go. Oh. I cannot with you. It's not an end all, but I'm gonna get my lick back. I got you. Tit for tat. Yeah, it is. It is, but I mean, human nature. It happens. It happens. So, like, oh, that's what we're doing. Okay, no problem. It's a little bit before 7, but guess what, you guys? I want to go and edit, so I'm going to end this live. I appreciate you all for coming through, showing up, and showing love. I appreciate you, appreciate you, appreciate you. I will see you guys next Saturday. I'm going to post the next topic really soon, and then I have to go through and make sure I put my credits on here. So thank you guys so much. Thank you. I appreciate y'all, and thank you guys for sliding through. Have a good evening, and I'm going to play this commercial one more time, but I'm going to end it over here, okay? Talk to y'all later.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Just like that, Boss Lady Star out, y'all. Peace.
Strong.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Welcome to the Enjoying Life podcast. We are with the She Trucking Foundation, and I cannot wait for you to hear our guests today. We have so many great things to cover. Today, I'm going to put a broker in the hot seat. So I'm looking forward to that. You know, the market is tough right now, and drivers and carriers are struggling a lot. And I really think it's a great opportunity for us to hear from a broker and get some information about the best ways to succeed, and she can have some great tips for us. So if you have questions, be sure to pop those into the comments. Share this out so people can join us and hear our discussion. I also love that she's a carrier, so she's got experience on both sides of the table, and it's going to be a fabulous conversation. You know, my show is Enjoying Life OTR, and I care a lot about work-life balance. And I've been saying this a lot these last few months. You know, this year in trucking has been rough, especially for owner-operators. But even those of you that are carriers, you know, we're having some stress about maybe not getting enough miles. And we really just got to work smart these days. You know, trucking is very cyclical, you know, so we have our up times and we have times where, you know, we're all rolling in the money. And then there's times where we're really having to buckle down and be careful. And it feels a little bit more you know, the industry feels a little bit more insecure. And I think we're kind of in one of those times now. So I wanted just to make that opportunity to talk to somebody who's on the broker side and ask her some questions about maybe there's some ways that we can do things better as carriers and build those relationships, and just take the opportunity to learn from somebody with experience on both sides of the table. So I have the honor of welcoming my guest today. Her name is Elizabeth Long. She is a broker, like I said, and a carrier, and I've run freight for them in their brokerage. It's Patriot Star, and she is somebody that I consider to be a real trusted resource in the industry. She and her husband both have been acted like mentors to me, really. And anytime I have a question about the industry or how things are going or something that's happening with my paperwork and contracts or something that's just feeling a little bit uncomfortable to me, I know that I can go to her and ask her as a trusted resource, and she's going to give me factual information. So I'm really honored to have her on the show. So if you could join me welcoming Elizabeth Long.
Thank you for having me on today, Cindy.
Elizabeth, you know I'm a big fan of yours. I love the work that you do. You're one of my favorite brokers. I tell you that all the time, and I really have enjoyed working with you professionally. But even as a friend, I think you have a lot to offer. You know, at She Trucking, we care a lot about equipping, empowering women to thrive in this industry and to make the most of the opportunities that are presented to us in freight. So I've been looking forward to sharing them with you with them and getting them to meet you and hear from your perspective. Can you start out and just share us a little about your career and how you started in the industry and then what's your role in the industry today?
Absolutely. And I do want to tell you too, the feeling is mutual. I love working with you. You are one of my favorite carriers to work with for so many reasons, we'll probably get into later. So the way I got started in the industry, to be honest, I never thought I would be in transportation, trucking, logistics. I never in my wildest dreams thought I'd be a part of this. But I met my husband, Kenny Long, and we got married, and he had a CDL and owned a truck, and he'd been driving for probably about 15 years when we'd met. And he taught me how to drive. And I'd ridden in the truck with him for a little bit before he taught me how to drive. And then I went and got my CDL and was fortunate to do that before you had to go to school, and was able to just get on the job training with him. And
let me hop in there real quick. What did you do before this? Like what?
So yeah, that's a great question. So I did a lot of sales. I did car sales. I worked in a bank. But actually I spent a lot of my younger years, I mean, maybe 10 to 15 years in the restaurant business. And, you know, the restaurant business is another job where it's customer service oriented and you've got to think on your feet and you're on the go, you know? So I don't know. I think restaurant business is really good training for any career, to be honest.
I agree.
So I enjoyed that, but I love what I do now. So Kenny taught me how to drive, and we actually teamed for quite a few years, just the two of us. And we had the opportunity to see all 50 states now. Unfortunately, we didn't see Hawaii and Alaska in the truck, but we've seen all 50 states now. And the good part of that is due to trucking. So I guess I've had my CDL since 2012, and I don't know how many miles I have, but accident free, which is fantastic. And
congratulations. Well done.
Thank you. And I've had a great time traveling with Kenny. So.
Well, we're going to talk about your team driving with Kenny toward the end of the show, but I kind of want to pick your brain about what your primary role in the industry is right now. Can you tell our audience about switching?
Yeah, absolutely. So we started our carrier in 2012, and that's when Kenny and I were driving together. And then over the years, we had started to accrue some of our own customers. And these were customers that we had met through friends, family members who might have referred us, or even just, you know, someone sees us, you know, locally, and they wanted to work with us. And so we had started to accrue. Oh, and actually one of our biggest customers came to us through another truck driver who was working with a customer, and they needed help in the Central Florida area. And she said, you should give Elizabeth a call. So we started to accrue these customers, and it got to the point that there was other shipments then in places that we couldn't handle, that we didn't have our trucks in. And so Kenny and I talked about it in 2017. We decided to make the leap, and we started our freight brokerage. So that was
I don't want to pass this up, because I think you put a point there. I think it is so important, because I hear a lot of people go, I should get my brokerage. For one, a couple of things.
Yes.
You're taking direct freight as a carrier with a customer without a brokerage.
Yes.
Many people owner-operators don't realize that they could do that. Could you talk a little bit about that? So me, you know, I just got one and I do have direct shippers, but can you tell a carrier that's just maybe got one truck or a small fleet how they can go about working
Sure.
directly with the customer?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, it is really important as a carrier, as any business owner, we should always be marketing our business. No matter who we're talking to, everyone we come across should know what we do. And it really helps because someday someone's going to need something moved, or they're going to have a neighbor that needs something moved, or a boss, and so they can then think of you and reach out to you when they need that shipment moved. So I think that there's a lot of ways that carriers can be marketing themselves. And, it's just as simple as, joining things like chambers of commerce and, even the old fashioned way of going door to door. And there really is a perk when you are a carrier and the actual driver going in to meet a shipper or receiver, and you're talking to them about offering them service, because you are really 100% going to be that service provider, and they're going to have a face with the name of who actually is going to be dealing with their freight. And so you might not have an easy of a time getting into a place like Walmart or Costco, something like that, where they're doing these huge volume shipments. But those smaller mom and pop or smaller, more specialized freight, they're going to look at you and they're going to see the value there. So there's definitely opportunities.
A lot of, I'm in a lot of Facebook groups, a lot of social media, and they'll say, well, you can't get direct shippers if you've only got one truck. What would you say to that, Elizabeth?
That's baloney. That's total baloney. You can definitely, Kenny and I only had one truck, and sometimes it comes down to just being in the right place at the right time. But to be in the right place at the right time, you've got to be visible, and you've got to make sure that people know that you're available to do work. So.
Okay, I love some things you said. I love telling everybody that I'm a trucker. Everybody I meet knows a trucker.
Yes.
I run a trucking company. So don't miss that, people. That's a great tip right there. It's so valuable. You just run into people, give you referrals that just wouldn't have even thought to give a referral. That, I didn't even know you'd interested in a new, additional customers. My brother has a warehouse over there, so talk it up. Love that. Great advice. I have another question about really practically, how does when I started, I had been booking all my freight through brokers, which many new carriers do that. And then I started venturing out thinking, I think I'm going to just go ahead and get my own direct shippers. And I do have some, but, I had a process about that. But one of the things that made me most nervous is like checking their credit. Like, what's that procedure like? With brokers, I just run it through my factoring company, and it's real easy for me to check a credit of a broker. And how would I go about doing that as with a direct customer? What would
that really is a challenge, and I don't know that I have all of the answers on that, unfortunately. Especially in this economy right now, because there's a lot of businesses that are struggling, maybe even behind the scenes. So I think that the wisest thing that you can do, when you're getting set up with a new customer, is start off small and set your payment terms. Don't be afraid to ask for payment up front or COD, meaning cash on demand. Don't be afraid to ask for payment immediately or up front, because there's a lot of small shippers and receivers that will offer that to you. And if nothing else, maybe set the terms at 15 days, and that can help you get a better handle on, if they are getting behind, sooner. So I think that's
the thing I think people don't realize is that, on the shipper side, they're used to people asking for their credit.
Yes.
That you're going to spend a lot of money on fuel. You're going to have to pay your driver. And so they're expecting, that's a very normal part of their, business, whether they're signing up for a new brokerage to run their freight or they're signing up with the carrier directly. It's a very common practice to ask to see, a credit history and ask for referrals of, so I always say, just ask them you can do a credit check. And,
there are some resources with that, and it's slipping my mind right now, but there is a big resource where you can check credit on basically any business. I don't know that it's always free, but you can also check on things like Google. And, sometimes factoring companies will have these shippers in there if someone else has factored their freight. But really just do a little bit of research and, if you are actually showing up there at the shipper or receiver, keep an eye out on things. You know, how do things look like they're going? Are the employees looking relaxed, or are they stressed? You know, you'll hear things if you're in and out. So
Yes. And Google, even just a Google search in itself, because people are going to write reviews.
Yes. So if they're not getting paid 100%, you're going to see reviews there on Google. So
yeah, that's great. Okay, so now tell me, you said you transitioned into the brokerage because you were getting more customers basically than your own carrier could handle. So can you tell us about transferring into that, and when did you move from the truck to really focusing full time on the brokerage? Could you tell us a little bit about that transition?
Sure. So in 2017 we started the brokerage, and I guess if we can backtrack just slightly, in 2015, Kenny and I had started to bring on our first owner operators, meaning that we brought on some other drivers who had their own truck, but we did this the right way. We added them onto our insurance policy, our auto liability and our cargo insurance. Our company name was on the door. We were responsible for safety. They were part of our drug consortium. So we added on these owner operators. And so I would say Kenny and I were still driving in the truck 2017, but it was probably 2019, 2020 when we started to get out of the truck more completely. So even in 2017, even though we'd started the brokerage, it was very slow. It might be 1 or 2 loads a month, to be honest. It was definitely a challenge in the beginning starting the brokerage. I remember, we decided not to factor from the get-go with our brokerage. And I remember there were so many times that I would find the right carrier for the load, I thought, and they would say, well, my factoring company is not going to approve you. And, you need to be able to have money set aside then to either do like a 50% up front and 50% on delivery, or some other sort of payment arrangement. I remember one time though, in the beginning, where I had this small load. I think it was like a short little partial going just across town, and I don't know what it was. It was a couple $100. And I said to the carrier, I said, listen, I said, I'd like to work with you on this. I will pay you up front. I said, just show up there to the shipper. I will pay you. I'll give you an EFS check. And then, I trust that you're going to pick up the load and handle the load for me, and they decided, no, I'm not going to do it. I said, I don't know what to do. So there was definitely, that was probably the first 2 years of the brokerage. There was a lot of struggles with that. And I had to work very diligently to make sure that I paid my carriers on time. So it was a lot of really being on top of things to make sure we build our credit in the beginning. And fortunately, when we started out,
that's the biggest challenge. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Would you say that that's the biggest challenge in starting a brokerage because you don't have established credit, and so the carriers don't? I mean, I know I wouldn't run with the new brokerage that didn't have established credit, because I'm like, I'm gonna spend all that money on fuel, and I'm gonna spend all that time, and then you might pay me, you might not, or when. Would you say that not having established credit is the biggest challenge of starting a new brokerage, or something else?
That's a good question. I think not having established credit, and then also cash flow can be a big issue that small brokerages might have when they're starting up. Both of those, I think in the market that we're in now, a brokerage starting up might have a little bit more of an advantage because there's less loads than there have been in the past. But when the tables flip, which they will, again, it'll definitely be more in the carrier's favor, and a newer brokerage is going to have a heck of a time trying to get someone to take their shipments. So
yeah. I think that's the other thing. I hear a lot of people going, I'm just going to start a brokerage, and all I got to do is buy my bond, and the bond is actually not that expensive.
No, it's not.
You have to have $75,000, and depending on your credit, that you have your personal credit, it's really not that expensive to do it.
No,
do that. Get your website. Get a TMS system set up, and everybody thinks that's it. I could start. Some booking my own freight. So what I love about your journey and the way you did, I think it's so smart, is you had more customers than your own personal trucks could handle. And that was the time where you started to make that transition, because you weren't starting the brokerage with needing to go for customers.
Correct.
You were already having customer relationships started. And I think that's so smart. And I think many People don't do it that way. So I've heard Kenny say that before. When do I know it's time to start a brokerage? And you'll say, well, when you have more freight than your own trucks can handle, that's the time where you want to branch out. And
Yes.
that's it, like getting new customers, Elizabeth. Everybody acts like that's
Well, it's not as easy as most of us, as most people might think. And that's probably the reason most carriers don't have a lot of their own direct freight. It takes a lot of calls. Kenny and I actually at one point had hired someone that we had known. He worked with a different brokerage, and we hired him on salary just to do outbound calls to try and bring in new customers. And we paid him for an entire year, and he did not bring in anyone at all. Yeah. So I don't know if it was his methodology that, just wasn't working, but it's really not that easy. It comes to acquire someone who wants you to handle their shipping. It really comes to being at the right place at the right time, and you have something that solves their problem, and a lot of times, as business owners, unless there is an issue, unless they're not happy with what's happening with their current service provider, they don't want to have to switch.
Right.
They're comfortable with the status quo, and unless they're unhappy with the price or the service, or something major has happened. So sometimes it means following up for a couple years until someone might be ready to switch.
Okay, listen, everybody. Did you hear what she just said? The time that it takes of so much wooing and wooing and wooing, trying to really build that relationship and keep putting your name and your face in front of that customer. It takes so many times of calling and building those in. And then the market is so fragile right now. The rates are so competitive that shippers, their phones are blowing up all day with people saying, I could beat their rate. Give me a shot. Just give me loads. And, they're trying to just get the freight as what they can. And, carriers, we're feeling that, we are. You're feeling it too, carrier side. So, but when the market is so competitive like this, then it's just, how low can we go? And, then try to provide good service, provide a good carrier when the rates are, skinny. That's a good.
And to be honest, I don't think, when you're looking for shippers that you want to work with, if the shipper tells you that really price is the only thing that matters to them, sometimes you have to listen to that. I actually met someone the other day. Kenny and I were at an event, and we were actually at an event for one of our other customers. We were making a delivery and a pickup for them. And I got to talking to someone else, and he was telling me about how he can ship a pallet anywhere in Florida, one pallet for $165. And I said, wow, that's pretty awesome. I'm not going to be able to beat that for sure. And he let me know, that, really the only thing that matters to him is price. And I said, well, listen, I'm going to give you my card anyway. I'm not going to be able to beat or match that rate for one pallet to go to Miami from Tampa. That's just, I'm not going to be able to do that. But if you have something that goes wrong, or you need something last minute, or you need a full truckload, let me know. I'll be happy to help you, because even though you might not be able to meet their needs at that moment, you might be able to in the future. People's business models change. So
okay, again, another great point. I love what you did there. And I even do this as a carrier when I'm talking to a broker, and I will start talking about a load. I do the exact same thing. This is gold right here, Elizabeth. I love what you said right there. So you're getting a no, and and they know this is not going to work right now, but you continued to talk about opportunities for the future. And I'll even do that where I'm like, well, this load obviously is not a good fit for me, and I'll do a very similar thing as a carrier, and I'll say, if something else comes up, keep me in mind. I'm not going to do that rate. I'm not going to, I have no desire to be the bottom of the barrel.
Yes, right.
But you're right that things do change. And then also when I'm talking to a broker, I will also say, I know they have multiple customers, so this one customer, they're running all this cheap freight, but they do have some more specialized things. And I'll even take that opportunity, and I'll say, this one's not a good fit for me, but I'm a great carrier. I mean, my goal is to be your favorite carrier. Every load I do, that's my goal. So, and they love that, you know, and they're having a conversation with me. So, even hearing you say that on the broker side, I think that's just a great way to network. And every no that you get doesn't mean it's a never. So,
That's right. That's
great,
absolutely right.
great,
Yes.
great tip there, Elizabeth. You have so much wisdom. I knew you were going to be sharing some gold with us. Okay.
I really think it benefited me a lot to start as a carrier before I became a broker, because when Kenny and I were in the truck, we had our own authority. Both he and I would book loads. You know, we were both on the load boards. We were both negotiating loads. And so I really had a lot of background in exactly what I needed to do to dispatch our trucks and stay profitable. And that really helped me a lot as I started the brokerage. I did not do any specialized brokerage training. I don't think you necessarily need to do any specialized brokerage training, to be perfectly honest. If you have that background as a carrier,
Yep.
you know what it takes to get the job done. You know the questions that are going to come up. You know the pain points you've had as a driver of, you know, someone sends you in there and the appointment time, you know, they said the appointment time was X, but it's actually Y. And, you know, now you're sitting there for, you know, you've missed your appointment or something, you know? So, yeah, I think that there's a lot of benefit to starting off as a carrier first.
Well, and you all day you're talking to your competition, and I mean, you know, as a carrier, what things that they're not even asking the right questions sometimes.
Yes. Yeah.
And so you know that that's happening for the shipper as well, and you get a really a good idea how you can improve on that.
Yes. Yeah.
One of my favorite things that I've told you this story before, but Elizabeth and I she called and offered me a load for my truck, and it was in Texas, but I was a little bit far. And I loved this conversation I had with her. I thought, you know, I wish every broker could talk just this frankly and honestly. You know, you offered me this load and I gave you my rate. I had a big Ted head. So the rate was just out of the market, you know, and I even told you, I'm like, I know this rate's not going to, but this is what I would need to do it. And you said to me, and I just loved your honesty, and you just said, you know, you paused for a minute, and I was like, and I was sitting there, she's like, you're crazy, girl, I ain't paying you that. But, you know, I didn't know what you were going to say, because, you know, you get blasted sometimes. So
yes.
Like, yeah. What is she going to say? She said to me just so respectfully, and she said, you know, Cindy, I know why you gave that rate. I understand that. But honestly, I could cover this load, you know, cheaper than that with another carrier that's closer by, you know, and the market's competitive right now. So I think we'll just pass on this one for now. And, you know, it was just straight up. And I was like, I loved it. I was like, I love this woman. I'm like, why can't we all just talk honestly? You weren't going, oh, I don't have that much in it. You know, that which
right.
About. It's like, you're just like, you know, just honestly, I could cover it cheaper. And if somebody that was closer, and I was like, we could just talk that honestly instead of all this, you know, crazy lines we feed each other.
Yes.
You know.
Well, I respect you so much, because I've called you so many times on loads. We've done so many loads together. And, you know, if I asked you what you need for this, you're not afraid to give me the rate that you actually need. You're not afraid to give me an offer. Yeah. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we'll match up on it, but you're not afraid to quote something. Yeah. And I can't tell you how many carriers I've talked to, and they just won't give me a number. You know, they
tell me about that. What is happening when they don't give you a number? What do you think is the?
That's a really good question. So I can answer that because I've been on the carrier side as well of that. And I know that I've called different freight brokers before, especially some of the bigger ones where they have young people that are answering the phones and are disrespectful, and they will yell at you if you give them a number that they don't like. And I find that to be ridiculous, because really, you know, this is still business, you know, and if you tell me you need $1,000 on this, and because of X, Y, and Z, then that's what you need. And hopefully we can work together and work something out on that. But if we can't, then you're just not the right truck for this particular load. And that's okay too. And I think sometimes when carriers get put on the spot and ask for a number, they just freeze. They're not used to actually quoting something. They're so used to brokers just telling them, you know, this is what the rate is, and they're going to say yes or no. And they don't realize that there is a negotiation involved. It doesn't always mean that you're going to get 100% your way in the negotiation, but there's definitely different aspects that you can discuss. And this is one of the benefits for an actual driver, like a one truck owner operator like yourself, and like a lot of drivers out there. It's so important for them to be negotiating their own rates and not relying on dispatchers to be the ones calling and booking the loads. I will 100% give a little extra money to a one truck owner operator driver who is booking their own load over some dispatcher who has called in. They don't know the details of the truck. I've had dispatchers before book the truck, and I call the carrier, on the number on FMCSA, and that carrier says, I'm not going to do that, so that they waste my time. So when there's people like you that call and do that, it's fantastic. And I feel like I went off on a tangent there.
No, it's good information. Okay, because I think a lot of people will say, I think there's some really great dispatchers out there. I personally never worked with one. I've always self-dispatched my own truck. I also have a background like you do. So that, to me, I was like, I'm not going to do that. Nobody's going to represent my company. Nobody's going to come hard and say, wait, you can count on me. I know you're concerned. I know the timeline. This is where I'm at. I mean, I'm going to give that spiel. I'm going to run hard, and I'm going to ask for all the money, and I'm going to ask for, what I need. And this is what you need. I hear you. You're talking to the driver. So I'm going to be there. So I see how that works. I know how that benefits me personally. So I wouldn't do that. But so you've had problems. Like, what if you have, you're driving? What would you say? Carriers are driving and they're losing time because they can't be constantly looking for loads where they're driving. What would you say to that reason for that person that's never self-dispatched their truck? What would you say to? I mean, you're a carrier. You knew how to do it. So
I think if you're going to be dispatching yourself, I think it's important to work on pre-planning your week, and don't just deliver a load and then look for your next load. It's a great idea to pre-plan and be looking ahead, and make sure you're establishing relationships with brokerages. Some of the smaller ones like myself, but also some of the bigger ones like C.H. Robinson or Coyote or Landstar or even TQL. When you start to have a rep at one of those and someone that knows you, they can also be looking for stuff that might go well on your truck even when you are driving, and they can offer things to you. So that's a good tip, but also just kind of plan your week and plan your day. When you're getting loaded and unloaded, you normally have a little bit of downtime there where you can take a look at the load board and see what's out there. On your 30-minute break, check that out. And I think some place where carriers fall short often is posting their truck. And in this market, especially 100%, you need to have your truck posted all of the time. As soon as you book your next load and you know where you're going to be available next, post your truck. They're in this market.
You say that. Tell us why you say that.
Yes. Yeah. Well, there's a couple reasons, and I'll give an example that you were a part of, actually.
This story.
So, in this market where freight brokers are not struggling to find trucks as much, it is super important for them to be able to go onto DAT load board or whatever load board you're using, and be able to see, okay, well, this carrier has a posted truck there. They can look up your MC number, see your safety score, see you don't have any freight guard reports, and say, okay, I'm going to call them. Instead of having to post their load and deal with the hundreds of incoming phone calls that they can hardly even catch their breath in between, it's so much nicer to be able to pick and choose who you're going to call and try and work something out with. It also puts a little bit more control in your hand as the carrier, though, as well, because you know that the broker has hand selected you, picked you out, and said, I'd like to work with this carrier. Yes. Yeah. So they've already kind of looked you up a little bit, most likely, before they've called you. So you do have a little bit of an advantage there, so don't be afraid to, even if you can't, let's say you're driving when someone calls you, don't be afraid to say, hey, I see your number that came in. Let me get your extension. Let me look this up, and I'll call you back in just a few minutes with a number. And, it's not terrible to do that. So
I love that what you're saying so much, because I find when a broker calls me and they've seen my posted truck,
yes,
the conversation is so slow. Well, for one, they're super respectful.
Yes.
It is a whole different thing. They're like, "Hey, I saw you posted your truck, and how are you doing today?" And I'm like,
yeah,
"I'm doing great. How are you doing?" And
Yes.
it's this slow, casual pouring out of the details. And let me tell you what I've got and why I want you to look at this. And I see you're ready to go into this area. And that the conversation is so less aggressive.
Yes.
There's
There's such a yes. Oh, you hit the nail on the head. And I'm really glad you said that, because it's a totally different energy.
Yeah.
If you and I were even in that position, because if I post my load, I'm stressed. I'm getting a lot of phone calls, and a lot of those phone calls are unfortunately double broker guys who are trying to like take my load and trick me into giving them the shipment, and then so they can steal my freight. So it's very stressful for me to try and weed through everyone. And I have seconds to get through a phone call to determine, is this someone I even want to work with, versus someone calls you and they can actually have a conversation with you. And it's so important. And the example I wanted to give was that one time this past summer in Chicago, and I had a truck driver. I don't know how this happened, but he lost his key, and he called me at 4:00 in the morning, and he said, "I'm not going to make the 8:00 pickup." And I said, "Oh my goodness!" So, we had an 8:00 pickup in Chicago or something like that, and I had just a couple hours, and it's the middle of the night, 4:00 in the morning. So how am I going to find a truck? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I looked on DAT, and I could not believe, I looked for available trucks. I could not believe it. Here is Cindy with Achieve Trucking is posted there. And I've said, this can't be right. This can't be Cindy. That's not normally her area.
Right.
And I looked, and it was Cindy. And I thought, oh my goodness. I'm like, this is going to be amazing if she's available. And I probably waited an hour because I didn't want to wake you up at 4:00 in the morning. Yeah. And I called you, and you helped me out with the shipment, and I paid you more than I was going to pay the other carrier. I think I paid you excellent for that market. And but I was so happy to see a carrier that I knew and trusted, that I could rely on to get the job done right. And I think most brokers probably feel like that when they're looking for something more than just the cheapest truck, which we are oftentimes. It's not always just the money, really.
Yeah. Okay, I have a lot I want to talk to you about. We're going to take a little commercial break, but you shared some fantastic information, and I still have a list of questions that I want to go through, because you're so much information that you have in that beautiful brain of yours, and I'm so grateful. So we're going to cut to commercial, but we're going to be right back. If y'all have any questions, we got a broker in the hot seat here. So if there's anything you wanted to know about the other side, this is the time to ask. And she's an experienced carrier with a fleet of 10 trucks. So she's run all kinds of freight. And so if you guys have questions, pop those in. We're going to go to commercial. We'll be right back. Well, Elizabeth, okay, you have my brain going in a million different directions. I want to talk a little bit about double brokering. Okay, I know for me as a carrier, I noticed that they're really being careful when they book a load with me. There's a lot of things that are happening. Can you tell us a little bit? Maybe there's a new owner operator out there, or maybe somebody even thinking about becoming an owner operator in the future, or maybe even open a brokerage. Can you tell what's happening in the market today about double brokering and how that impacts all of us? And then what you as a broker are doing to prevent that fraud, basically. Can you give us a little summary if somebody's not really familiar with that side of the...
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're seeing happen now is there are a lot of shell carriers. And what I mean by shell carriers is it's someone who has opened up a carrier, and maybe they have one truck on their policy, and then they are accepting freight from a legitimate broker. And then with their shell carrier, they get the load information, they have the rate confirmation, and they have that load secured. They then hand that load off to maybe a sister brokerage company of theirs, which is a scam brokerage company. They do have a legitimate MC number, but usually they're set up that they don't care to pay any carriers, so that brokerage then will post the load or call trucks and get that load moved with another legitimate carrier who doesn't realize that this has been double brokered. Did that explain that part
Yeah,
of it?
very
Come out
helpful.
right? Okay.
Very
Okay.
helpful.
So,
So what are you as a broker doing to prevent that from happening? So we as
That's a great
carriers
question.
can understand how to overcome,
Sure,
that.
what we're looking for.
Yeah.
So one of the first things that I do now is when I am booking a new load, and if I'm having to take incoming phone calls, or if I am looking to work with someone new, I have Carrier 411 up, and I use that every single day. I'm checking every new carrier in there. I'm checking to see if they have any freight guard reports, meaning that someone might have reported them for double brokering. I think there is an unfortunate thing with Carrier 411 that sometimes they've gotten a bad rap because brokers will threaten to file a freight guard report for this or that. And it's, a lot of times it's something that, it stinks, something went wrong, but, it's not the end of the world. And there are brokerages like me that will look past some things like that. If I ask you about it and you have a good explanation, and it wasn't, yesterday, a lot of times we can move past it and we can still work together. I'm not against that. But if you've been reported for double brokering, we're not working together. So,
Right.
So that's probably my first check. We have a couple other resources that we use. One of the other things that I'm always doing is calling the number that's listed on FMCSA for that carrier to confirm that I'm booking the load with who I think I'm booking it with. A little side note with that, there is something that had happened with FMCSA was allowing carriers to be able to change their address and their phone number by sending in a copy of their driver's license. And what was happening with that is some carriers were actually having their identity stolen, and their phone number and address was changed by sending in a picture of their driver's license to one of these scam brokerages. So I would really hesitate to send a copy of your driver's license, your CDL, to anybody at this point.
Okay, everybody get that? It's to prevent somebody else from impersonating your company and your MC. So
yes,
it's a big scam out there. So
there's other ways that you can still verify who you are, and maybe that means, having your insurance agent vouch for you, and so, there's just different things you can do. I would always be ready to send pictures of your truck, your company name.
Tell us why they're asking that. Just in case they're not put together. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, even beyond just the double brokering, there are a lot of companies out there who might only insure one or two trucks, and then they hire on what they call owner operators. And these owner operators are not on their insurance policy. They're not on their cargo. They're not on their liability insurance, and they're sending them in to pick up freight. And it really opens myself as a broker and my customer up to a lot of risk, because that truck might not be properly insured. I haven't vetted them. And so as a brokerage, I want to see the actual truck that you're going to be sending in there to the shipper to pick up the load. If there's going to be any changes in the company name, I need to know, from the get-go. If you're dispatching for someone else, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that, but you need to give me the DOT number of the truck that's going to actually be doing the shipment. And that's who I need the insurance for. That's who I need to be able to check out.
Okay, and tell me another, explain to carriers this, because I know that there's new owner operators that are hearing you don't have any inspections on your truck. Why is a broker saying that to a carrier, and what is that proving if I have an inspection? What is exactly are they looking for when you say you want to see a inspection on there?
That's a really good question. So the reason that brokers are looking for that is they're making it, and especially because the market is so lean for carriers right now, it's just a black and white way for brokers to filter out carriers that don't have any actual trucks. And so it filters them out, but it also does filter out some of the good carriers that are newer that just don't have any inspections yet. And so that's unfortunate. There are ways to overcome that. And that really comes into, I think, when you are calling on a load and you're going to be dispatching yourself, if you really represent that this is your company.
Yeah.
And a lot of times you can talk to a freight broker and be able to explain to them what the situation is. And through other documentation, such as showing pictures of the truck, it might even require like a FaceTime call. I worked with a carrier recently that, I just really wasn't sure, and he didn't have any inspections, but he seemed like a good guy. And so I said, listen, we're going to do a FaceTime call. I need you to do a walk around the truck with me. I want to see the company name on the side. And so, it really, there are brokers out there that are willing to go that extra effort. If you sell yourself, if you, help them understand that, where you're at, you're trying to make a living here, you're trying to get your business established, and you're a good carrier and you're going to take good care of their freight, we will go above and beyond.
Okay, I want to park here just for a minute because I don't want everybody to miss this. So the reason that they need to see inspection is because the brokers are trying to rule out that you're not one of those shell carriers that's going to send their freight out. They want to make sure you're a real trucking company that's not going to double broker their freight. So that's the main thing. And then also I loved what you shared as a way to overcome. It's an objection, in sales, there's an objection and you overcome that objection, so understanding why you're asking is teaching the carriers how to respond to that quest. They're really just needing to be verified that you are an actual broker, you're an actual carrier with a legitimate truck. Double brokering is a real scam out there that's costing the industry thousands and thousands of dollars. So if we can just sit back instead of getting frustrated and say, they needed, I just hung up. They said I needed inspection, but you kept talking. And that's for whatever the objection is. We need to keep doing that. Well, why do you need that? What can I do to overcome that? And again, another feature and a benefit of being the actual one calling. Because you're saying, this is my company. I'm brand new. I'm not brand new, but when I was doing all this, and it wasn't even a big a deal as it is now. But I was saying, I'm going to do a great job for you. I know you're nervous. I know I don't have a proven record, but I want to grow my business, and I'm going to work harder than anybody else you're going to put on this load. And, so I was just going at it hard. I was saying, give me a shot, put me in there. But understanding why they're asking for that inspection. How else can I prove it to you? Let me go on FaceTime. Let's take a picture of my truck. What can I do to overcome that concern? Because I want to work with you. I want to build a relationship. So, coming back over those things. So I love it that you shared that. That was very helpful information. Anything you want to add about double brokering?
There's two other points I want to make about this. I think that carriers can also do a better job of really taking a close look at the paperwork that they're given, and catching some of this stuff before they deliver the freight. So whenever you're given a bill of lading, it's really your responsibility as a carrier, number one, to make sure everything matches, make sure the date matches, make sure the shipper and the receiver matches what was on your rate confirmation, make sure, this is super important, make sure the quantity of the freight that they put on your truck matches what you actually have. Heaven forbid you get there to the receiver and they say, well, it says that they loaded 4 pallets on here and you only have 2. What are you going to do? You signed for that you received 4. Check the name on, the third party bill to information there. Sometimes that can be a clue. And I've talked to a lot of newer carriers who were picking up and delivering freight to places that did not match the bill of lading and did not match the rate confirmation. And I'm finding this out after the fact because these are carriers that I've been trying to mentor a little bit as we've worked together a few times, and I want to see them succeed, and they haven't gotten paid for this. And as I look back through their paperwork then, and we can take a look at that, and things don't match. So when things don't match, you need to stop and you need to take another look at it. And it might even mean that you need to ask the shipper, and say, what's going on with this here? Is this the freight brokerage that you're working with? And I just want to make sure that this is the location it's supposed to go to. Now, obviously, if it's a blind shipment, that might not be feasible, but take a moment to really look into things. Don't be so fast to just sign the paperwork and run. And the other point I want to make about double brokering is there's a lot of carriers that think that it's just a broker problem, and it's not. I think one of the big factors that is driving down rates, especially if it's in the case that the shipper might still be paying the same rate, but the broker's rate seems to have dropped to the carrier, it's because so many brokers have ended up double paying for loads, meaning they paid the scam carrier and they've paid the legitimate carrier that actually did the load. And so if you think about that, like let's say you paid $1,000 for this load, but you had to pay it twice now. I guarantee the broker did not have $2,000 in that load to begin with. Yeah. So they're at a deficit. And so they're a little bit more hesitant, I'm sure, in some cases, about throwing out bigger numbers because they might have to double pay if things don't check out.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, Elizabeth, I want to first jump on here, talk a little bit about She Trucking. One of the things I love about the She Trucking Foundation is we are bringing on quality people like Elizabeth Long, who's dropping all of this valuable information to help empower and equip you to do the things that you want to do. Our goal is to help you to thrive in the industry and bringing on great guests. So if you are not a part of the She Trucking Foundation, I encourage you to join and is to sign up so you don't miss out on all these opportunities. She Trucking has a Facebook group, and Joy in Life OTR also has a Facebook group. So join in both of these communities so you can get exposure and, get to learn and thrive in the industry from people like Elizabeth. So Elizabeth, I want to thank you for sharing all those things. So I think you dropped so much great information. One of the things too I want to share, my show is Joy in Life OTR. So I can't, have you take off on me and not tell me a little bit about what it was like team driving with your husband. So tell me a little bit about that. And I know you guys really took advantage of the opportunity to travel, and many of us don't ever get out of the truck. I mean, I do. I care a lot about that. But
yes,
you've done some great adventures. We have just a few more minutes before we have to shut up the show. But could you just tell us a little bit about how you and Kenny team drive, how you made it take advantage of the opportunity to travel while you guys were out there?
Oh, definitely. Kenny and I had such a great time going over the road together. And I think really, because I came into this as I'd never been a company driver, so I'd never had that experience, but I thought, man, I mean, I always loved to travel. And I thought, this is a way for us to get paid to travel and see the country.
Right.
And so, we started doing that in 2012. And when we started out, I think we had inflatable stand-up paddle boards on the truck with us and bicycles. And so we were like well equipped to go do, anything, any kind of adventure. I had hammocks in on the top bunk, and, we were set. So, a couple of the things that we've done that have just been spectacular is, we've been to Niagara Falls, and, I found a casino that we could park that was close to the falls. We could park at the casino and we walked to the falls and went exploring there. We went to downtown St. Louis one time, and, we've never been afraid to just get out and go and walk. And so I found this little truck stop. It was kind of close to downtown, but I think it was, 5 miles from downtown. And we said, all right, well, we're going to walk it. We did it. And so we walked into downtown and explored all day. And I think we did 15 miles that day, but we had a great time. We went to this, we went to the City Museum, which was this jungle gym type thing for adults, and played all day there. We had, I guess, one of our longest trips that we did, which was really neat, is we went out to the state of Oregon. We were kind of near Portland. I don't remember exactly which truck stop it was. I think it was TA Portland South, probably. And so it wasn't anything special. But I looked at the hotels in the area, and all the hotels were about $200 a night. And I said, that's kind of expensive. We have a perfectly good truck right here. And so we slept in the truck, and we showered at the truck stop every day. And then we spent our money on a rental car and went exploring and had great dinners out. And I think we were honestly there for about a week, maybe even 10 days. But we did a lot of hiking up there and just, really enjoyed some downtime after we delivered our load up there. And You know, I mean, it's pretty awesome that we can have everything we need in the truck with us. You know, we have all of our clothes, we have food, we can cook, you know, it's comfortable. And so as long as you're there at a truck stop and you can take a shower, you could stay there indefinitely and kind of go explore. And I don't know, there's so many neat opportunities. And to think it would have cost us, you know, $1,400 a night or $1,400 for that week, you know, if we were there in hotels, and we got to just stay there for free. So that was pretty neat. We've gone and seen the Grand Canyon, which I don't know that this was entirely okay for us to do, but we were going. So I don't necessarily recommend this. You could do this at your own risk. But we were going past the Grand Canyon at night, and I said, well, when are we going to be out here again? We were ahead of schedule on our load because we'd already done some team driving, and this was a solo load. And I said, all right, well, I'm going to pull into where the tour buses were. There was no one there to stop me. And I said, I'm going to park there. And we watched the sun come up over the Grand Canyon in the morning. And it was really neat. It was so cool. So
I love that when you said too that you were team driving, but you would take a load that was booked for they had the time frame of a solo driver, and y'all took it as a team load, and then you freed up some time to have a little extra cushion because you guys were driving around the clock to get it, so you freed up some time in the weekend or whenever you were.
Yeah, that was definitely something that we worked on doing. You know, it's just, hey, let's team where we can so that way, you know, we can have some downtime where we want it. And that was also, it was a slightly different market there in 2012. But I also really enjoyed, you know, I'd look at the load board and I'd see, well, where do we want to go? You know, and sometimes book loads to take us to areas that we'd never been to before.
Yes.
And so sometimes, you know, it might not be the best paying load, but maybe it takes you to some place that you've never been before. And if you think about, well, I could buy a plane ticket and rent a hotel and do all these other things, or maybe I take a load there and take a couple of days off and explore and, you know, I have my fuel covered and have a place to stay. So
great. I think that's even great for company drivers to do that. Team, the company driver just runs them around the clock, and it's understandable. But I think even a way that they could work with their dispatcher and go, okay, we need to have a little downtime. Just a load that's a single load, we're going to run it fast so we have free up a little bit of time so we could, have some beach time, so communicating those desires to, Grant, you're not going to do that every time. Team drivers, they're going to, company driver, they're going to run them. They want to keep those wheels going. So anyway, that's great. I appreciate you, Elizabeth. I want to take just a minute before we wrap up, and I want to thank our sponsors because we have so many great sponsors in She Trucking, and they allow us to be able to do the things that we do. They're supporting the things that we passionate about and equipping, empowering people to come into the industry and really thrive in the freight transportation industry. So GLCS, this is a fabulous company that helps trucking and logistic companies achieve their growth by taking overcoming their technology challenges. So doing so much for the industry. So if you're a trucking or logistics company, please check them out. So many great resources available and really helping companies to thrive. Another one is True TMS, My Guardian Doc. I really love both of these companies. The True TMS is a transportation management system that's actually designed from the ground up with the small carrier in mind. So if you have a small fleet, one or two trucks or a handful of trucks, this is a great company for you to check out. They have a free trial that you can check out. So that's a great opportunity to give them out just to play around and see all the tools that they provide. But they are designed for the smaller fleet. The other sponsor I want to mention is My Guardian Doc. For drivers, we're on the road and, I've been sick this last couple of weeks and I thought, I can't get to my doctor, but My Guardian Doc, they have a small monthly subscription and you're able to have a virtual counselor with a doctor. They're able to diagnose and write prescriptions for you while you're on the road, or maybe you're a broker or dispatcher and you're in an office and you don't have time to get into the get into the doctor. So this is a great opportunity for somebody at a very low monthly cost to be able to get medical care while we're on the road. It really fits the lifestyle of a trucker. I mean, it's so brilliant, really. So grateful for these sponsors that help us to continue to do the things that we do. Legal Shields is another one of our sponsors I really like. You know, sometimes in trucking, we come up with against challenges and, you know, we wish we had an attorney. They offer a small monthly fee, and then you have access to a legal attorney that can look at contracts or help you fight a ticket that you got on your CDL. And I mean, so much more. So even if you want to do a will, or, you know, they have so many resources. So check them out too. Legal Shield is a wonderful sponsor offering great products that are really helpful for our community. So I want to give them a shout out. And Elizabeth, I just have to say thank you so much. I could have you on again. I think I could talk with you for another hour because you have so much wisdom. And maybe next time we'll get Kenny on here too, because you guys just have just so much that we could take away and learn. I thank you for taking the time to do this, because
absolutely. I really enjoyed it, and I do hope you have me back on here. I would love to do that.
Yeah, so grateful for you, and you guys check it out. You guys be sharing this out with other people, and because Elizabeth dropped some great gems here. Whether you're a carrier, a company driver, or you're thinking about starting a brokerage. So she's got some great information, and we're so grateful that you came on. Well, thanks everybody for tuning in. You know, our show is Enjoying Life OTR, so we always want to hear about the ways that you are enjoying life on the road, and I think that comes with work-life balance. So you've given us some great information that'll help us continue to thrive in our business, and I love your stories about how y'all travel and take advantage of the opportunities. So thanks so much for coming on. Elizabeth, and your link is on the show, patriotstartrucks.com. Is that the brokerage website?
That's actually for both. But you can find us on there. We're also on Facebook, Patriot Star, and feel free to reach out. And I always love to connect with great carriers and build relationships. And, you know, I hope that, you know, when I work with carriers, I want to see them grow their business with me, so that way we can both continue to be successful and make money together. So
yeah, I love that you're into partnerships, and you're such a blessing. And I'm just so grateful to have met you and get to work with you and Kenny regularly. So it's so great. You guys be sure to check out all of the ways that you can find Chic Trucking and Enjoying Life OTR. We're all over social media. We're on LinkedIn, we're at YouTube, Facebook groups, Facebook Lives all the time. We're on Instagram. So many ways for you to connect with us, and we look forward to seeing y'all next time. Thanks again, Elizabeth. I sure appreciate you. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you, Cindy.
Have a good evening.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above bar. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here. We got it, reaching 350 million. They tuning in. We in 50 different countries. We all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network. Start the show.
Hello, hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host of the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, powered by CTR Media Network. And today we have an amazing guest for you. When you think of the words creative, passionate, and supportive, these are the words that describe today's guest. She is a registered psychotherapist. She is the founder of Creating Meaningful Consulting Services. She is also a two-time author. And one of the books is very interesting because she co-authored it, get this, with her husband. And her second book is just helping you get rid of those negative thoughts. She is also a mental health advocate. She also educates, and she is on a mission to eradicate the stigma that is surrounded around mental illness. This is a much needed topic of discussion, and I am so happy that she decided to come here today with you. Who is this amazing woman? Her name is Samantha Campbell. Hello, Samantha. Welcome to the show.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be here.
I'm happy that you are here too, because this conversation is near and dear to my heart because of my personal struggle with depression and anxiety over the years. And so growing up in a time where no one really spoke about it, and now seeing so many people like yourself speaking about it, it really gives my heart, it really does my heart well. And I'm glad that you're here. But I know that you're a psychotherapist, but I just want to ask you this, and this is probably, you could probably say this is going to go going left. You're a psychotherapist. You're a very busy woman. So what does a psychotherapist like to do to enjoy us in their spare time? Do you have any spare time?
Good question. And I have to make my spare time. I have to make it happen, or else it's just not going to happen. So in my spare time, I like to sing, and I like to draw, and I like to, believe it or not, color.
Oh.
Yeah, they have those self-help adult coloring books.
Yes.
I like to do that. It just clears my mind, and it just sets me in a different mindset.
Well, Samantha, you and I are one and the same, because I have a plethora of different types of self-help coloring books. I find that coloring is it's very relaxing, and you don't have to always color in the lines. It's very freeing. It's very, very freeing. And so you would think it wouldn't be when you're an adult, but I find it very, very relaxing. So I understand 1000% what you're speaking about, and when I make time to do it. So it's good to know that you, as a psychotherapist, being honest, you have to make time in order for you to have that spare time. But also the realness of you, what you like to do in your spare time. And I would love to see you sing one day, honey.
Yes.
Yes, sing, draw, and color. That sounds like a good spare time to have some fun, to decompress from your day. So what has been your experience becoming a psychotherapist? Was it something that you always wanted to do growing up, or was it something that you developed later on as you became an adult?
I would say it's something that developed later on. I've always been in the field of just volunteering and trying to care for people. And so before I did my undergrad in child and youth care, just because I love working with children and youth. And then afterwards, just volunteering, I was doing my internship and being a program lead with some girls within a at-risk neighborhood. And it was just a creative arts program. And I was just there having fun with them, but the issues that they were coming with was just so great, and I wanted to help them more. Like, whatever I was giving them, the support that I was giving them was okay, but I felt that they needed more. So I'm a person that loves to pray, and I like to like dig deep into the word. So I'm like, Lord, I realize that these young girls, they need me. It's not just school issues but family issues. So I'm like, direct me to a program that I can study to help out these young ladies. So I got inspired to become a psychotherapist. So I did my master's in counseling psychology. And from there, I have to say the journey was not easy, because that's when I found out that's when I had my mental breakdown at the end of school, where it's like it was just one more month for me to go for me to graduate, and there it went. I went crashing in, not knowing what it was, and it left me out. I was supposed to graduate in, say, for example, March, and I didn't graduate until October of that year. So I was off until that whole time just because of issues with mental illness. And but I kept on going, and I became a psychotherapist. I had to go through the journey of qualifying psychotherapist to become a fully licensed registered psychotherapist. So, with much prayer and support from family members and friends, here I am now as psychotherapist. But the journey was not easy, but the benefit of it in the end result was great. So that's great.
Yeah, I appreciate the fact that you shared your true journey, because many times our truth sometimes is not always pretty. And that's with everybody's life. That's just not with yours. That's with mine as well. And so showing your vulnerability, I appreciate you sharing that with the audience, because you're not just a psychotherapist, you're a person who, as a real person who experienced a breakdown in the fact of all the different things that was coming on you all at one time. And you also mentioned that you didn't understand what it was. If you could go back to identify different things, what was going on with you at that time, what were some things that was different about you during that time that wasn't, you prior to you going through all of these stressful situations?
Well, for one, I would withdraw myself. So that withdrawal piece, and isolation, not wanting to talk to certain people. I was just like, family members or friends will text me and they want to hear back from me, or just having my mind race, like just feeling like I'm just locked in my head, not knowing where to go. Just feeling super irritable, restless, to the point where I was just shaking and dropping everything. It seemed like I had seizure, but it wasn't seizure. That's why it was like, okay, what do you have? What is going on? But that's what mental illness is all about. It's not only the physical aspect about it, but it's the internal, what's going on in the mind and the outside appearance as well. So that is why you can't really put a face on mental illness, right? So that's pretty much how I knew that something was wrong.
I have found that everybody's experience with mental illness or breakdown, whatever the correct terminology. Some people don't like the terminology breakdown. Some people prefer different terminologies. So in this interview, we're not trying to trigger or offend anyone. This is just us sharing our true experience with what we experience. We cannot speak on someone else's situation, but how we felt and how we can articulate how we felt. And it's not meant to trigger or offend anyone. It's just our truth. So I appreciate that you were so transparent. And you're right. It does not have a face. And when you're going through your situation and it's new, you don't really know, you don't have anything to gauge or pull from that you can say, okay, this is going on. I know for me, I did experience some of the symptoms that you just explained. I did go through withdrawal. I'm normally a happy, bubbly person by nature. I was more sad, reserved, and I was irritable. It took very little to trigger me, make me upset. And normally I try my best to be more patient, be more understanding. But during that time, nope. Okay. And I noticed that my eating habits changed, and they could change from day to day or from week to week. Like sometime I would want to eat everything that I saw. It wasn't good for me. Usually sweets and something salty and sweet, right? And then I noticed with myself, I get to some periods where I didn't even have an appetite at all. I have to remind myself, okay, did you eat today? You need to go in here and eat. And then I also recall when I had dealt with mine, I had moments of insomnia. I'm talking about excessive. I'm talking about up 24 hours. The longest stretch that I could not sleep was like 48 hours, 2 days straight, just up, could not sleep. And then the total opposite, I would sleep all the time. So for me, it was just these ups and downs, being from very mild to moderate to very manic and very extreme. And it could vary based upon whatever it is I was going through at the time, because I didn't understand how to address it. So this conversation is very near and dear to my heart, because I don't want anyone to not go seek help. I know growing up in the South, you just going to therapy is not a conversation. You like, no, you're crazy. What you having a nervous breakdown? What is going on with you? You don't need no therapy. You just need to pray.
Yeah.
I'm a Christian. But I learned that certain things you can't pray away. For you, Samantha, did you find that to be true?
Yes, it's true, because you have, like, some people call it spiritually lazy, or you become like, your mind is so clouded that you can't even pick up your Bible or pray. And God understands that, and that is why I wrote my second book, because he himself went through certain journey of that, right? So it's like, why not focus on your mind first, and then after doing that, then your whole physical and everything, you'll be able to be more effective to pray, be more effective to do whatever it is that you want to do, right? So it's not, I agree with you, it's not everything you can pray away, because you're not going to be in that mind frame to get yourself up to pray anyways.
I 100% agree with you. And for a long time before, actually, my husband was the first one. He realized that it was something that was off with me, that was not me. And he started doing research, and he was like, I think you need to go see a therapist. And I was like, oh, I got offended. I mean, I really did. Oh, I was like, excuse you? But anyway, I am so grateful to him and also to God for him nudging me. And literally, he drove me to a local therapist that he did the research on, that our insurance paid for at the time. And he said, and parked the car and said, we're not going anywhere until you go in. And I was like, I know you joking. Like, for real. Like, I'm not going in there. So I did. The first meeting wasn't ideal because I was a little combative, I must admit, because I was resistant. But the second meeting that I went to was such a breakthrough. It was one of the best therapeutic, freeing experiences, having someone that is non-biased, non-judgmental, that is listening to you, and you know that your information is going to remain confidential, and they're there for you.
Yeah.
They're there for you, not family, friends, whatever. They're there exclusively for you, to help you unbag all of whatever it is you're going through and help you understand the why of why you respond this way, and how give you tools on how to be able to go and adjust. And so it's very valuable. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a commercial break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to talk a little bit more about this topic, because I think this is something that is much needed. And the fact that they're seeing that we're being so honest and transparent, in hopes of all of you that's watching and listening in will have your breakthrough. Okay, this is for you. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a commercial break, and we'll be back in a moment. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, hoping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
Hi, my name is Samantha Campbell, and I am the founder of Creating Meaningful Counseling Services. I'm also a registered psychotherapist, and I specialize in children, youth, and young adults. I like creativity, and that's what I incorporate in my sessions. I like to have clients feel transformation and some form of growth and development.
For anybody that knows Tina, she's all about visibility, she's all about connection, and she's all about helping people create a source of income through monetization. And so again, Tina is just really good at what she does. If you've not connected with Tina, if you've seen her show or heard her podcast and you're thinking about connecting with her, I highly, highly, highly recommend it. As a result of my connections with Tina, she has helped me with recruitment of speakers for my upcoming event. She's also helped me to recruit several authors for a few of the book projects that I have had the opportunity to produce in this past year. And all in all, Tina's just a really great person, that she's genuine in helping entrepreneurs in reaching their goals. So again, if you have not connected with Tina, be sure that you do. The Tina Ramsay Show is definitely a great venue for you to connect with other entrepreneurs, to connect with other individuals that are going to be interested in your service or your project. This is Tiffany Bell. Again, you are watching and listening to the Tina Ramsay Show, and I look forward to being able to connect with you.
And just like that, we are back, you guys. And I am so excited and happy that we're having this much needed topic. Today we have in the building, we have the amazing Samantha Campbell, and she is actually sharing her journey, her story as a psychotherapist, and the reason why she does what she do. And I think it's very her story and her testimony is riveting in the fact that she's not only a psychotherapist, but she also experienced some of the same experiences that we experience when we experience panic, anxiety, when you're just not feeling right, battling with mental illness. She is an advocate that not only knows the information, but she also have walked in our shoes. So I feel that she has a different approach to her type of therapy because of the realness of the essence of her life story. So let's go ahead and bring her back to the show. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay, Samantha, let's go ahead and get right into it. Like I said just now, I feel that your story is unique in the fact that you have your own story, even in the midst of you getting all of the becoming a registered psychotherapist, getting the education, and then you had this period of from March to October, which is about 7 months, where you had your own experience. So do you feel that by you experiencing what we would call mental illness makes you more able to assist individuals and be more sympathetic and empathetic towards individuals because of your experience? with it yourself, and how do you use your experiences in your psychotherapy?
I definitely feel like I'm able to relate to my clients a lot better, because sometimes I'll have clients come into my session and they'll be like, you don't understand, or you're not gonna believe this, or whatever. I don't really have to straight out tell my story, but I could put it in a way to say, you know what, I might not know what you're going through, or I do understand, right? I'm trying to relate to giving them psychoeducation, because sometimes without people perish for the lack of education, right? So with educating them on the different triggers that they're going through, what does that mean, and creating a more meaningful aspect for them to understand that this does not have to your experience does not have to overwhelm you. It has happened, it's not still happening. So you don't have to dwell in it. You can use it to benefit others.
I agree with you, but I do feel personally, and this is my personal opinion, I feel that what you're doing and the type of experience that you have, and also in the beginning of this interview, you also shared how you have always been a servant leader. You have always been volunteering, helping, and as you've been helping these youth and these teens and these young girls, you realized that you needed to do more. Now, just because you realized it, that don't mean you had to go do something about it. You could have kept doing whatever it is that you were doing because it was effective. But the fact that you took it the next step to this step, it takes a special kind of person to see a problem, even though they're helping and making experiences and having results, but you knew that they needed more. So hearing those stories, they move you to action. And so do you want to share anything about that, how it moved you to action?
Just as you said, wanting to do more. Just I wanted to volunteer more. I wanted to because of that also I decided to create my own private practice, because I realized that in my community, being African Canadian, just being Black, it's hard to go to therapy just because it's expensive. Like for me alone, I do therapy too in terms of for my own self, and I find it being expensive. So opening up private practice to be able to meet the needs of my community, not only my community, but other culture as well. It just provides a new avenue, and it's more inclusive.
Yeah, I agree with you. The fact that you created your private practice, which is not an easy undertaking, and you're American and Canadian, so the fact that you and you're right, with our culture being African American, Black, or however ones want to identify in this age and time, whatever you feel more comfortable with, people of color, and so it has been a hard undertaking for us to be able to have this conversation, because for centuries we have been sweeping our feelings up under the rug. We have been taught to just take it and just move on and get over it. That's a popular phrase. You just need to get over it. Well, sometimes you can't just get over it. You need someone to help you. And so individuals like you who advocate for mental health awareness and also have the resources makes it a win for win situation. So my question to you is that you're in Canada. I'm in the United States. Some of our viewers, even though we have a global audience, but some of our audience is not in Canada. They're not, they're over here in the United States or in other parts of the country. Do you offer virtual assistance? And if so, how can they get in contact with you?
Well, I do. I offer virtual, whether it be on Zoom or any platform of that sort. And I offer phone counseling as well. So everybody has WhatsApp. So if you're on phone, you go through WhatsApp, or you can just do a straight call. But I do offer virtual counseling. You can just check out my website at www.samanthacampbell.org, or just type in creating meaningful counseling services, and you will be able to see the different services that I offer. And it doesn't matter wherever you are in the world, you can connect. And it doesn't matter your culture, you can connect. So that's the services that I offer. So I definitely encourage persons to just reach out, and don't be afraid. It will be worth it.
I thank you for that. And you guys, for those of you who are watching in either on the TV side, online side, social media side, you can actually see her website right now. For those of you who will be listening in on the podcast or the radio later on, that website is SamanthaCampbell.org. That is SamanthaCampbell.org, where you can actually see the services that she actually provides, as well as her areas of therapy. She also has resources. You can book her straight from the website. And also she has a very effective blog to also help you on your mental health wellness journey. So make sure to go check that out. With all that being said, you are a volunteer that saw that there was a need for more work to be done. So you took it up with your bootstraps and said, I'm going back to school and I'm going to become a psychotherapist. And now you're a registered psychotherapist. Next, you decided that you're going to start you're going to have your own practice and provide these services, and you're doing it in a unique way where they can also contact you via phone, also via connectability with Zoom or however it is that you guys decide to connect, which is very much needed, which means that you're global. Anybody can contact you, which is a plus. And then lastly, you would think that your table was full, but you decided not to do one, but two books. So let's talk a little bit about your book. And one book is very, very special because you co-authored that book with your husband. So let's talk about that book, and why did you decide to co-author a book with your husband?
That was an interesting journey. Because my husband told me, "Oh, you write so much. I think you should become an author." I'm like, I don't know about that. And he's like, "Okay, let's write a book together." I'm like, "You'll be writing that book by yourself." Until he started writing, and then I'm like, "Oh, this guy is serious." And then I'm like, I can't just let him write by himself. So I collaborated with him, and we just put our heads together and saw the need once again to just be able to tell each other's story and be able to just inspire others. So that's where that came from, just because he saw the potential in me, and then he brought it right out. And then from then it led to my second book, just wanting to there it is, our life's journey, and the past, the present, and the future. We explore different topics of marriage. There's a section for youth. There's a section on prayer. There's poetry. There's a little bit of everything for everybody. So the littlest of a child can read it because it's just so inspiring.
And this is your second book.
Yes. So that's my second book. I was just inspired because I'm like, we talk about mental illness so many times, but nobody really defined what is it and what are the different struggles. And it has a twist to it too. Like, it has different resources in terms of like self-care. At each chapter it has, I don't want to give it away, but don't give
it away.
You have to go pick up the book because there's so many different resources and self-care tips that you can really use. So it's not just about reading, it's about engaging and being practical in recovering or just refreshing, refocusing, right? So yeah, that's me.
Okay, so for the ones that's listening in, let me go ahead and say this title out loud because our viewing audience on television and online and social media, they have the privilege to see it. But for our listening audience, they only know if we tell them. So we've been talking about this book, Samantha, been sharing the experiences about these books. But what the title is for all our listening people, the title is Our Life's Journey. And this is the book for the past, the present, and the future, written by her husband and herself, sharing their experiences. And I feel that this will be a great book for you to add to your library. And then next, we also have Samantha's book, Samantha Campbell's book, Tell Your Negative Thoughts, Not Now, Lessons for the Mind. So make sure to go pick that up at Amazon.com or go visit SamanthaCampbell.org. That is SamanthaCampbell.org. So Samantha, with everything that you have been doing, you're an author, you're a psychotherapist, you like a psychotherapist that love to sing, draw, and color. You are also an African American that lives in Canada, so you're very diverse. So what's the correct terminology? Afro-Canadian? I don't even know what the correct terminology is for that.
Close to it, but it keeps on changing. So we'll just stick with African. Yeah.
Because it always changing for us. The name change. Yeah. I mean, they get ready to change it. What, we're not gonna be African Americans anymore. That's what I heard. They're gonna call us something else. I'm like, what? We just got used to African American. Like, really? Can we just stay one name?
Right. That's why you have to stay true to yourself.
Exactly. I agree. And they can actually get in contact with you for your services and also visit your website at SamanthaCampbell.org. I want to thank you so much for coming on today's show, sharing your experiences, and also allowing us to have a glimpse into the window of your life and how you're using your experience, your purpose, to inspire and help other people. And your way of psychotherapy, I still say, is very unique because you are addressing how it feels. Many people talk about mental illness and being a mental health advocate. That may possibly be a therapist. However, I like your unique way of delivering the information because you experience this, and it makes it a little bit different. And that you explain the feelings of how you felt, and maybe within your description of how you felt, or the way that we described it today, how I felt, that someone can say, hey, I'm experiencing that. Maybe I need to give you a call. Oh, yeah, you do. Okay. Okay. So before we go, I do want all of you guys to make sure to go follow her on social media. So you can go and follow Samantha on Instagram. That's www.instagram.com/Sam_CMCS/. You can also follow her on Facebook, Creating Meaningful Consulting on Facebook. You can also visit her YouTube page on Samantha Campbell on YouTube. And let's see what else. You can also visit her on LinkedIn. That is Samantha Campbell, BAMACP. Just look up Samantha Campbell. She'll pop up there. And be able to connect with her and her information. Also, I want to show you a little bit of her YouTube channel real time so that you can see some of the information that she actually has offered for you guys, because she is just not a woman who does the work. She also provides so many different resources for you. So I want you to make sure that you go and subscribe to her YouTube channel, Creating Meaningful Consulting Services, where she's giving you live tips and motivation and educational content that you will be able to enjoy and be able to take advantage of. So go ahead and hit that subscribe button and go on over to Samantha Campbell on YouTube. Here it is right there on the screen. So Samantha, is there anything else that you would like to share with our audience?
Well, just don't be scared to go to therapy. It's you have to be able to listen to yourself, listen to your mind, listen to your body, and it will tell you. Just like how you go to the hospital for treatment for your foot if you have an injury, or just like how you might take Tylenol or Advil for a headache, why not examine your mental health, right? It's just the same. We have no health without mental health, and we are all one. We have one body, and it all function all together. So, don't be scared. You'll thank yourself. Really thank yourself for it.
I 1000% agree with you. And I'm so glad that that day my husband challenged me and said, you going, we're not leaving. That was one of the best decisions that I ever made when I decided to drop the fear and drop the preconceived notions that I had about therapy and actually went in. I have found that when you take care of your mental health first, your body falls into place. A lot of our illnesses that we have from a physical standpoint with our body, all these illnesses that we incur over time, is because, in my opinion, it manifests in the head first because we're stressed all the time.
Yeah.
And that stress can cause heart problems. It can cause blood pressure problems. It can cause all these different things. And so we need to put emphasis on the neck up. For centuries, we have been paying attention to the neck down, but the source is the brain, your mind. Don't be ashamed. Don't be embarrassed. I went and I'm still going.
Yeah.
And yes, it's an investment that is worth having, because it's nothing like a peace of mind. Nothing like a peace of mind. So Samantha, thank you for what you do. Thank you for the way that you decided to, I would say, eradicate the stigma surrounding around mental illness. Thank you for being brave enough to share your own story. And I just love the fact that you and your husband came together to write a book together. Now that is unique, and you guys sharing your story. So make sure you guys pick that up from Amazon.com. Let me flash it one more time so that everybody can see it. Samantha Campbell, Tell Your Negative Thoughts Not Now. That sounds like a TV show in the making. Is our life's journey. So thank you so much for coming on today. And as always, you guys, for all the people who's listening and looking in right now, I know that it's not always easy, but if no one told you today that you're worthy, that you're special, and that you're needed, I want you to know that you are. And I want you to know, if anyone didn't tell you that they love you today, I want you to know that I love you. And until next time, I want you to do what? Keep smiling. I'll see you guys next week. Same time, same place on the Tina Ramsey Show. Thank you so much for being a part of our family, our lovelies. See you next week.
Are you ready to skyrocket your podcasting journey? Look no further than The Power of Podcasting by Dr. Tina J. Ramsey. This book is not just any ordinary guide. It's a game changer that offers insider strategies, captivating content creation tips, proven techniques, and monetization secrets. But that's not all. When you purchase The Power of Podcasting, you also receive a complimentary bonus, Dr. Ramsey's sought-after podcast 30-video course valued at $999, absolutely free. It's no wonder this book is a #1 bestseller on Amazon and has been rated one of the top 10 best new podcasting books to read by Book Authority. Dr. Ramsey's expertise and practical advice have earned her acclaim in the industry. So, what are you waiting for? Take the leap and unlock your podcasting success today. Grab your copy of The Power of Podcasting, Unlocking Tips and Strategies for Podcast Success by Dr. Tina J. Ramsey on Amazon, or visit their website at ctrmedianetwork.com. A link will be provided in this episode's description. Your podcasting journey starts here.
Well, you have any closing remarks before we head out?
Y'all, please support the movement of CTR Media Network. I'm telling you, being a part of this amazing media family, I can't go wrong, right? They have the support. They support us in all that we do. If we have questions, they take the time out to advise and mentor. So definitely check out the different plethora of shows that are on the network. I promise you, and I'm not saying this because I'm part of the family, but I promise you, you will be uplifted, inspired, educated, motivated, all the good stuff that we all need to carry ourselves out through the day. So definitely go check it out, y'all.
Awesome. I definitely appreciate you.
Hello, everyone. I am trying to work out a few technical things here, but I think I'm good. I hope that everybody is doing great. Welcome to Thought for Thursday. I hope you've had a great week. I'm trying to see if I'm on Instagram. Looks like I am. Awesome. I'm glad to be here with you guys today. It has been a great short week. I'm happy to say it's Friday Eve, isn't it? All right. So we're getting ready for the weekend. But before we do, I wanted to talk to you guys about, so should your passion be your profession? How many of us have thought about it? You know? I know that once you get a certain age, you start to evaluate things, and that's definitely what we do around about this age. We're starting to figure out, well, is there something that I really wanted to do? And I've been doing something else for a long time, but is it really what I'm passionate about? I know I'm not the only one who has thought about that. I know how it is to kind of have some things that you've really desired to do and perhaps really haven't had an opportunity to do them for one reason or another. So have you really thought about it? Have you thought about what it might look like if you were actually to go and pursue some things that have really been your passion, but you've put off for whatever reason? Yeah. So what are some of you guys passionate about? I know for a fact that some of you are great cooks out there. I know that some of you are authors. I know that some of you are wonderful, absolutely wonderful at arranging events, putting events together. I know that some of you are great at orchestrating programs and leading different tasks and pulling programs together. So what does that look like for you? Are you doing that kind of thing in your job right now? Yeah, no, maybe so. Kind of hard to tell. Well, what would it look like if you were able to turn one of your passions or some of your passions into your profession? What do you think that would be like? What would it feel like? Well, I can tell you it would feel like a few things. For starters, it would lead to a more fulfilling and purpose-driven life. A lot of us are passionate about things that are really in line with what we know our purpose is or what we feel our purpose is. It could allow us to do, more of what we love. That's pretty obvious. If we did something as a profession that was actually something that we're passionate about. It could also allow us to make a positive impact, and, possibly achieve financial independence. It could be all of those things, because if you're many times, if you're working in something that you're passionate about, it may lead to something that would require you to branch out on your own. move away from where you currently are? So let's take a look at it by going in this direction. So why is it a good idea, rather, for us to perhaps make something that we're passionate about? Why is it a good idea to perhaps turn that into something that we can do as a profession? So let's take a look at it. You know, I have some ticklers up here that's going to definitely show me, you know, it's going to help me to remember to, what to tell you guys. So what is the first thing? Why is it a good idea, for example, if you have a passion for fitness and wellness? Why would it be a good idea to go ahead and perhaps look at that and make it into something that would be a profession for you? Well, sharing your knowledge and promoting a healthy lifestyle can definitely be, incredibly rewarding, right? Something that you really do enjoy. And it aligns with personal wellness, okay? And you're helping others to become well. It really aligns with personal well-being. And it helps, to lead others in the direction of doing a more healthy life. So if you're passionate about something like that, how is it that perhaps you can get started? Well, one thing that you can do is consider becoming a certified fitness coach. That's definitely one avenue to pursue if you were thinking of trying to make that your profession, or even talking to some people who are professional fitness coaches to find out, well, exactly what would that entail if I were to pursue something like that? Forgive me for just a second, I had to adjust the camera. If I were to pursue something like that, okay? So what else? What are some other things? How if you have a love for art and creativity? Now that's one that definitely is a calling for me. Love the arts, love creating things with my hands. And it's good to perhaps pursue something like this as a profession because it can be so therapeutic. Yes, doing things with your hands can be therapeutic. You can have a job that's therapeutic for you, that's therapeutic for others, and it allows for a strong sense of self-expression. So it would allow you to express yourself in ways that you may not have ever even thought of expressing yourself. And that makes you feel good, makes you happy in what you do, right? If you're in something where you can express yourself freely. And of course, there is an incredible market for handmade things, for example, anything from earrings, something that my mom and I do, to quilts, to Afghans, to, household items, you name it. People tend to really gravitate towards items that are handmade for many reasons. It shows love. It shows probably just a little more care and concern was put into something, and you know that. So how would you get started in something like that? Start putting your things online. Open up a Shopify site or Etsy. Etsy is like the end all and be all for those who are entrepreneurial and they're making things, craft things. Etsy, you can find just about anything. So that's someplace you may want to start. You may want to do something where you're, putting your creations in a local job fair, not a local job fair, a local arts fair. Someplace where you can display what it is that you're good at with your hands. So what else? How if you have a culinary passion? Now, this is something that, my family is well known for. We have a number of good cooks in my family. And yeah, they love to cook and they love to share what it is that they cook. That is their form of spreading love. What better job to have than to be able to do something like that? Be able to feed people, provide people with a nice environment, provide people with a meal that they don't have to cook themselves. Hello? Provide them with a service that's going to make their lives better. Everybody likes to eat, right? And everybody loves good food. So that's definitely not a bad idea if that is something that you're passionate about. Now, how would you get started with something like that? Experiment with different recipes, perhaps. Take something that you may have found online, make it your own, make it your signature dish. Create something from scratch that is now your signature dish and begin to share it. Many people, as you know, food trucks, people get brick and mortar places where they actually do the selling. You may want to start smaller to ensure that you definitely narrow down the price points and the profits that you need to have in order to sustain yourself in an actual building. So that's something else that you could definitely think of. What else is there? Writing and storytelling. Yeah. I always say, and you know how I feel about this, we all have a story to tell. If it's not our story, we may have stories of things that we've been able to do and to succeed in, and we may have an instructional story that we need to share or an instructional book that we need to share. Perhaps it's memoirs of, perhaps it's stories of people from our past. Storytelling and writing are definitely awesome professions to move into if you have a passion for that kind of thing. So, how is it that you may want to branch into that? Well, it is so easy these days to find yourself a publisher who's going to be willing to work with you to go ahead and publish that book. If you need some support around that, if you need some questions answered in that, please reach out to me. I am definitely a resource for something like that. As you know, I've done anthologies and a number of other things. And my company, my family just started the publishing consultant piece of our business. So definitely, I would love to speak to you about something like that. You can do blogs. Perhaps you're not ready to do a book and publish a book. Start with a blog. Start with things where you get together in groups and perhaps you can write short articles for someone else. There's so many different things that you can do if you have a passion for writing, and you really want to explore perhaps making that your profession. Education and mentorship. We can already attest to how people who have had a real passion for educating others and working with youth or women or men, you name it, are already making inroads in the field of education and mentorship because it was a passion of theirs. And they pursued whatever licensing they needed to get, whatever training they needed to get in order to be able to go ahead and work in something that they are passionate about. How do you get started with something like that? Well, I just talked about it. Go in and make sure that you get the training that you need, that you do the educational things that you need to do, that you sit with perhaps some others who are doing these things in the field, who are mentoring, who are coaching, who are training, who are teachers, to find out what that experience is really like in the professional world. How is it that you make that your profession? What else? Environmental conservation. So many of us are really in tune and committed to preserving and bettering our world environmentally. And many of us are really passionate about that. So that, of course, is helping ourselves and everyone else around us if we are really focused in on ensuring that we are doing the best things for our environment. With that, of course, you can start small. You can start perhaps by organizing things within your community, organizing conservation groups, starting campaigns, finding out what it's like to perhaps work for some organizations that are advocates for that. How do you do that? You interview people in these organizations. You ask if you could sit with them for a day, if you could perhaps attend some of their functions. There are various ways that you can get savvy and get knowledge around these things and find out, kind of test the waters to see, is this really something that I would want to make my profession? Now, we're talking about all these things, and I'm telling you ways to find out more about the things that you're passionate about to determine if indeed it's something that you want to do. But there's much more to consider rather than just finding out what it's like. You need to make sure that it's getting into an income, or it's going to bring you the income that you want. You have to make sure that it's going to agree with, everything that touches your life. And that's all a part of making sure that something that you're passionate about can really kind of work as a profession for you. What else? I've got one more thing I want to tell you about, and that is travel and adventure. Now, if you're like me, you know a lot of people who have gotten into this. Why? Because they love to travel. I love to travel. Who doesn't love to travel to beautiful, exotic, warm places? Okay, I don't want to get off topic here, but who doesn't like to travel? Everybody likes to get away and have that free time where you can do whatever you want and have fun, whether it be by yourself, with your family, with your friends. People enjoy that. So you can get together with other travel enthusiasts, and you can turn that, passion into a profession by being a travel blogger even, or a tour guide. Many people, particularly in this area, in the nation's capital, lots of people I know are tour guides. I know lots of people are tour guides back where I'm from in South Carolina. They are very familiar, of course, with the history of Gullah and the history of Charleston and so many different pieces or places in South Carolina. And they enjoy taking people out on tours to enlighten them about such a beautiful culture. So again, you can start with that by doing a travel blog, following people on social media. Find out if you can hang around with some people who actually do, are tour guides, people who actually are travel agents. So do your investigating with all of these things, and then figure out, how would that fit in my life at this point? Where am I at this point? Do I want to switch careers? Can I do that? Is this something that I can incorporate in what I'm already doing, in the work that I'm already doing, on the job that I have right now? There are so many different things. Perhaps there's something that you're passionate about that you can even bring to the company that they may not be aware of. And you can do a proposal to show them how adding this extra function will actually benefit the business. And that's a win-win. You're bettering the company, and you're further developing and expanding what it is that you do, so that you will enjoy what you do even more, because you're being able to incorporate something that you're passionate about. Now, I make it sound so easy, and you know that none of this is necessarily an easy thing to do. The research has to be done. The journey could be very challenging, but the rewards are so worth it. Who does not want to be passionate about what they do? Who doesn't want to be passionate about how they make a living? All right. So if you find yourself in a position where you're not really working in something that you're passionate about, for example, a huge piece of why I got into human resources is because I'm passionate about working with people. If you are not really doing something that really makes your heart sing, then identify what it is that makes your heart sing, and then do some real soul searching. What is it that you can do to pull more of that into your life? Does that need to be your profession? Or perhaps there's something that you can do in the volunteer or perhaps, like I said, in the writing capacity. Find out where it is you can pull in more of what you're passionate about, so that you can have a more fulfilling, and you can feel, you can live a life, as I always say, in which you're thriving and not just surviving. All right. So should you make your passion your profession, do some research and find out. All right. And I just gave you a number of things and told you a number of reasons why it could work. That's it, guys. Listen, go have a great rest of the evening. Thanks for listening in. I appreciate you so, so much. And I want to definitely share with you that we have Reinvented to Rise 3 on the horizon. Yes, we have a speaker call that is up next week for Reinvented to Rise 3. Speaking of telling your story, if you have a story that particularly tells of your triumph over physical, mental challenges, we want to hear from you. Go ahead and sign up at the link there, and I'll also share with you the code. If you just scan that code, it will lead you to where you need to register to go ahead and join me next Wednesday when I tell you all of the deets on being a part of Reinvented to Rise, Volume 3, all right? Not just the anthology, but the documentary too. So we're doing both again. Such a rewarding experience. And it is something where you elevate your story to a level unlike any that you really even fathomed you could do. There's so many of us that have a story to tell. And I always say it's not just for us, but it's for those that we can help as well. It's an obligation for us to help others by showing them how and how you can triumph, and showing them what it is they need to do to come through in the way that you were able to come through. All right. So either scan that code or go ahead and write down the link that's there. I would love to see you next week. Come on and let me tell you some more details about Reinvented to Rise Volume 3, the project, the anthology, and the documentary. All right. So that's it. You guys go and have a great rest of the day. Have a great weekend coming up. Make sure you rest, reinvigorate, and restore. Take care of yourself. Go be you, confident and bold in who you are, and touch something with that imprint that only you have. Only you can make the difference. And in a world such as the one that we're living right now, we need difference makers. We need people who are going to make good impact. So go out and touch something and do just that. All right? You guys have a great one. And the code, as I said, for you, it would be in your upper left-hand corner, I believe. Just look at the top up there. There's a code somewhere. You'll find it. Have a great one.
I'm your host, Kim Jacobs, better known as the Balance Doctor. And all of our guests that come on, they're either people that have overcome some tremendous odds in their own lives as they balance this thing called life, or they're experts and they're here to share tips and strategies that will help you better balance and manage your life. Grab your virtual seats and let's get ready for some real relevant and relatable content on today's episode of The Kim Jacobs Show. Hello, everyone. I am so excited to be here with you all today. We have Dr. Paulette Harper and Cassandra Hayes. How are you ladies today?
Doing really well.
I am doing well.
Thank you so much for having us on.
I'm excited to have both of you on today. Listen, grab your virtual seats, everyone. We are going to have a great episode for you. You've been hearing from Dr. Paulette Harper, who's the visionary of her unbreakable spirit and how people are rising again and harnessing that power to be able to get up and rise yet again. Nothing is keeping these women down that's in this particular book, this anthology that you don't want to miss all of the details about. So we've had several of the authors come on already and they've been sharing their backstories. And today we have another first-time author that's here with us. Let's give it up for Cassandra Hayes, first-time author. And she's going to be talking to us about her journey into becoming a newfound author in this anthology. So grab your virtual seats and go ahead and share the broadcast and encourage everyone to tune in to learn how to rise up again after you've been broken. And even share your own journey. Share your journey of how maybe something broke you and it thought it broke you, but you rose again, right? All right. All right. Dr. Paulette, I want to make sure that when people tune in today, that they know how to be able to get this particular anthology right from the beginning and probably in the middle of the show and towards the end. We'll say that. But how do people go about getting a copy of this new book release, Her Unbreakable Spirit, Harnessing the Power to Rise Again?
Yeah, well, once again, thank you so much, Kim, for having us here, part 3 with the authors. And so with Her Unbreakable Spirit, actually, it's going to be releasing on December the 12th. And so the ebook will release on December the 12th. And so up until then, all the authors are doing pre-sales. And so any one of the authors can provide readers with autographed copies of this particular book. And so look forward to drop on December the 12th. We're definitely going to be pushing for Amazon bestsellers. So we're going to really need our audience to rise up, come forth, and really push us to become bestsellers. So look for the date, save the date, December the 12th.
Yes. Okay. December 12th, y'all, over the holidays. This will be a great gift to give to people. So even if you get your own copy, order 2 and get, or more, 3, 4, 5, and get some to put in as holiday stuffers. So this is going to be a great thing. And I'll probably re-air this episode again right during the holiday season so that you'll know, get your copy. Get your copy of Her Unbreakable Spirit. And you can get it right from the author that's here today, Cassandra Hayes, or you can get it from Dr. Paulette Harper or on Amazon. They're going to be doing all kind of campaigns. As you can see, they've already started. So we're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we're going to hear from Dr. Paulette Harper, the visionary herself, and find out more as to how she got these first-time authors in this anthology to step out of their comfort zone and take some action. We'll be right. That's the question. I want you to already have your mind right. We'll be right back right after this commercial break.
My father had 4 of his fingers amputated in a workplace accident. It was the first injured individual I represented. And I knew I had to win that case. When someone walks into my office and they've been injured, I know what they're going through. If you've been injured at work with Hunter and Everett. We've got the experience. So let us help you.
All right, we're back here on the Kim Jacobs Show. And Dr. Paulette, anytime you get an opportunity to work with as many authors as you have, because you are the visionary behind I should just tell everybody who you are, because even though you've been on the show many times, everybody watching this episode may not know who Dr. Paulette Harper is. So we're going to take a moment and say that you are a renowned figure in the literary world. You've achieved remarkable success at 14-time at this point, and 2-time best winning author, certified self-publishing coach, business coach, and mental health coach. So you wear a lot of different hats. You are also the TV host of Now Faith Is TV, which airs on Roku, Apple TV, Amazon Fire TV. If you want to find it, you're going to find Now Faith Is TV. Amazon Kindle, Google Play, everywhere you pretty much can find Now Faith TV is. Now Faith Is TV. Now Faith Is TV. You're also all kinds of authors of some of the most amazing sounding titles like Arise from the Ashes, Women Who Soar, Resilience in Hard Times, For Such a Time as This, The Breaking Point, I Survived the Storm. It's so many, y'all. I'm telling you, you have to just go and search Dr. Paulette Harper and all of the projects that she's worked on, Breaking the Silence, and many other collaborative books. But I want you to all welcome Dr. Paulette Harper here to the Kim Jacobs Show. How are you today?
I am doing wonderful, Kim. Thank you so much for that introduction.
Well, I'm honored to have you here today. And I know I normally ask you a lot of different questions, but I have to know, how do you get first-time authors like Cassandra Hayes to say, wait, what? I'm ready to write a whole chapter in a book for my first time ever, getting out of their comfort zone and then taking action. Talk to us.
Yeah, that's a great question. I just put the call out there, and I really think that a lot of it is timing of God, just divine connection. I think that it is just perfect timing for a lot of these authors. With all of my anthologies, it's about 98%, all of them are first time authors. And so, which is a tremendous blessing because I'm a nurturer. And I know that they are fearful. I know that they have questions. I know they're unsure about their story. And so I can really emphasize with that. And because I'm a nurturer, I can take them from right where they are and convince them that it's going to be okay.
Wait, before you go any further, because this is probably a good interjection point for Cassandra. Is that what happened with you? Because now you look like, oh, is that what happened to me? Go ahead. What are your thoughts to that, right quick?
Absolutely. Everything she said is correct. When we did our first consultation, we met up and she wanted to know the direction I wanted to go. I wanted to go in a total, complete opposite direction. And what she said is so true. She was it was in a caring way. And she was like, I don't think that would be good. And it was so caring. And then we was talking, having a conversation. Tell me a little bit more. And things that I didn't even think of that I should write about, we brought it to life. And I mean, once later on, it was all just how everything just came full circle and how everything it was like she said, in God's timing. And it was on point. It was a safe place, because I shared some intimate stuff. Okay, well, and I thought I knew what I was talking about, right? And it was like, this is what I want to do. And in a caring way, she was like, no. And then this is the direction. And we made it happen. When I tell you I was stretched beyond measure, I was. But a little kicking and screaming, but we made it happen. And, I stepped back in the student role. I've never been this way before. And she has done this and has been successful. And I just trusted her. And now here I am.
Okay. You know how you said, okay. That's real. I just wanted to hear that interjection. But Dr. Paulette, so go back and you have these first-time authors. You said about 98% of them are first-time authors. You get the opportunity to coerce them and guide them and nurture them. So carry on with what you were saying.
Yeah. So, the first-time authors, a lot of them, they have so many, so much that they want to write. Okay. And so, you're limited to the 1,500 words, 2,000 words. And so you really have to be real precise. And so for me, it's so valuable to have that one-on-one session with them because it helps me kind of help them to filter out what's necessary and what's not necessary. And so the things that are not necessary, they can always use in another book. And so for me, it is really capturing the idea of the author in the first paragraph and pulling the reader in. And so my coaching style is this. I challenge the authors because I know that it's in them. Okay, I know that the creativity is in them. I know the story is in them. My job as the coach is to activate that creativity and pull it out of them in the 1,500 words, okay, and have that structure. And that's the challenge that I think a lot of them may have is structure, because you have to be able to write a story that it's going to flow from pulling the writer in to, okay, my emotions next. What did that experience do to me? How did I even maneuver through that, navigate through that? And then what was the outcome, And so when I'm coaching, the outcome has to always be for the reader. It
Right.
always has, the reader always has to win, There always has to be a solution. We may start out broken and hurt, Okay, that's how we start our story. And then as we move the story along, it is, okay, what did I do from the brokenness, and then how did I overcome? And we always want to leave the reader with strategies, how to overcome, what they need to do next, And so I think when we can kind of focus a story on that, it gives the reader the success that they have no idea how the story is going to unfold, but I do as the coach, okay? And so when they finally get their story done after it's been edited, they can look at themselves and say, wow, I did that, because it's their story. What I do and the editors do, we just make the story unfold in such a way that is of course is believable, because this is their story,
Yes.
and the editor polishes it up. But for the first time author, he has this masterpiece, and they all are masterpieces. They have a masterpiece that they can say, I did this. I wrote this. This is my very own story, and I can own this. And then they're able to have that confidence that if they did it this time, they can do it again.
Yes, I actually am over here typing what you're saying too. And so the comment that I have, you all, I hope y'all are typing in the studio audience too, so you can go back and later reference your own notes. These are my notes right here. So I type, you have to be able to write a story and have it flow in 1,500 words or less, 1,500 to 2,000 typically. This is with Dr. Paulette Harper is saying. And then I really love the point that you just made, which is there has to be, if it's a typo or anything, y'all let me know, because I'm over here typing, listening, doing all kind of stuff with you. There has to be a solution for the reader, not just the pain. That's a key takeaway that you as a coach, I'm sure, are able to impart to these authors. And for you all in the virtual studio audience, take note on what's being said, but also, are any of you all interested in being an author and you have your own questions? We have an expert here that is literally a multi, you know how people say serial entrepreneurs? Well, she's a serial best-selling authorpreneur. Is that a thing? Yeah, that's my new thing that I just made up on the spot. There you are. You're a serial authorpreneur specialist.
Okay, I'll take it.
Okay. Okay. And then you hear Cassandra saying that she was getting coached, and some things she was saying just really wasn't even what Dr. Paulette thought would happen or need to happen. So she coached her and said, no, let's not go that way. Let's tweak this. And you're coachable, Cassandra. So I'm excited to hear that as well. All right. We're going to take just another commercial break. And when we come back, I want to hear from you, Cassandra, and find out, we'll go back and forth, but I want to hear from you and find out a little bit about your backstory and what happened throughout your journey, because I know that you are a mental health specialist. Before we even take a break, let me tell people who you are as well, some things about you, and then we'll come back and hear some of your backstory. You're a visionary owner of C's Heavenly Boutique, LLC. You're also a dedicated advocate for mental health and domestic violence awareness, certified in mental health first aid for both youth and adults. And you also will pray a person through. I see that all throughout the tapestry of your bio here. Your own remarkable journey, which is what we're going to hear about, has inspired countless others to conquer adversity and leave an indelible mark on this world. We'll be right back, everyone, right after this commercial break, and hear from Cassandra Hayes. We'll be right back. All right, everyone. We are back here on the Kim Jacobs Show, And we'd like to thank our episode sponsors that have taken the time to sponsor the Kim Jacobs Show. And we encourage you all to support their businesses. Let me let you know that today's episode is sponsored by attorney Charles Everidge with Hunter Everidge Law Firm. So if you're dealing with a disability or even a claim that's been denied, wrongful death of a loved one, or any type of workers' compensation, give them a call, 704-457-5000, 704-457-5000. And they are throughout the Carolinas, the Alabama, and the Richmond, Virginia area. Now, obviously, if you're hearing this in a different country, you're not going to connect right there, okay? But just if you're in those areas, feel free. And then also the vproducts.store. Whatever's happening in that coffee with the mushroom-infused coffee, this sponsor has been getting quite a bit of attention. They love the black coffee and the 6 mushroom-infused coffees. So check them out at vproducts.store. Let them know the Kim Jacobs Show sent you their way. All right, Cassandra, talk to us and tell us a little bit about your journey in life that made you become so passionate about what you do today. The funny part is I have like all kind of glasses. So I realized I just put my brown glasses on. I'm doing the most over here. Go ahead, Cassandra. Can you hear me?
So my name is Cassandra. I am a mother, and I am now a first-time author. And as you mentioned, I am an advocate for both domestic violence and mental health. And that came about. I worked in domestic violence and with women's shelters for 6 years. I started out as a volunteer and then initially got hired. And my passion for mental health came about working from where I worked in a shelter, and I saw how a lot of the women were suffering in silence and they were not getting the resources that they needed. And then along with my own struggle, where I suffered in silence with mental health from a lot of childhood trauma that was undealt with. And first of all, I didn't have a name for it and was unaware that that's what was happening. So I suffered because I didn't have a name for it. And I didn't understand what I was going through. And I accepted it as if it was my life, if that makes sense. Like the struggles of what I was going through until I got educated, until I sought out resources. And that came about, I was working as a behavioral health coordinator and working with a team of licensed social workers and nurses. And I did behavioral health assessments, and I was doing assessments for people. And then a few times I did the assessments, I was like, wait a minute, I'm going through that. And then from that point, I sought out help for myself. And that started my journey on my wellness and getting better and getting educated. And now from the point of helping me to advocating, because it's a passion of mine, especially in our community, it's a stigma, it's a shame associated with it. And it takes courage to get help. And a lot of people are ashamed and they suffer in silence. And as we know, we hear about a lot of people taking their lives and, things of that sort, but it's a lot of resources out there. It's a lot of help out there, and just finding a safe place. So that's where my passion came about from me, wanting to help others and advocate in that space for the mental health.
I'm glad you're bringing out the point, and I typed it here as well. Until you get educated and get proper resources, you may suffer in silence. And Cassandra is what your name is, right? Cassandra is saying that that's what she wants you to be able to actually get to those resources. When people are suffering in silence, because you can relate, because you actually did that, is it something that I'm trying to determine, is it a conscious choice and decision that I'm just going to deal with this the best way I know how on my own? Or is it subconscious? They really want the help, but they don't know who to turn to get the help. I've always wanted to ask that question, so I want to know.
Well, I can speak from my perspective. I
Yes.
didn't know. I didn't have a name for what I was going through. So me suffering in silence, I accepted what I was going through as if it was my norm, if that makes sense. And I didn't know. So some people may know, and then some people may not know, and they're suffering unaware and not understanding what they're going through. As far as me, like, anxiety and, you know, um, from a lot of trauma, things of that sort, and depression, because it was things that was not dealt with. So I suffered in silence, unaware, and I thought it was my norm. I thought it was my life. So I thought I had to live through this and accept it as my norm. But once I found out that I did not, and that there was help, I became my own advocate to know what I needed and the things that I was going through. And I must say, my journey has been a good one, because by the grace of God, I have came across excellent providers that have helped me, has provided me with good tools and resources, and to help me evolve and grow. So that has been my experience. And once I understood what I was going through, and like, hey, you do not have to go through this. And the freedom came, and the chains started falling when I first started seeking help, like a few years. So I've been on this journey for some years now. And one of the providers that I had, a behavioral health provider, he gave me a freedom. He was like, don't you know all that you've gone through? And it's so much baggage that you're carrying. And it started at such a young age. He was like, you do not have to carry that. And a lot of the stuff that you're feeling guilty and shame of, you don't have to carry it, because it's not your fault. He said so many false expectations has been placed on you at a young age, and you've been carrying that, and you've been wearing that as if that is who you are, and this is how you're supposed to be, but you do not. So that's when my freedom started, because once someone validated what I was going through, how I was feeling, but then let me know, no, you do not have to stay in this place.
Wow. Okay. So that's very key. With people when they're trying to take that first initial step to say, yes, I actually know I do need some help. What kind of step? Because I'm looking here, 1 in 3 women, it says 35.6%. This is the National Domestic Violence Hotline statistic line. And it says 1 in 4 men, 28.5 in the United States, have experienced rape, physical violence, or stalking by intimate partner in their lifetime. This is unbelievable. So what is a first step from your perspective? Because you've said a lot of great information already to help people that are unaware, that's just living in their own circumstances, not knowing that it's even abnormal. It is what it is, as people say. It is what it is. Everybody talk about that, right? So what first step would you give somebody to take? And Dr. Paulette, if you have any input, any of you all, because I know you're a pastor, you counsel quite a few people, you wear so many hats too. Chime in and just share what first step would you recommend a person take that is unaware? It's like, I think I'm in a problem, in a situation here, because I feel like I'm being violated, but I don't know what to do. Any first step advice?
Go ahead, Cassandra.
I think acknowledging, well, I think, and I can speak personally as well, for as I experienced domestic violence. So for me, my step when I got out, and I was in the domestic violence shelter, me and my children, and my step was for my kids. I was dealing with someone that was, alcoholic, and it was verbal, it was not good. And, and that used to upset my anxiety and things of that sort. So I did it for my kids, but it's a lot of what ifs, because I went through it. Because at the time, my youngest was, I think, 4 years old, and then my sons was like teen, and then preteen, my youngest. And it was like, how am I going to survive? How am I going to do this? So it's a lot of what ifs. So I think you got to get to the point where you got to know that, it's not a safe place for you. And then if you have children, not for your kids. And then it's really like faith as well. You're stepping out, because when I left everything. I left everything fully furnished, whatever clothes, and we left with bags. So you have to be willing to make that sacrifice. And then on the flip side, working with women of domestic violence and getting more educated about it. If someone is dealing with it, you can't force them either, because they have to be willing and ready to make that change.
Right.
So one, you have to be ready and willing to want to make that change.
Okay. And Dr. Paulette, you were going to make a comment too. Feel free.
Yeah, I think everything she is saying is so great and so on point. Because I experienced, emotional trauma. And one of the things she mentioned was when you're going through something, you don't know that it has a name until, you probably do some research and whatnot. And then I know for me, it was identifying, oh, okay, I'm having all these symptoms and it's called emotional trauma, and then now you have an idea now how to treat it, and the steps that you need to take. And so, she mentioned about, the individual has to be ready to want to make the change.
That's right.
and move forward with that. And then realizing that your present condition is not the best for you. Whether you contribute to it, whether it was just, the individual who imparted that upon you, but you have to know within yourself that situation is not going to be conducive for me and where I want to go in my life. And so even saying yes, that I want to get out of it is a major accomplishment, because it takes courage to do that, because life is not going to be the same anymore. And so I know, for me, and then she also mentioned about resources, back then, because therapy is so taboo in our community. It's
Right.
almost like it's a bad word if you saved and you go to do a counselor, And so, when I was going through, having the therapist really did help me, because that was my only resource that I knew. I knew the Lord, I knew the word, but I needed that added piece to help me kind of filter out my emotions that I was so unfamiliar with at the moment, at the time, And so, I concur with, everything Cassandra is saying about, the mental health piece, what we go through, how we feel, how we have to identify it, and wanting to take those necessary steps for a better life, because one, you deserve it.
I love that, and I agree with everything you all are saying. But then on the flip side of it is interesting, because I know in my community that I've been well known in the community. I've been on billboards, all this stuff. So whenever I go for counseling, I have to kind of interview the people that's counseling me too, because I'm like, they know me, and I don't know if anybody else can relate. This is just me talking as Kim. And I'll start off with the intake person or whatever, and we're just talking. And I'm like, oh yeah, they don't know me at all, right? Hey, I can let loose and share my thoughts, right? Because I just don't want to be in there telling all my business to anybody that I know is everybody that know me, right? So I'm in there and I'm talking, and then the person that's gonna come in to formally become possibly my counselor, I'm like, you know me. I know I've seen you one or twice. So I don't know if that is that something, especially with you, Dr. Paulette, being Dr. Harper, being in ministry and going through some of the things you've gone through. Is that something that you take into consideration too?
Yeah, it's interesting that you would say that, because the counselor that I went to did know us. And that was one reason why he did not want to go to counseling. Okay. But I took it as, this is a professional, and she's coming, and she has more to risk than I would, because she's a professional. Okay. And the fact that I trusted her as another ministry leader, as a professional counselor, I knew that she wasn't going to judge me. I knew that she was going to give me professional advice, that it was, filtered through the word. And so I felt real comfortable sharing with her what I was going through and how I even got there. And to be honest with you, she didn't even think about the fact that we were friends. I was a client and I needed help. And that's all that she was concerned with, helping me get through the trauma that I was feeling and that I was going through.
I'm glad to hear that, because I've counseled people that I know that are personal friends and family, and they've taken the advice very seriously, and to the point where even situations where maybe someone got divorced and then they got back together just based on the advice that God had given through us at that particular time. So regardless of what things we have going on in life, in our own life circumstances, believe it or not, it still helps somebody else on their journey, because God still can impart wisdom through you, you know?
Yeah.
So I love it. I'm loving this discussion, Cassandra. See, that's what I told you. We're gonna have a good conversation, right? You're like, okay, now I'm good. I'm good. You enjoying it?
I am, yes. I am
Good,
definitely
good.
enjoying the conversation.
Even though the topic is
It's
obviously more of a heavy one. Yeah.
Right.
So listen, in the studio audience too, if you have questions, comments, make sure you go ahead and put them in there. We'll get them answered throughout today's discussion. And Cassandra, when we come back, I would love to hear your chapter title and what are some of the takeaways from your chapter for viewers and readers to glean from. Okay. We'll be right back, everyone, right after this commercial break.
Why learn about health when you can experience it? Experience it in beautiful Florida in February 2024. Join us for 3 days of integrative and intensive health and healing education and empowerment with the expertise of the following Healthopedia author, speaker, and facilitators. The world-renowned homeopath and acupuncture physician, Dr. James Marinakis, 4-decade health coach and holistic nutritionist, Dr. Joe D. Bear, and others such as Kimberly Meredith, Dame Doria Cordova, Rex Sykes, Dr. Gary Sanchez, Jamie Kerr, Serena Brown Travis, and more. Experience daily morning walking and yoga, interactive participation, panel discussions, and more for your own epiphany of health. Get your tickets now.
All right, everyone, we are back and we are talking today with Dr. Paulette Harper, the visionary behind this anthology that you want to get, especially during this holiday season. Tell everybody the name of the book, Dr. Harper.
It is entitled Her Unbreakable Spirit, Harnessing the Power to Rise Again, which is going to be released on December the 12th.
And where can they get their copies? I'm going to put your contact information up right now too. So let people know how they can stay connected with you and where they can get the book from you. And then I'm going to put Cassandra's up as well.
Yeah, so anyone can connect with me on my website, which is pauletteharper.com. I am on all the social media outlets as Dr. Paulette Harper, also known as Pastor P. For the information about the copies of the book, all the authors are doing pre-sales right now, so you can buy an autographed copy from any one of the authors.
All right. And Cassandra, tell everybody, I have a friend named Cassandra who actually works here with the show too. So I say her name all the time, like literally daily, multiple times a day. So, and it's spelled the same way as yours. But Cassandra, tell everybody how they can stay connected with you and how they can get a copy of the book from you as well. We can't hear you.
They can stay connected with me on Facebook. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes.
Oh, I don't know what's going on.
But go ahead, we can hear you.
Okay. On Facebook, Cassandra. On Facebook, you can connect with me, Cassandra Hayes, but it's the Cassandra.Dale56 Facebook. And then on also my business, Sees Heavenly Boutique, on both Instagram and Facebook. And then if you would like to order the book, the link in the bit.ly, you would go to bit.ly, Cassandra Hayes, and order the book. And then at that website, it also have links to my actual business website, Sees Heavenly Boutique.
All right. So you can get a copy from any of the authors that are featured in this book. Now, how many people are in the book, Dr. Paulette?
There are 10 co-authors, 11 including myself.
Yes, and we're going to hear some about your chapter in a minute as well. Cassandra, if you would tell us about your chapter, what is the title, and what do you really want readers to walk away from after they read your chapter?
My title of the book is From Struggles to Strength, A Journey of Redemption and Advocacy. So just to give you a little snippet, my chapter, it covers, well, I was a teen mom, and then I was a junior high school dropout, not a beauty school dropout, nor a high school dropout, but dropped out of junior high, walking through the journey of, touching some things that I went through, as we discussed, as far as domestic violence, and the steps that I took far as the pivot, what put me on a track of wanting to change my life from the, from my teenage years, and a lot of things that I went through, like probably like a juvenile delinquent, I guess you could say. But it was a person in my life, which was my older brother, and he was the one that pivot came from, when he came to me, and pretty much it was a no chaser. He was raw and uncut. I can't say the stuff that he said, but it wasn't nothing abusive or anything. It was just like caring, and he pointed me in the right direction, and pretty much was like, you need to get it together. You need to go back to school, and everybody else think what you're doing is cute, but I don't. He really got
whipped you into shape. He whipped you into shape.
Right. And then here's the thing: a year later, after he had that come to Jesus moment with me, because that's what I'm going to call it, right? Because you think, well, I thought I was grown, right? I had kids young. I had my children young, right? And became an emancipated minor. So you pretty much couldn't tell me nothing. I had that grown syndrome, but he was raw, uncut, into the case. But then after he, had that come to Jesus moment with me, what really pushed me in the right direction, a year later, he passed away. And in the words that he said to me, stuck with me. And then I went back to school, and I got my GED. I went to an alternative school, because I had 3 kids by the time I was 18. So when I went to the alternative school, when my brother passed away, I was 19. And then my youngest son, he was like a month shy of turning 1 year old. So that fall, he passed away in June of 1988. And that September, I was enrolling in an alternative learning school for me to go back to school, which I did. And I went back to school and got my GED. But here's the thing. So my story is like, pretty much what you've been through does not define who you are. And of course, how my life started out, right? Dropping out of junior high school, having children at a young age. I could have became a statistic, and not even realizing my brother, it was all a plan of God, right? He planted that seed, and it was the nudge in the right direction to where I'm at today. Because guess what? I just finished my bachelor's degree. I graduate my commencement on the 18th. And prior to that, I completed my associate's back in 2011. So what you've been through does not define who you are, nor does it make you the complete person of who you are. It's just a little piece of the puzzle, right? Of the making of who you are. So my story is pretty much just telling my story and sharing it, right? Being a teen mom, dropping out of junior high school, and then my struggles with mental illness. I touch on that as well. But then at the same time, it's a strategy for people like, okay, this is where I was, this is what I went through, but these are the steps that I took to get better. And these are the steps to help. These are the steps I took to get me to where I'm at today. So it's also going to help people like maybe who suffered in silence, or maybe who know they're suffering with whatever, but they don't have the courage, or they're not willing to yet step out, but to let them know that you don't have to stay where you are. So what I want people to get from my book, I really want them to get up and reclaim their life, and you don't have to stay stuck where you are.
Yes.
And that's,
well, once you read,
I want people, I don't need to, yes.
No, I carry on. Go ahead.
I just want people it's not even about me, right? Because I learned that on this journey. I'm a Christian as well, right? I thought it was about me, but guess what? It's not about me. And everything that I've gone through, it wasn't even about me. It was to get to this point. And when I said earlier that you're going to see how everything ties together, and it is God timing. Even with Dr. Paulette, she didn't know I was in school. When I told her my story, she was like, okay, this is what we're going to write about, right? So things that I swept under the carpet, and things that I thought that it was non-void that would help someone else, as far as talking about dropping out of junior high school, and I didn't see it as a big thing, because I had the successes, I had the wins as far as going back in my GED. I went and got my associates, and then working on my bachelor's. Me dropping out of school and have anything to do with me not being a good student, because I always got good grades of that sort. It was just due to me hanging out with the wrong crowd, and then me and the school bully, we came toe to toe with each other, got suspended, and never went back, right? So that was the reason why I dropped out, and then just doing what I was doing, right? So I just want people to really, really take it as an inspiration, help them, to encourage them that you do not have to stay where you are, and to know that there is help out there, but all help is not good help. Find the right help, find it where a place where you're going to be safe. And like you said, you do have to interview counselors. You just can't go to everybody, because it's not a one size fit all.
No, it's not.
So, and don't give up. Like if the first counselor or therapist don't work, keep going and find somebody that works for you. And I just want people to be encouraged. I want people to be uplifted, and I just want people not to exist. I want them to thrive and live, because I've been there just surviving and not thriving and just existing. So I'm not just saying it as a cliche. I lived it, but now I'm on the other side of it, and it's through the grace of God. So I'm grateful.
Well, I'm grateful that you stepped out of your comfort zone and took heed to the coaching and the moving of God to get you to become a new author. Because I think this is the beginning of many books that will be birthed through you, Cassandra, for sure. So thank you for letting God use you and for being coached by Dr. Paulette Harper. Listen, there's a domestic violence hotline. If you do think that you are dealing with anything that's domestic violence related, definitely reach out. You can go in your car, you can walk down. I don't know. I don't want to just flip it like you could do this, you could do that, because I don't know what situation you're in. So everyone is in their own real-time situation. So I'm definitely not a person that says, well, you could easily, I don't know what you're dealing with. Yeah. But whatever you're dealing with, if you're able to get to a moment where you can call 800-799-7233, 800-799-7233. That's the domestic violence hotline in the United States. Now, because the Kim Jacobs Show streams in 100 countries, then make sure in your local country area that you look up your domestic violence hotline. And one time we did a search, and there are like probably about 1,000 different ones depending upon the country. So we weren't able to put them all up here, but please reach out to your domestic violence hotline in your area. All right, Dr. Paulette, I'm going to, so people are putting comments. Let me Let me take a moment to acknowledge some of our studio audience members here. Give me 1 second, everybody. All right. Great title is what someone said. Sakina. Yes, Sakina. I see your comment. Let me pop that up. It's a lot of comments over here. Let me see. All help is not good help is what Dayron said. And he agrees with what you're saying. All help is not good help. Let's see, another audience member, Sunshine Murray, says, bless you, Cassandra Hayes. Owning and claiming it is the key. With faith to know God will do it. Your story will bless others to take the necessary steps. All right. So they're congratulating you. Own it and claim it. Faith is the key. You're helping others to take steps. God bless you. Cassandra, your story will save so many young girls, Cassandra. I hope you're encouraged today. They shouldn't you shout outs over here. And here you are, first time author, and you done already made your mark on society. Yes, this person, Sakina says, she said, come through, Black girl magic. And y'all on the audio podcast, you can't see I got my hand up to my mouth. I'm like, the Black girl magic is what Sakina J says. Sakina. All right. Love that title is what's being shared as well. Lots of comments. Okay, we'll keep the comments coming in throughout today's discussion. Yeah, these have been some great comments. All right. We're going to take another commercial break. Dr. Paulette, when we come back, I'd love to hear about your chapter because you have a chapter in this book as well. And we want to hear a little bit about it and what people can expect when they read yours, okay? All right. We'll be right back, everyone, right after this break. Hi, I'm Kim Jacobs, the Managing Director of the Charlotte, North Carolina chapter of eWomen Network. I am so excited that you stopped to watch this video. I've got good news for you. You've just discovered an international network of women entrepreneurs who are committed to helping you achieve, succeed, and prosper. We're on a mission here to help 1 million women entrepreneurs each achieve $1 million in annual revenue. Here at eWomen Network, we have a complete success system that supports you every step of the way in building and growing your business. You being here right now is no accident. We're supposed to know about you. We want to meet you to find out how we can help you as well as learn about what you have to offer. With over 500,000 women connected through 118 chapters across the United States, Canada, Australia, and the United Kingdom, you are never alone. If this is resonating with you, please go to ewomennetwork.com/Charlotte. Notice too my contact information. I invite you to reach out to me and to check out our upcoming in-person and online events. I'm really looking forward to introducing you to our special community. All right, everyone, we are back and we're talking with Dr. Paulette Harper, the visionary behind her Unbreakable Spirit. And we're talking with one of the first-time authors, Cassandra Hayes. Dr. Paulette, tell us about your chapter in this book.
Yeah, my chapter is entitled Stretched but Unbreakable. Stretched but Unbreakable. And so in my chapter, I talk about taking a step of faith in what I believe God had directed me to do. I had came out of a divorce. And so for me, it was, okay, what do I do next? And so taking a step of faith. And in my intro, I asked the question, how many of us have believed God to have spoken to us? And when we get out there and we do it, it does not look like what we've expected. It looks like we really want to go back to being comfortable, all right? But we're too far out there, you know? And so for me, and that's really where I was. So I took this step of faith, trusting in what I believe was the direction that I was going to go through in my life. But being hit with a lot of adversity, being hit with a lot of disappointments, being hit with a lot of backbiting. And for me, the stretching came when I had to endure it, but I also had to keep moving forward, believing and trusting that I had heard from the Lord, and that this too was going to pass. And that in order for me to get through this, to get to my promise, that I had to go through this process. So, when we are stretched as believers, we're stretched by our adversity, we're stretched through pain, we're stretched through a lot of the things that we go through in life. It's always a stretching for us, for believers, because it is not always the way that we see or we believe it's going to be. For believers, we don't want no pain. We want to receive a word from the Lord, and we just want to get the promise without who you are. And so for me, the stretching was, okay, God, I know I heard from you. I'm facing this adversities and a lot of disappointments, and you are really showing me a lot of stuff that I did not see before. Now what do I do? Because those things did come to break me. Oh, they did. They did come to break me, but I didn't allow it to break me, but I did allow it to shape me so that I can become who God wanted me to be in the process.
That's why I think I almost feel like we're twins. I say that often because there are things that we know do come to kill, steal, destroy. They come in to try to break us and break our spirit and let us get put back in our place, per se. But at the end of the day, we know that God is greater than any of those circumstances and situations. So how do we still just press forward through the storms, through the things in life that are trying to throw us off kilter? So I love your chapter and how you're stretching. You're stretching. When I think of something stretching, it's like it's going to be like all the way back there before you kind of can sling it forward and make it happen. What advice do you give people that are being stretched and they know they're being stretched? It's not like they're confused. They know. I know. I can only say Kim. I can't even talk about they. Kim knows she's being stretched. What advice do you
Kim,
give? There's a delay. I don't know what's happening.
So the advice, there is. So one of the things that I would really, share with people, and even in my story, it is acknowledging that where you are right now is not the determining factor. That there is more for you to do. That there is somewhere else that God wants you to get to. But this right here, these are mountains that you're gonna have to climb. Okay, these are situations that you're going to have to get through. These are situations that you're going to have to get over. These are things that you're going to have to deal with, because there are some things in life that God shows us that we may have not wanted to deal with before. And so, that stretching comes where we're being pulled, our faith is being stretched. Our character is being stretched, our behavior, all those things that really define us as people, as humans, is really being stretched. And so for anybody reading that chapter, it really is identifying where you are and submitting to this process that God is taking you through. Submitting through it, no matter how painful it is, no matter how revealing it is, no matter how difficult it is. This is the process in which God wants us to go through. And so after I go through this development, after I go through this process, what is it going to look like when I get through? And for me, it was, that was a hard pill to swallow. That was like, wow. I mean, I had some blows through in that time. It was some major, major blows. And nothing, and I say this in my chapter too, I don't think nothing hurts worse than a blow from somebody you know.
A blow from somebody you know. Y'all type that in the studio audience. Because a blow from somebody you know.
From somebody you know.
You'd be like, what's happening to me? Am I in a horror film?
Yes. But realizing that God knew before it had even came to me that this was going to happen. And so now, what is my approach? What is my attitude? How am I going to use this situation to really overcome? And once I get through it, what is that going to look like? And for me, it really did make me stronger. It really did. It really did chisel some things about Paulette that she needed to work on herself, because even though God looks at how people treat us, but he also looks more at what we do as a response, how we respond,
Right.
So being stretched, but being unbroken, that I can be stretched in this process, but no matter what, you're not going to break my spirit. You're not going to break me as an individual, that I'm going to learn to overcome this. I'm going to be stretched. I'm going to be tried in this, but I am unbreakable.
Yes. I'm unbreakable. Cassandra's unbreakable. If you're unbreakable in the studio audience, put I'm unbreakable. Type that in the comment section. No matter when you're watching this or hearing this broadcast, type I'm unbreakable. You have to put it out in the atmosphere in order for it to even become a reality, so that you have something for God to work with. Okay, Cassandra, give us a closing comment, please. Anything that you wanted to say that maybe you didn't get a chance to say on today's episode?
I just want anyone that's watching to be encouraged and to know that your best is ahead of you. It's not behind you. Don't give up. And something I tell myself almost every day is just keep pushing through. Push through and don't give up on life, and know that you are purpose. You just walking through the process of life.
That's good. You are purpose. You're walking through the process of life. Don't give up. Keep pushing. You can see this teen mom made it to the other side through domestic violence, through mental health issues, through childhood trauma and different things she was experiencing. A brother that said enough is enough before he transitioned from this earth, that catapulted her to her new outcome of her life. I'm just so grateful, Cassandra Hayes, that you've been here today to share your story. And this first time is definitely not the last time for all that's yet to come through you. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me.
Dr. Paulette, any closing comment?
Yeah. Once again, Kim, thank you so much for bringing all the authors to your show. I appreciate you so much. So I would just encourage those who are listening here. We talked about, her unbreakable spirit and just really having a spirit of fortitude. Just having to know, I'm not a coward. I'm not a coward. So I just encourage anyone to, of course, grab a copy of the book when it's released in December, and support all of these amazing authors. And then always, look for me to, come and launch another book and bring another group of authors with me as well. And I just want to applaud Cassandra in this journey, being a first time author, her, trusting me in this being stretched. she was stretched, trusting me in this process, but knowing that this outcome is going to get us here, and there's so much more, and there is, greater ahead as well.
Outstanding. Thank you for your contribution to the world, because you are making a indelible mark on society. So thank you. Everyone, make sure you know that it's only through your support financially to the Kim Jacobs Show that we're able to come on and serve your family in your own home, the comfort of your home, to watch this show. So please make sure you contribute any amount, whether some people say no amount is too small, which is fine. I appreciate any dollar amount, and no amount is too large. So make sure you know that you can send any type of contribution to support the Kim Jacobs Show as we bring balance to the world, one household at a time, beginning with your home and your family. And as a busy mom or a busy woman that is dealing with all different hats and responsibilities, these guests come on and share how you can just keep your sanity and manage this thing called life. You can Cash App at Kim Jacobs Inc. or paypal.me/Kim Jacobs Inc. And there are other ways as well, but stay connected with us and definitely support the broadcast. All right, that is today's episode. And we have quite a few other new episodes coming up right throughout the week at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I see more of your comments that came in. We're getting ready to disconnect. My mom said, hey, yes, Lord. She said, yes, Lord, for this broadcast. And I'm unbreakable. Her personally, she became unbreakable through your testimony today. Thank you. Thank you. That's good. You're right. Sunshine said, God already knew you're the person you are for what you've gone through. Unbreakable. All right, you guys. Thank y'all so much. I see all of your comments, and they'll take a moment and go back through the platforms and respond to some of your comments. Thank you all for tuning into today's episode. Thank you, Dr. Paulette Harper. Let's put the book one more time so y'all know what you're looking for during the holidays. Here we go. Her Unbreakable Spirit, Harnessing the Power to Rise Again. Y'all grab your copy and your ebook copy, your hard copy, every availability that's there. And we will see you again right here tomorrow at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time on The Kim Jacobs Show. Have a great one. Thank you for tuning in to today's episode of The Kim Jacobs Show and for being in the virtual studio audience. Your presence truly does make a difference. And I look forward to you bringing your friends and family to join.
Hello, hello. Happy day, and welcome to the Sheila C. Hill Show. And that C stands for come on in this room and have a sit down so we can chit chat for just a little while. Listen, the Sheila C. Hill Show is the ultimate go-to podcast for ambitious individuals who want to live a more fulfilling and successful life, to get valuable insights and expert tips and also inspiring stories to help you improve your lifestyle, grow your business, and enhance your emotional well-being. Now, in every episode, you're going to gain practical tips and insightful wisdom in the company of a supportive community of like-minded individuals who I call Sheila's Thrive Tribe. So listen, if you want to join the Thrive Tribe, just go ahead and hit that subscribe button and follow the show. And I tell you, you're going to be inspired. But if you are new, thank you for stopping by. I am your host, Sheila C. Hill. And I just like to say hello, hola, bonjour, como está, ni hao, howdy, and what is going on, my people? So glad you're here today. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share. All right, now I've told you I bring the best guests in the land, and today is not going to disappoint. We have our special guest who is the co-founder and the COO of Leave a Legacy Finance. They are an insurance agency with their home office. It is in Tampa, Florida. And listen, with her and her sister, they are the only African-American women that are sibling owned and operated a six-figure agency in the United States. What? Say what? Say what? I'm so excited to introduce you to, I'm going to bring to the stage Miss Kia Johnson. Welcome to the stage. Welcome to the Sheila C. Hill Show. We're so excited that you're here. Miss Kia, if you could tell the audience just a little about yourself, ma'am.
Well, you started it off great, but I'll add to it. I'm like, she can bring me out anytime. As Miss Sheila C. said, my name is Kia Johnson. I'm the co-founder and COO of Leave a Legacy Financial. Our home office is here in Tampa, Florida. We are an agency my sister and I started to help our family, and then we expanded it to other people. But we do Medicare options, life insurance, and youth sports insurance. And I'm also an author, and we'll talk about that later.
Woo, author. Hold on. I don't think I knew that. Awesome. We're going to get to all the nitty gritty on today. All right. So just tell us, how did you get started? Like, what? How did you even get started in this industry?
Well, when I was in my 20s, just a couple of years ago, just kidding, my father called me. He had to go have heart surgery, and he called me in to say he needed me to be his power of attorney. And in your 20s, you have no idea. My dad at the time was only 49 years old. So flew to Connecticut, where we're from, signed the paperwork and everything, but he never came home. And he passed away with no life insurance. He was sick for a year, so he wasn't eligible for life insurance. So it wasn't that he couldn't or didn't try, he could not. But to make a long story short, we had to figure out how we were going to handle his final wishes. And it took a toll on me mentally, because I didn't even have time to grieve in order to take care of that. And then later, my grandmother had a stroke and she couldn't speak. And so we just decided, I kept saying, I'm always the person they give the paperwork to. Hey, Kia, read this. Tell me what it says. Tell us what to do in our family. And I just said, if I'm struggling with this, and I've been blessed in life to be able to read and like understand words, things like that. Shout out to my mom for making me have a dictionary all the time. But it was just always something, and we just thought, well, if we're having trouble with this, there's probably hundreds and hundreds of people who never worked in the insurance industry, don't know what these words mean, and they need our help. And that's why we started the agency.
That is amazing. So basically, you had a situation in your life and you found like, hey, wait a minute, there's a need here, and we need to, other people are just like us, that they need help. Wow, that's awesome that you took it the next step, because a lot of times we just deal with it ourselves and we don't think about anyone else. We just go through it. But y'all took the next step to go ahead and make something of it. All right. So once you got started, all right, how long before you got started and you was just like, oh yeah, this is it? It's serving the purpose and it's making the money.
Right.
How long, what type of timeline did that happen?
We started off as kind of mom and pop in 2017.
Okay.
We got our LLC in 2019 once we realized, hey, we're missing out on some boats here.
Okay.
And we just really hit our stride in 2022. So years. But it looks overnight to a lot of people when they're looking at our social media, or they see us registered trademark now. Then there's like,
congratulations, yes.
Shout out to Attorney Dorna Taylor. She so we had a growth spurt all of a sudden after 2021, but we didn't hit where we are now until 2022.
Okay, so it took a few years. So it took a few years to scale.
Yes.
So now that you're scaling, how does that process look in the scaling piece of it? I mean, do you hire more people? Do you reach out, designate? Tell us how that scaling process works.
Absolutely. And that's a great question. So before, when we started, it was just my sister and I. Then we added my husband, her son, and a former coworker that she has. So it really was like 5 of us just kind of pushing through. And then we now have almost 20 agents. We're bringing on 30, but we have 20 that have signed, sealed, contracted, and are ready to go for Medicare AEP coming up.
Ooh, that's major. Let me get my
exciting.
Yes, that's major. That's talking about
Very.
scaling. Okay, now when it comes to scaling, a lot of people say, well, when you make more money, you have more problems, But when it comes to scaling, what are some of the stumbling blocks, and how hard is it to get started in that process of the scaling?
That is also a great question. So the scaling part, I honestly didn't want to do because I had managed sales teams before in my work life before I became an entrepreneur. And I just, I said, there's people who just want to glide by in life. They don't necessarily have that, go drive like we would have with our business, and we can't afford to pay people hourly. That's not going to, result in a sale and some, return on investment, so to speak. So we decided to go the broker route where everybody that we bring on their 1099 and their 1099 contractors. However, we treat them like their employees in the sense that we train them, we provide their leads for them, we provide the platform for them to sell. We provide more than the average agency would be able to do. And the reason we did it that way is because we know that that's the stumbling block in the industry for insurance, is having enough people to talk to. If you don't have enough people to talk to, you cannot be successful. Having people to talk to costs money in some way, shape, or form. So we decided we would launch this program. It's a fast track program that we developed based on, our experience and our expertise. And now we're able to make that offer to people when we know that we can help them get to, the six figures and beyond. And if they want their own agency, they can do that as well.
What? Okay, so the fast track is for the agents.
Mm-hmm.
So that, ooh.
Yes. So they
that's
immediately hit
great.
the ground running and making sales, and they don't have to worry about, because as you know, you got to find people to talk to, but you also have to hone in on your craft and your process, the way you want to do it, the way it works for you. So we took away the finding the people part.
Okay.
And we're giving you our tools of how to get it done, but you still have to develop your own, but you have more time to develop your way as opposed to having to focus on all of the above, which is what makes it.
Which can be overwhelming.
Very
It
much
makes you want to turn around and run.
90%, it is a known stat, 90% of insurance agents quit after the first year.
Wow.
And they work hard to get these licenses and pass the test, and you spend your money, and then it's just like, forget it. I'm spending more money than I'm making. It's not worth it. So we wanted to develop a process, and we didn't launch it until we knew it was going to work. Because the last thing you want to do is offer somebody something and it tanks,
Yes.
It's a wonderful opportunity for brokers to get started in the industry, or to restart.
To restart, yes. But it's about that support, having that support, that accountability, having someone who's paved the path. You have the blueprint. Oh, that's a no-brainer. Like, anyone listening is just like, oh, I want to sell insurance. I want to do this. I want to get into Medicaid. Now, let's talk about the Medicaid. Now, listen, like, okay, what are the key challenges that seniors face when it comes to selecting the right Medicaid plan? Medicare plan.
Yes.
Do y'all help them?
We do. That's our main product that we sell outside of life insurance and the youth sports insurance. Our main focus right now is Medicare. And the reason, again, that we got started in that was because of my grandmother, and us not knowing what plans she had, we didn't even know what insurance she had, let alone anything about Medicare. So basically, there are hundreds of plans. There are a few hundreds of plans that are available to seniors, and there are multiple options, and it's confusing to people because there's so many options. There's so many things that are not covered on one plan, but it's covered on the next plan. They're listening to their friends and their neighbors, husbands and wives. They take totally different medications, but they're on the same plan, and it doesn't work for them like that. So we do telesales, and then we do in-home appointments locally here in Hillsborough County, Florida. We help them with their options. We go over the different plans. We're contracted with all the major carriers. So we're not going to shove you into a plan that is just for us and for us to make money. We do a needs analysis, which means we're going to talk to you. You're going to talk more than we talk. And then we're going to figure out a plan that works best for you. And that way you can have your health care, because health care is important. You don't want to just make, blanket decisions based on what somebody else told you.
Most definitely. Most definitely. So when it comes down to, okay, so, all right, let me get this right. You sell insurance, life insurance, and then there is youth sports insurance, and then there is Medicare.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's
okay.
right.
So it's the tiers. All right. So how, if you have an agent that wants to come and sell and they're brand new, how do they know which one to jump in, or do they have to find their own niche, or is there a process for that?
Thank you so much. There is a process. You can have a life health license, or you can have a life only or health only. So we allow for our new agents, brand new, pick one path because it's a lot to learn depending on what you decide you want to go with. So we just ask them to pick their path. And then once they pick their path, then we just put them on the track and we help them with their training and their tools and things like that. So it's kind of like we screen them, we talk to them, we learn what they're doing already. And then we kind of say, you would be a better fit for life insurance rather than Medicare, or vice versa. Because Medicare, you have to know a lot about just health in itself, and not necessarily medical terms, but you're dealing with medications. Same with the life insurance, but it's temporary. You get them the policy and kind of, thank you for allowing me, and they just pay their premium every month, and that's it. With Medicare, they're going to call you because I went to the dentist and the dentist didn't take my plan, and all different kinds of stuff they call you for. So you have to have a customer service kind of thought process in the background too to do Medicare. It's not just I sold you and you go. Yes, it happens, but we don't do that.
Oh, that's nice. You take this extra step to let them know I'm just not about just selling it to you or getting you the plan. I want to help you in the background, because that's what happens a lot of times. You buy it and just like, where they go. Now with Medicare, I know there's so many regulations that changes on a regular basis.
Yep.
How important is it that you continue to keep up with that education and teaching the agents as well?
Well, the good news is, and the bad news, some people think in the industry, is that you have to take your recertifications for your insurance companies. And there's a national test that you have to take every single year. So when the regulations change, it, but sometimes they don't know how to apply it to whatever, change. How do I take care of the regulation now? And we help train them with our scripting, because we do telesales. We help train them in the in-home, what you can say and what you can't say. So it's all about learning it and then retraining it when it changes.
Okay, definitely. Okay, that's good to know that you don't have to recertify, baby. I'll be like, what? I got to test again. Okay, wonderful. Wow. Okay, we're gonna get more into the mindset of an entrepreneur. Hey, that's major.
Yes.
To get to these challenges, because entrepreneurship is not for the weak at heart at all. But we're going to have a commercial break, and we're going to come back and talk about the mindset, because baby, ain't nobody understand. They don't understand unless you're there. All right, so we're going to have a commercial break. We'll be right back.
Are you feeling overwhelmed with projects to build your business? Search no more. Introducing Borrow My VA, a virtual assistant service, your one-stop solution to bid farewell to stress and manage multiple tasks with very little effort. We specialize in website building, funnel creation, automations, and email marketing, all under one roof. And here's the best part. We provide all these incredible services at budget-friendly rates. Discover a hassle-free way to handle your projects. No more worries about onboarding or finding that perfect virtual assistant. Our team is all set to tackle your tasks with efficiency. Now, once you delegate the task, consider it done. Say goodbye to overwhelm. Don't miss this fantastic opportunity to elevate your business. Join our list of satisfied customers and book a free consultation today at borrowmyva.com. That's borrowmyva.com.
Join the Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com.
Thank you to borrowmyva.com and shetrucking.com for sponsoring this episode today with our special guest, Kia Johnson. Listen, before the commercial break, we was talking about getting into the insurance game and understanding the importance of it through life. Listen, life will teach you, but also how she not only took her life experiences, her and her sister actually made it so they can thrive, teach the community, and have a six-figure business, and then teaching agents on top of that. Now we're going to talk a little about mindset because, baby, entrepreneurship is not for the weak at heart. We're going to bring Miss Kia back to the stage. Thank you, Miss Kia. Listen, let me tell you. So when you're building, because people don't understand, you have to build something from nothing, right? So tell me the type of mindset that you and your sister had to have to even get to this point in your life.
Thank you so much. The first thing I would say is my sister, her name is Aubrey Johnson. She is really the one that drove the bus. Like, honestly, I was fine. Like, I'll just sell my little policies, make my little money, and I don't have to worry about it. But she wanted to be more global. And she said, I can't do it without you. And so anytime anybody needs me, that's my button. Like she said she needed me, and I'm like, all right, let's go. So the mindset that we have to have as an entrepreneur is you cannot quit. You have to know when to pivot. You have to know, okay, this is not working. You have to be able to track your success, track your failures, because you will fail, and then pivot and know when it's time. Like, sometimes people marry to whatever they're doing and they just want to do that one thing, but it doesn't always work. So when you feel like it's not working, don't just throw in the towel, just pivot, figure out, okay, what did work? Let me hone in on that, throw away what didn't work. But you have to know, and you have to just have some type of, I have God, Jesus Christ, I'm just going to say it, but whatever it is that you have to have that and just keep going back to that and making sure you don't give up. You can pivot, just don't quit.
Come on, say that, sis. I know that's right. Listen, I am the pivot queen. You hear me, baby? Get my crown, because a lot of times people are ashamed of pivoting. It's like, no, like if it ain't working, you got to do something different, right? Yes. So pivoting is so important, and it takes wisdom to know when to pivot. So a lot of people just think it's something negative. No, it's not. Embrace it and understand that yo, baby, I got to go something else. I got to do something else. So kudos to you all for doing that. I mean, listen, I'm passionate. Can't you hear it? Passionate about pivoting, honey.
We love watching you and your success. And so I appreciate you even, considering to have me on your show, because we do watch you and we see just how great you have, coveted that thought process. Like, let me go on over here. And, some people might look at it a negative way, but when you're in this industry and you're in the business of being an entrepreneur, a successful entrepreneur, there's nothing wrong with that.
That's right. Nothing wrong with it at all. And and you have to give people their flowers when they own up to it, to say, hey, baby, this didn't work. I mean, oh, honey. I mean, Walt Disney, how many times did he fail before he had Walt Disney? Like, for real, this is, now everyone knows what Disney World is, but he failed so many times, but he didn't actually fail. He was just finding what his niche was, and he was pivoting every time something was not successful. So, listen, it's all about it. So hold your head up. Anybody that's listening, hold your head up. If you have to pivot, It's okay. That's right. Come on. Only hold your head down when you're admiring your shoes, baby. Okay.
I love that.
So don't play with me, honey.
Oh, no,
For
ma'am.
real. So now with I can tell you're passionate about what you do. You're passionate about helping your community. At what point and how do you take out time for yourself, for self-care?
Great. Oh, you always ask the best questions. Oh, I watch a show, and when I watch it, I'm like, "Ooh, she get in there." I have God, and I have my husband, my family, and they won't let me go too far. And you know, it's always like, okay, you need to go to sleep, or get some rest, take these 2 days off, and then come back and run. So for me, it's always reading books, and so anytime I have time to read, then I'm already escaping this, because I form a movie in my mind when I read my books. Even when I'm reading the Bible, I see it. I see the pictures in my mind. So that's always my escape and my self-care, because you have to have something to keep your mind, because your mind constantly runs when you're an entrepreneur. I'm constantly thinking of the next. And then I got to using the app Otter. I hope I can say, the name, and I just talk to it. And that way I don't have to keep thinking about it. I can just talk into it and kind of escape that way. So I just started doing that, and that's helped me tremendously be able to sleep better.
Oh, that is wonderful. That's a great tip, sis. Thank you for sharing that, because I will have a notepad beside my bed and I will just write it down, or I'll speak it into my phone. I love that idea, because entrepreneurs, for the most part, we're creatives. So we have it going. A lot of people said, I have ADHD. It's not per se ADHD. It's because you're gifted in your thought pattern and you don't know how to cut it off. So it's not that I can't stay focused. Yeah, you can stay focused on this. You're focusing on so much. It doesn't mean you can't stay focused. And that's what I know a lot of entrepreneurs have. But overall, you have to be able to release, let it go. It's like, okay, I need to chill out. Let me go cook dinner or something.
Yes.
Because life happens. Okay, so now, because you are so passionate at what you do, and I know sometimes you become attached to some of your clients, how do you balance that though? Like, how do you balance not getting too attached, that thin line? How do you do it? Because baby, I'll be taking them cookies every day. I'll be like, come on, sweetie. How do you balance?
Well, I'm just gonna say it this way. I'm not antisocial, so I won't claim being antisocial, but I'm actually pretty shy in real life. So I'm able to balance it, because on the phone and when I'm doing my thing, I am a superstar. But if you see me like in a room, I'm chilling until I'm comfortable, and then I'm loud and crazy. But for the most part, I'm an observer. So I don't feel the need to save them. I just feel the need to help them. And once I know that I've helped them, then I can shut it off.
Ooh, hold up. That just hit my spirit, girl. What? I don't see a need to save them. I see a need to help them. Yes. Come on, my God. Because we have a heart sometimes and we feel like we can't save the world. Okay, that's just proven. But I can help them, but I don't have to save them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use that one. I have to post on a Facebook post for that. My goodness, I love it. I love it. Now, throughout as selling insurance, or you've been speaking with families, is there like a story that resonate with you? Maybe someone have told you a story that has helped them, or something heartwarming, or something that because of the services that you provide, it really helped them. Do you have anything that sort of stands out?
I have a lot, but I've been doing this for years, at least since 2011 in the selling part. But the one I will say that makes me feel the most pride is when I went into a woman's home and she lived in a boarding room, and that room was so jam packed with stuff. She's like a hoarder, but I didn't blink. I walked in, I'm like, hey girl, where's the chair? Let me clear this up so I can sit down so we can get down to business, And then I'm talking to her, and she's kind of embarrassed about her home, but I don't care. Like, I'm going to help you regardless. But then when I started going over the benefits, and this is for Medicare Advantage, and I went over the benefits with her and sent her to a doctor's office that went and picked her up. And, she's taken the bus before that. And I was like, no, I can find you a doctor that's going to really help you. They have activities and they help her. And she called me and said she felt like a queen. She felt like a queen. They treated her with respect. Before she was even dressed, they were sitting outside. They used a medical lift to pick her up. And she, we in the hood, so we're just going to say that. Yeah. They all like, oh, she got a driver to come get her. So she's showing off for the neighbors. So I said, hey, give them my phone number. I'll come help.
I love it. I love it.
To me the most, because she was sad when I went in, and then she was like, boom, when I went out. Her whole tone and her whole spirit was lifted.
Wow. Okay, so with that, so what role does trust play in your relationship with your clients? When you're dealing with the community,
you have to have they have to have the utmost trust in you. You're dealing with their Medicare number, their Social Security numbers, their health issues, their health information, their medication, where they live, you have their entire identity in your little computer, and so they have to trust that you would not either sell it or use it for ill-gotten gains or anything like that. So the trust that you have to have as a life insurance agent is the utmost trust, right up there with an attorney, because you have to tell us everything.
Wow. That's interesting. I know trust is very important. Now, beyond financial success, how do you measure like the impact that you're actually making in your community through the Medicare services? How do you measure that?
Great question. So we just started measuring kind of our events that we do out and about, because you can talk on the phone with people all day, but we are in 45 states. So you don't know who they are, you don't know where they live. But in our community, we host events, we partner with a doctor's office or clinic, a series of clinics. And that to me was our huge measure of success, that we're doing the right things, because doctors don't just, put their logo next to your logo and say, hey, we're having an event with this XYZ company. So for us right now, that's our huge measure, that we're doing the right thing and we're making a difference in people's lives.
Oh, that's awesome. I love it. I love it. Woo, honey. I mean, y'all doing it. I love it. I love it. So keep impacting your community and reaching out and helping those who you can help without saving the world.
Right.
I got that.
Yes.
You don't have to save the world, but you can help who you can help. So so what do you have to offer in the sense of, okay, so it seems like it's two-part. That's why I'm just trying to word my question, because you can help agents, people who want to get into it, but then on the other side, you can help people who need help to buy insurance, Medicare, and get all that set up. Now, are you restricted to a certain state to sell your insurance?
We are right now in 45 of the 50 states.
Okay.
So we're just not in the Dakotas and Alaska and Hawaii. We could be, but we don't have any clients there. Not yet.
Let me get my clapper. Hold on. What? 45 states? That's awesome.
We just added a new state. We were 44. We just added a new state yesterday. So.
Congratulations. That's awesome. Okay, so let's talk about the people who need insurance, because we're not doing these GoFundMe and fish plates. We're not doing that no more. Okay? No more. So, okay, how can people get in contact with you to set up something for insurance?
All right. So you can either give us a call directly at our call center. We're open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. wherever you live. So you can give us a call. Our number is 888-682-1325. Again, it's 888-682-1325. When you call that number, it'll ask you which product you're calling for. You can press 1, 2, or 3, and then you'll get to an agent that is able to walk you through your options, either it be life insurance or Medicare. The youth sports, we usually have to ask you a few questions and then run a quote for you, but we can definitely take your call over the phone. We're also our website. I'm sorry, I was losing my train of thought. My website is lalfinancial.com. So you can reach us one or two ways, whether you want to be an agent or get assistance with your Medicare or your life insurance plans. You can hit us up, lalfinancial.com or 888-682-1325. And if we're busy, leave us a message. We promise we'll give you a call back.
Woo! Okay. Woo! That's a lot. Let me tell you, y'all have a call center? That's
Yes.
right up there, girl. I mean, what?
Yes, we have a call
Y'all
center.
doing it.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing scrappy over here, baby. Y'all is doing it with excellence, and congratulations to you on that. Oh my goodness. So that's the one stop. So whether they're buying something or acquiring about a quote, or whether they want to be an awesome agent like you all are, and they want to get into the game. Because listen, I didn't really know insurance agents was really like that. I didn't know. Everybody's like becoming insurance. I'm like, really? I mean, that's where it's at. I was like, that's where the money is too. They was like, yes.
There's a lot in there. It's a lot in there. But what I will say is that there's a lot of shiesty people, I guess, in any industry, but this is our industry. So we have to be careful who we attach ourselves to and attach our name to, because some people just want to get rich off of you and what you do. And we can say definitively, we got this money from us, and now we're going to get more from helping you, but we don't need them in order to be successful. And some people in the industry, they don't even know how to, I'm not going to say what I was going to say. I'll just say this. They're using people for their success, and you just have to be careful who you attach yourself to.
Most definitely. I mean, you sound very grounded and really authentic, and I really appreciate that transparency, because that goes along with the trust piece of it as well. Listen, there's some shiesty people out here, and they should know better, but they don't. So it's all about educating people, and it seems like that's what you and your sister are doing, to educate, get the community support, teach the community, educate them as well. Now, at the end of the day, after all of the work is done, who is Kia Johnson? What's your hobbies, or what's something that people just may not even know, a fun fact about you?
Well, the one fun fact I'll say is that I can sing. I'm not going to sing here, so don't ask, but I can sing and I can act. And I've done a few things. I've been in plays and sang with my mom and my sister, my aunt, in our group that we off and on have. But one of the things that I'm most proud of is that I'm an author. I wrote a book of overcoming fear, doubt, pain, and shame. Is on Amazon, but it's a book that is really for you. The book is to help you to overcome all of these things that are holding you back by using the God that we serve. And it's scriptures in there, and basically it's a daily walk. Like, you read it, you try to apply that scripture. So not just read it, but you apply it in your daily life. And then it's like a diary. So you walk right in the book. What did you do to live that scripture that day? And what did it mean to you to live it? And it's a 31-day walk with God. And I am super proud of that. I'm going to have a next book after, because that was near and dear to my heart, because, my mom, she thinks I could do anything. And she's like, I need you to write a book for this program I'm going to have. And I'm like, what? And I didn't feel worthy to write the book.
What?
And so the book that I wrote was this book, because I was like, how am I, I don't go to church every Sunday. I don't, always hold up my end of the bargain when it's time to sing and serve. So who am I to write this book? But that was the way that I was able to overcome that fear and that doubt and that shame, that pain. And I named it exactly what I was going through. But the next book I will write, because I wrote out what it was I was going through. And I was like, I'm more private. I don't want to put that all out there in these streets. But I'm going to put it out in the streets, because people need to know that no matter what you see, everybody struggles. Everybody has pain. Everybody has something from their background, or something they did, or, somebody did to them. And you have to forgive yourself, forgive them. You have to overcome that to move forward, or you'll be stuck.
Wow. And what's the name of the book again?
It's Overcoming Fear, Doubt, Shame, and Pain.
Wow. On Amazon. Okay, you guys, get the book. Oh my God, that sounds so great. And it sounds like it's going to be a stepping stone for your next book and then the next. So,
Yes.
oh wow, I can see. That's awesome. My goodness. Okay, so you said you sing. Okay.
Yes,
And I saw a little clip on social media where you was doing a little acting.
I can act a little bit. My husband makes me do a lot of things, but
oh my goodness.
What I will say is that he's an artist, but he's also an owner of a independent record label. So he wanted to do a re-scripting of New Jack City's court scene. So if anybody watched New Jack City, I played the prosecutor. And I must say it came out better than I thought it did. Because at the time I was just like, I don't know if I did good, but thank you for mentioning that. But yeah, it was fun to do it. It was fun to get out of your everyday life and just step in and play somebody else for a change.
Most definitely. You did a great job. Now, what's the name of his label? We can give him a shout out.
Breezy Money Team Music Group.
Hey, Breezy Money Team Music Group.
Yes.
Okay. Y'all gonna be fine. Hey, listen, from what I saw, I loved it. And it was like, I was like, this is a real courthouse. Like, how do you do that?
Yeah. My husband he's going to always find a way to be different and to stand out. And yes, it was a real courtroom.
Yeah, that was cool. I love it. Okay, so tell us before we close, tell us something that you may resonate with you throughout your life, or something that's inspirational, something to share with the audience as we close. Can you think of something?
Absolutely. When I was a kid, I was born with spinal meningitis, or I developed it. I don't know if I was born or I developed it. And the doctors told my mom that I wouldn't walk and I wouldn't live to a certain age, or I would be mentally challenged. But at the time they used the R word, but we won't use that here. Mm-hmm. And my mom was like, I don't care what you say, not my baby. She's a genius, and she's everything she spoke life into me. And I ended up being a genius on paper. But she wouldn't let me quit. And so one of the things that resonates with me all the time is whenever I feel like I'm, faltering, I go back to that and I hear my mom's voice always saying, get up, bend your knees back, walk straight, stand up, you can do it, don't give up. And I hear those cheers. So whoever was your coach in life, whoever made you do something, you were like, I don't know, I don't think I can, channel that person and just keep getting back up. Don't lay down, get back up.
I love it. Oh my goodness. What?
Yeah.
Is that going to be in your book?
It will.
Oh my
goodness. It actually is. I just have to do a final edit, but yeah, it was crazy. But I had to wear these little weird brown shoes.
Yeah. Almost like what Forrest Gump did with the shoes. What?
Wow, that's a blessing. Now that right there, that took it to a whole nother level, honey. So you're meant, your life had purpose.
Yes.
And you had to go through that so you can have this story.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Kia. I'm gonna take you backstage because I almost can't take no more of this. Lord
Thank
Jesus.
you for having me on your show. I really appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you. Oh my gosh, you guys, I'm like mind just blown. I'm so excited that Miss Johnson just came and shared and just dropped that knowledge. No matter what life has thrown your way, you can overcome it. And the gem that she threw, channel that person who's your biggest supporter. Because sometimes we don't know enough to support ourselves, so we don't have that within us. But if you can channel that energy, you can be great like she is. That's awesome. Okay, so we're going to thank you all for tuning in today. I'm so excited that you all was here. I'm so excited for our guests and everything, all the nuggets that she shared. Now, if anything resonated with you, please send us in the comments. Let us know what resonated with you, and we love to hear some feedback. Don't forget to subscribe. But just know, if no one has told you today that you are loved and highly appreciated, understand that you are loved and highly appreciated, and your life is worth living. You will get to your purpose and walk in your destiny. But you have to keep living to do so. So no matter how tough it is, no matter what's going wrong, it's going to get a brighter at the end of that rainbow, and it's going to be brighter. Just keep going. And the only way to go through is out. You've got to get out of it to go through it. Okay, so listen, she done blew my mind. Anyway, thank y'all. So let's go. Let's get it. Let's go. Until next time on the Sheila C. Hill Show. Stay blessed.
A little later than we usually come on, but we are here nonetheless. It has been just a few weeks, huh? I haven't been on here in a couple of weeks. I've missed talking to you guys. I've been busy, but I'm certainly very happy to be here tonight. Hope you guys are doing good as we approach the end of the week. And we're talking about a very worthwhile topic. You know, something that we all think of, particularly as we start to change things in life just a bit, like many of us are doing right where we are, you know, in those prime years, as I like to call them. We start thinking about things. And one of the things that we think of is our legacy. You know, what is it that we want to have known when we're not here? What is it that we're building that we can pass on to someone? What is it about us that we want to make sure that people see, that even when we're not in their view, when they hear our names, something that they think about us, whether it be something that we have dedicated our lives to, something that we're really passionate about. What is it that our legacy? What is it that is our legacy? And what does it mean when we talk about wanting to make sure that we're leaving a legacy that is something that's going to make family members proud, that's going to make others that know you proud? What is it that we're talking about? So, one thing that you have to understand about legacy is that it really means something different in the context of growth and fulfillment. When you think legacy, you think you want to do something that's fulfilling. Something that's fulfilling is something that you want to be remembered by, something that you've made an imprint on, something that you enjoy, something that you feel has some meaning and is going to have some significance to other people. Legacy frequently focuses on things that we have grown, you know, things that we may have started from its infant stages and grown into full adult stages. That could be something that we see as a legacy. So those are the things that we think of, particularly, like I said, at this point when, we have reached this decade, this whatever you want to call it in our lives, where things may look a little different for us now. What we thought may have been our legacy when we were younger, we really just don't even fathom thinking about that at this point. We've grown, we've matured, we've been through a few things, and we realize that truly legacy to us may look a little different. I frequently think of the elders in my family who have gone on before us, and they've left behind legacies that show entrepreneurship, legacies that show service, and giving, legacies that show a real passion for working with elderlies, a real passion for being that home care person. These are the legacies that we've left behind, and things that many of us want to continue. Many of us feel are really an intricate piece of the quilt that makes up our family. And those are the things that we need to focus on. And those are the things that we want to build. So we're talking, of course, legacy, but I talk about how people who have gone before us have really left behind some legacies as examples. But there's some challenges in identifying what our legacies really mean. It is probably one of the biggest questions that we ask at midlife. And then if we're not careful, we can really get ourselves kind of in a stuck place because we feel that we haven't achieved something in life, or we haven't made a difference somewhere, or we've spent so much time that we may think we've wasted on different things, that we really don't have a legacy. So frequently at this point in life, we really start to struggle figuring out exactly what that is. How does that look? We look back, as I've mentioned already, at others who have really kind of left some legacies and set a pattern for us. And we start to think, well, what is it that I'm offering? Where is it that I can go with what I'm doing? What is it that I want to have for my children when I'm no longer here? What is it that I want to do with my community? What do I want my community to have that really represents my legacy? So it's not necessarily, of course, leaving behind possessions. That's totally different. Hereditary things. A legacy is something that you want to leave, that someone really feels in their spirit, in their soul, really feels that they have an attachment to. And that's not necessarily material things. It may be, instruction on something. It could very well be a gift that you're leaving behind in showing someone how to do something. That's instruction. Or it could be a gift that you're leaving behind in making sure that everyone understands the value of running a business, the value of being able to establish a community of people who are dedicated to a certain cause. Those are things that are legacies. We think of Rosa Parks, for example, who leaves a legacy of strength and determination and something for others to follow behind her, and knowing the importance of standing for what's right and pushing to break barriers. We have so many people who have left those kinds of legacies for us. Those are the things that we may want to think about and not feel as though we have missed out, not feel as though we have not accomplished anything, but really just kind of sit down and say, well, what is it that we want to do? What is it that we really want to have people to think about? Okay, so what are some of the things that really kind of challenge us in determining it? I mean, we're trying to balance expectations. We feel that others really set the bar for what our legacy should be, when in all essence, that is not true at all. We set the bar on what we feel our legacy is. We set the bar on what we feel is important to us. and what we feel is something that we want to pass down. The fear of the unknown, how if this really isn't of value to somebody, how they really don't see any real value in what it is that I think is worthwhile. All of those things really do kind of jade how we think about what we're passing down. Now, what are some of the benefits? All right. What are some of the benefits of really legacy building? Well, number one, you are establishing something that will go on not just with you here, but in the generations that are behind you. It is establishing history. It is establishing, as I said, really another patch in your family quilt. It could be another patch in an organization that you're a part of. Legacy is just building upon what has already been established and going in the direction or establishing things further that really do correlate to what's important to you. This could be things that you leave that your children will be able to follow in your footprints and continue to develop a business, for example. I recently started the publishing business with my family, building legacy there, something that we as a family can grab a hold of and continue and pass down to my children and their children and so forth and so on. So you want to think about the things that are really important. What do you know, or what is it that you feel will make a difference in the world? That sounds so cliche-ish. However, what do you think will make a real impact? Those are the things that you want to be a part of your legacy. I'm sure they are. And those are the things that you need to think about. So what are some steps that you may want to follow in trying to determine exactly what is your legacy? Well, the steps in doing them, in establishing exactly what it is, doesn't fall far from the tools that I always mention that you need when making decisions, when making a change in your life. This really does follow along the same pattern. You may want to sit down and look at life and see what it is that you've established, that whole self-reflection piece that I frequently talk about, and writing in a journal and documenting things. Documentation alone establishes legacy. You hear of people doing the ancestry.com and so forth, going back in generations to find out exactly what may have been established before your generation and how you may be carrying that out and you don't even know it. But even better, continuing to document what you're doing now so that generations beyond you will be able to refer back to that. Goal setting. What are some of the goals that you have in your life? How do they relate to the legacy that you want to leave behind? Jot that. How do they relate to the legacy that you want to create, that you want to experience, you want others to experience who are coming behind you? What are the values? They point to things that really do kind of give hints to where your legacy, where it is that you feel you are making a real impact and what it is that you want to do. We're at an interesting spot in our lives. We're midlife and we've been through quite a few things. And I guarantee you, if you look back at some of them and see how you've handled some of them, see how things have transpired, see how you've been able to grow some things, you will identify key pieces of your life that really you've already started to establish legacy. I know at one point, I think it was last year, I asked my kids, I said, well, what do you think my legacy may be? What is it that you see in a legacy as far as I go? What is it that you see in me that you feel may be passed down? And one of them said, your strength. I have yet to meet anybody who can take what you take. And it kind of made me laugh because how frequently, if you're anything like me, You think about how you really feel as though you are on the cusp of buckling any day under pressure. And it is amazing how others look at you and start to value or start to think that, hey, the way they're handling it is really the way I want, or the way she's handling it is really the way that I want to handle it. I want to develop a legacy of trust, a legacy of faith, a legacy of perseverance, all of those things, because it's in the character that makes up the individual where that legacy is being established. So I don't know. It's funny. I don't see that that is a real strong characteristic of mine, but frequently others are able to identify those things much quicker than you can. I frequently talk about my father and his legacy. His legacy was definitely one of service, and there's so many people who can attest to that, who can testify to that definitely being something that he did, that they feel they want to carry on now that he is no longer here. So I want you to think about those things. I think about, as I said, people who have gone on before me, who are great cooks, for example, great entrepreneurs. My mom herself is one of great perseverance. So you just don't know unless you really sit down and give it some thought. And this is a great time to do that. Remembering that just because you're in your prime doesn't mean that you have lost years where you could have been establishing something. Look back in your history to find out what's there that you may be missing. Ask somebody else what they see in you that they think is going to be a strong legacy, and continue to build that. Build the legacy of business. Books, huge piece of what I do for establishing legacy. Words will be behind when I am long gone, and words that people can look at when they want to know more of what I was thinking at a certain time in life, what things were like at a certain time in life, and hopefully something that somebody will be able to grab a hold of as instruction and be able to carry out life and make life better because of it. All right? So that's it. Talking legacy, talking how it is in the mid-years. Sometimes we get a little confused and a little downtrodden because we feel that we really aren't establishing something that really makes an imprint for us. Challenging you to look into life and sit down and spend some time to determine exactly what that is. Write down the kind of legacy you want to have, and then work towards that. And remind yourself daily, are you building what it is that you desire to build? All right. Just a little nugget for today, just a thought for Thursday for those of us in our prime. And I bring to you, of course, the things that are challenges for us in our prime. And of course, I give you tools for making you for helping you to deal with those challenges and for making you better. We have a challenge coming up next week, talking about challenges. The Unstuck Challenge. It's time to get unstuck. The Breakthrough Challenge. It starts on Monday. I'll be sure to provide a link here for you today so that you can sign up. It is absolutely free. Something to get you going as we go into this the fourth quarter, forgive me, the fourth quarter of the year. So something to get you going so that you can glide into not only just this fourth quarter, but stride as you go into the beginning of the year. All right. So that's it. Listen, you guys have a great day. Have a great rest of the evening. Have a good weekend. It's coming up. Make sure you spend some time on resting. Make sure you spend some time on reflection, and make sure you spend some time enjoying yourself. All right. Go out, be courageous, be bold, be faithful in what you do, and be encouraged, and just know who you are. Know the imprint that you have, and know that you can make a difference. Go out and touch something and make it better. All right. You guys have a great one. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for tuning in to Empower You Crown Up, where we know that this is where we are empowering minds so they can live empowered lives. And so today we're going to be talking about confidence. When we think about confidence and just think about yourself being in the spotlight and just understanding your worth and just who you are and whose you are, which brings us to the scripture of the day, which talked about 1 John 4:19, that talked about we are loved because Jesus, he first loved us. And just knowing that God first loved us, that's why we're able to show love. It's just so important. But it also shows that we have to take time and pride in ourselves and loving ourselves, because you can't give something that you don't have. And it has to be something that you're practicing day in and day out. And, people are always looking at you. They're looking at you, what you say, what you do, how you act. And so if you're asking or requiring something of someone, you have to know that, first of all, you got to lead by example. And if you're not leading by example, then just trust and believe. Ain't nobody listening to you unless you're leading by example. And that is just so important to know that if you want to receive more love, then you got to give more love. Whatever it is that you want, it starts with you. You got to start manifesting what you desire and what you truly want in your life, which is important. So, as you guys know, IMW, it's now transitioned to Empower You Crown Up, which I'm so excited about the transition. We just wanted to make sure everything was aligned purposefully for our audience and what we're doing. And, people ask me about the transition. I'm like, you have to move with the flow. You have to do what you got to do. And so being in this realm, mental health, which is so important, and people don't realize how important your mental health is, but now people are starting to see more than ever that it was just time to know that, your purpose. And when you know your purpose, you can operate and you can sleep at night. But for me, it was all about just helping, empowering our youth, empowering our parents and our young adults, and just letting everyone know that you're not alone. And there's times in life that we're like, wow, what do I do? How can I move forward? Because things happen. But the key is that you got to get back up. You might fall a million times, but at the end of the day, it's about you getting back up. And so my question to you is, are you getting back up? Are you staying down? Are you throwing a pity party, or are you getting back up? Okay. So if you haven't started following me, make sure you follow me on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. It's all aligned. Empower You _crown up. Okay. You can't forget that. Make sure you follow. Leave a contact, whatever you need to do. Follow, like, tag, all that good stuff. Follow me. I do follow back. I have my team that does that for me. But I'm just excited today. Honestly, today is a blessed day. Yesterday was 9/11, and it just really shows that in the midst of so much, like, I don't know about you, but I will never forget what I was doing on 9/11. And, we're still alive. We are still alive, but there are so many people who are not. And I think it's just important for us to make sure that we stop and honor and cherish those who have lost their lives, and just sacrifice so much. And I think it's also important for us to just stop and remind ourselves of having an attitude and a mind of gratitude, because there's so much going on in this world, and I'm finding people are being just heartless. Just truly heartless. And I say that because there's just so much people, they don't stop checking with other people, see how people are doing. And just like we're giving our children mental health days, which I see a lot of people are starting to do that now, we got to make sure we check in and give ourselves mental health days. Make sure that we are saying, you know what, check in with yourself. If it's a day you're like, I'm not feeling it, I'm not out here, take a break. Go take you a walk, get you some fresh air. Do what you need to do for you. So that leads us to our quote of the day. Okay. This quote is by Diane von Furstenberg. Okay. It says, confidence makes us beautiful. And it comes from accepting yourself. The moment you accept yourself, it makes everything better. So again, confidence makes us beautiful, and it comes from accepting yourself. The moment you accept yourself, it makes everything better. And it's just important to know and understand that confidence is from within. But there are some things that can happen outside of our walls of well-being that can cause you to wonder, like, am I really as strong as I would like to be and as strong as I desire to be? And the question to that, or the answer to that is, are you? And so it depends on what we're looking at. Are we allowing life's challenges, things that happen in life to stop us from really truly being great? Are we basing this based on different life experiences or things that happen in our life? What are we basing that off of? And the reality is we cannot allow things that are outside of our control to falter us or alter our confidence. I talk to many people on a daily basis, and they will tell me how they allow their parents or people, family, friends to, alter their thought process. And my thing is, I'm not saying don't listen, because we do need to listen. We need guidance and leadership and things of that nature. But if you're excited about something and you see the vision, the thing is, if you have a vision, go for it. So many times in life we don't do because of what someone said. At the end of the day, if you don't do it and you don't take that leap of faith, you can't look back and be down on yourself or anyone else but yourself, because you allowed yourself to not take that leap. And it could be great or it could be really bad. You could fail at it. And that's the thing. But if you fail, at least you tried and you gave it your best. And you're not sitting there like shoulda, woulda, coulda, right? And so at the end of the day, I think it's just so important for us to say, what is it that I really need? And just check in with yourself. So today, in the midst of talking about confidence and just really being in tune with yourself, in the middle of the spotlight, and just knowing that, what you desire, speak it into existence, and you can have whatever you desire to have. Life is full of many ups and downs, many trials, many tribulations. Like I say all the time, it's a roller coaster, but we got to keep pushing. We have to keep pushing through. We have to keep pushing ourselves to be the best version of ourselves. Check in with yourself. Do what you need to do. I saw the other day, one of my stories, she posted how she got out of her mind of not running because of her knee pains. And she just did it. She ran, I think it was like 2.5 miles, 3 miles, 3.5, and she did it. And I'm like, wow, that's so inspirational, because I'm like, to get back out there. And when you run, you add years to your life. And, life is hard enough. I challenge you, who can you check on today? Who can you see? Who's on your mind? Who can you check and say, hey, are you good? Because I noticed that, hey, you ain't how you usually are. Do that. Check in with yourself and just really just know that as you check in on others and others are checking on you, that things will become more of that reality piece for you to say, no, I'm not good. I need some help. Or, you know what, today I am good. And it really just depends on you. What is it that you need? What is it that you're looking for? And just understand that nobody's perfect. But also you got to be realistic on what it is that you're asking for and what you desire. A lot of times people have unrealistic expectations because they haven't experienced certain things in life. But life's experiences will get you in alignment and make you say, okay, this is what I need. This is what I desire. And so I challenge you to spend some time with yourself and check in with you to say, okay, this is what I truly, truly need. And this is what I truly, truly desire. So when we're talking about that confidence in your spotlight, I think it's important for us to understand that we have to have a positive mindset. We have to make sure that we are taking care of ourselves, make sure that you accept you, that you are letting go of everything that was and focusing on what is, and that you are checking your circle. Okay. I cannot say that enough. You have to check your circle, because if your circle is not with you, alignment, pushing you to be great, on those days that you have low moments, they're gonna be like, just go ahead and, drown yourself or whatever the case is. Because sometimes in life we feel like we're drowning, we're doing too much, or we just feel like I can barely keep my head above water. And that just means that you need to take a break and then jump back in. That don't mean you need to quit and give up. And so who you have in your circle really does matter. Having positive people in your circle is even more of a plus. Having a positive mindset is amazing, because if you want to see yourself win, if you want to see yourself go to the next level, you got to be positive, because there's enough negativity in the world. What are you adding to this world that's not already in it? What are you doing to be that change maker? You know, fighting against the grain, doing things like never before, making yourself stand out. What are you doing? What are you willing to do? And I think that's important to understand, that no matter what happens in your life, you have to push forward and you have to give your best, you know, and be realistic with yourself. You know, take a step back. If you need to take a step back, take a step back. If you need to take a break, take a break. As a mother, it gets hard. You know, parenting is hard. Going to work every day, it's hard. And just really being in tune with yourself to say, okay, in the transition from work to the transition of motherhood, you know, if you need to sit in the car and take you a breather, do it. If you need to go take you a walk or work out, do it. Do what you need for you. Many times parents deal with, you know, mommy and daddy guilt. You know, they're making money, but they're not able to really spend as much time with their children. And so I challenge you to say, okay, what can I do? What is the time I do have? And like I tell parents all the time, it might look different for you. You and your household, it might be 15, 20 minutes every night. We have family time, or we sit around and read together, or do something together. Do what works for you. And you don't owe anyone any explanations on why it is that you do what you do. And life circumstances, things, you know, life is a funny way of doing things. And it's just important to know that at the end of the day, if you know that you have tried and you've given your best, that's all you can do. And keep pushing forward. So focus on yourself, focus on being that confidence and spotlight, focus on living your best life. And guess what? Those who are meant to be in your life will stay in your life, and those who are not, they will weed themselves out. So make sure, if you haven't followed me, make sure you follow me on Empower You Crown Up. And also make sure that you are doing what you need to do, checking on someone, because you never know what people are going through. And, you know, even in your adulthood, make sure you check in with your parents. I know that can be kind of hard, you know, when you have children of your own and you're living life, trying to keep up with your own parents and your siblings and just life, especially when you have a demanding career. But always make sure that you are good with yourself. Be good with yourself. Do what you need. Be realistic. Check in with yourself. And don't forget that you matter and you have to put yourself first in order to be great. Remember to continue to love on one another. God's really given us a great example. You know, he made sacrifices and sent his only begotten son, Jesus Christ, to die on the cross for our sins. He made a great example for us to know what love is like. And for us, we just have to keep pouring out, giving what we have. But the thing is, you can't give what you don't have. So make sure that you properly dig deep and do what you need to do to make sure that you are loving yourself so you can love others and just be that spotlight of positivity. So thank you guys for tuning in to Empower You, Crown Up, live your best life, and give your very, very best.
We have a great show lined up for you. I'm your host, Kim Jacobs, better known as the Balance Doctor. And all of our guests that come on, they're either people that have overcome some tremendous odds in their own lives as they balance this thing called life, or they're experts and they're here to share tips and strategies that will help you better balance and manage your life. Grab your virtual seats and let's get ready for some real relevant and relatable content on today's episode of the Kim Jacobs Show. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hope you are ready for a great Freestyle Friday. We have our experts. Hey, Athena, Sunshine expert.
Hi.
Oh, you're gonna bring us some sunshine today. Hey, Natasha Halliday, all the way from Canada, Toronto, Canada. How you doing?
I'm good, thanks. Especially because it's not cold yet.
Yeah, we can talk about that, right? Everyone, I'm Kim Jacobs, host of the Kim Jacobs Show. And as you know, we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time, right here on this episode. So today is our Freestyle Friday expert panel. And we have two of them. We have a lot, but we have two that's taking their time to be here with us today. Our sunshine expert, and we also have our mental health and wellness in our minds. That's important. We have to have our minds right throughout this holiday season and through every day of our lives. Natasha Halliday. So grab your virtual seats. And what I want you to do, so you know what I want you to do, is share the broadcast, tag your friends, and let them be a part of today's discussion as we talk about mental health and we talk about some being in your comfort zone, getting out of your comfort zone, and bringing some real sunshine to this winter season. All right, y'all ready for this?
We ready. Ready.
All right. All right. All right. And we have Mackenzie backstage. I like to acknowledge who's backstage helping us as well. She's a mom of two, a boy and a girl. Mackenzie, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so everybody, we have a great show lined up for you today. We're going to kick off just by starting with a commercial and one of our episode sponsors. I love acknowledging people that take the time to pour into the Kim Jacobs Show, because without them, this broadcast wouldn't even be possible. So I want to thank the episode sponsors for today, which is Attorney Charles Everidge with Hunter Everidge Law Firm. We're going to be seeing their commercial. They can be reached at 704-457-5000, 704-457-5000. And if you're dealing with a workers' compensation claim, you're dealing with some type of disability, and maybe you've even been denied, make sure you know that's an option for you to reach out. Or you're dealing with wrongful death of a loved one. You want to give them a call if you're in the Carolinas area, the Richmond, Virginia area, or the Alabama area. So let's hear from them now. We'll be right back.
My father had 4 of his fingers amputated in a workplace accident. It was the first injured individual I represented. And I knew I had to win that case. When someone walks into my office and they've been injured, I know what they're going through. If you've been injured at work with Hunter and Everidge. We've got the experience, so let us help you.
All right, everyone, we're back, and we're going to go ahead and hear from our sunshine expert with some tips for us today. And you can chime in and ask any questions you have. Let me put this link. Some people want to come on live. Now, I know if you're an audio podcast listener, you're like, we can't join in, Kim, but not at that level. But if you're watching the broadcast on any platform, you can use the link that I just put in the comment section, and it will pop you into the broadcast. You have to show your camera in order for us to let you actually come on and ask a question. But if you have questions for Athena, or you have questions for our expert, Natasha, you can cut and paste that right into your browser, and it'll bring you right into the broadcast. All right, Athena, tell us what you have for us today, sunshine expert.
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. It is a happy Friday. First, always a pleasure to be here. I thank my sister Kim so much for just allowing this platform of joyfulness to share with everybody. And also good to see my sister Natasha this morning. I am coming to you with some great things. First, I wanted to share with you guys that I recently went on a cruise. I recently went on a cruise to the Bahamas, Nassau, Bahamas, with my parents and my younger son. And y'all, I had a ball. It was amazing. Even we ran into some trickery weather. It was some storming, but even with the rocking of the boat, it still was just a joyous moment. Different experience. Of course, this is my first time my family was traveling, so I was super excited for my babies. My babies, I'm talking about my parents and my son. I was super excited for them. The food was good. And I share all of that to say if you have a moment to take a vacation, if you have a moment to get away from locally where you're staying, do that. Whatever that looks like for you, whether it's a cruise, whether you're flying to see a friend or a loved one, or even if you're just get in a car and you just drive. Sometimes it's good to just drive over to the next town. You don't have to go far away, but you can just go to the next town and, take your creative imagination and make it great and make it work for you. But definitely you want to do that. And, that's just a sense of fresh air to breathe, fresh air to clear your thoughts, and it kind of like just resets you. So when you come back, you're ready to jump into the groove of things, whether it's work, or business or just personal, but you're ready because you have had a chance to get away and enjoy. So I just wanted to first share that, open that up with that first and foremost. Of course, I have to tell you guys how good God is. He is so truly amazing in my life. I'm going to speak for Athena, how amazing God is and the great things he's doing in my life. He's doing some amazing things and starting some new journeys. And so I'm super excited. And so this is what brought me to today. When you need to rezone, you're going to rezone from your comfort zone. Okay. Everybody has a comfort zone. Everybody have a comfort zone. And I'm talking not only to my sisters in the panel, but also in my audience. We all have comfort zones. So I want to know, how do you guys rezone from your comfort zone? For me, I would say tip 1 is rest. Tip 2, release. Tip 3 is reset. I'm glad you asked me about all of it.
Wait. Because you going, and this is a good thing. But I want to go back for a second, if you don't mind, before you start the tips.
Go ahead.
Okay. The cruise. Let's go back for a second. Because Natasha, if you want to chime in too, feel free. Let me put us in a okay. Let's talk about the cruise for 1 second before we deep dive into the tips. Because we have a whole hour here, right?
Yes.
How many of you all do take time to travel during the holiday season or just at any point throughout your life? If you're in the studio audience, we want to hear from you. Do you take time to travel? And if so, what does it look like? What is your experience? Do you take your children? Is it you and your spouse? Is it just you and a getaway of unplugging from everything? What does your travel look like? Put it in the comment section. Natasha, if you have any thoughts on what you do when it comes to travel, share it, and I'll share mine too.
I can definitely chime in. I love to travel. So, of course, the little thing called COVID stuck a pin in that, or so it thought. So it helped me reframe my concept of being a traveler. So I live in Canada, so I live in the province of Ontario. And I didn't even I could drive for 14 hours and still be in the same province. Our provinces are much larger than your states for the most part, because we only have 10 of them in 3 territories. But I was just like, I'm going to travel within Ontario. I have one friend who I do most of my weekends away with, and we did short getaways. And we made our own charcuterie boards that we had in the hotel. We got creative, but it was just, part of it was recognizing we just want to be somewhere else, see something else, right? One of the things we didn't get to do, so we went about 2 hours west of the Toronto area, and we wanted to go hiking in this gorge, except that it was like a heat wave. And I was like, listen, I took 4 steps to get into the air conditioning grocery store and I almost passed out. I can't hike in a gorge in this kind of weather. So we didn't get to go to that part of it. We'll have to go back. But one big thing about that taught me that, for me, as much as I love traveling to big exotic places, I just like seeing something else, stepping outside of my normal routine and experiencing something else. And because I love travel, the other thing I wanted to say is I'm committed to travel. So I did research. I got a great points card, and of course I can't offer any tips to all the Americans because I live in Canada and my credit card's a Canadian one. But I have been to Ireland, England, and that was the same trip. I went from Ireland to England before I flew back home. I've been to other parts of the Caribbean and stuff like that, and didn't pay a cent on the flight. My points don't just there's some that don't cover taxes and fees. This one covers every cent. If you have enough points, it covers it. So I'm very committed to knowing which travel point card to have, how to make it work, because it made travel more accessible for me, right? I created a vacation account. So I have money taken out of my checking account twice a month. And so my goal is I return from the trip, I pay it off within a week, because the money's sitting there in an account waiting to be used for that. So because I'm paying towards my travel all year long, travel's more accessible to me.
Oh my gosh,
right?
that is awesome. That is an awesome tip.
Yeah, and so one of our Canadian banks, which I think y'all have there, BMO, they let you name extra accounts. So my account literally says vacay. I didn't even put vacation. It literally says vacay. When I log into my thing, it says vacay. And if I have extra cash, I can throw it into, like, I'm going to Bali in September. And so like I need to start throwing, because this is not my yearly savings. This is going to cost a bit more, because I'm not flying for 20 plus hours in the lowest rate. I need to fly comfort because I'm moving on to the plane for a day. So I need to travel in comfort. But that has been something that has made travel more accessible, is being intentional to plan for it in many ways, which is having my vacation account, which is having a really good points card. And just any and everything that I can to make travel work, I'm going to do it, because I value travel that much.
I am so glad that you're sharing that tip. I hear echo, but I'm so glad that you're sharing that tip, Natasha, because people, you have to know better in order to do better. And so that's just a great strategy to designate that this is what my money is going to be used for on this particular card. And I get a chance to not have it merge in with anything else. Is going to happen as a result of you designating it that way. I love that tip. So y'all, you're getting some good advice. I know I have like a rewards card thing where I actually get reward points if I use my card in different regards. So that is a good way for me to use my card too, and share those kind of strategies, implement those kind of strategies. I'm excited about. Okay. So as far as travel, let's see, any comments, Mackenzie backstage, any comments that people said about travel, put them up, please. If you do see any, or any comments, just put some comments up. As far as what else you said too, that I love, Natasha, is that within your own city, or you can find so much to do. And we do a lot of staycations here with our family. It may be bowling, skating, whatever it is, hiking. We'll go to some of these local mountains in our area and just do a 3-mile hike. But somebody has to stay back with me. It's so funny. It's my oldest son, Frankie, Ivan, Jeremiah, and Jayla. Time we get out of the car, they have their backpacks, they have their walking sticks, and they are gone. I mean, gone. And Frankie's like, Mom, I'll stay back with you and we can talk. And it's like I'm really elderly, I understand, but it takes me a long time to get through
the point is, you're still doing it.
You're still doing it.
That's what you need to
recognize.
The great part.
Yep.
You didn't opt out because you can't necessarily move at the pace they do.
But he stays with me till the end, until we literally get to the top of the mountain, the same place that they're up there eating their sandwiches and their drinks. And we're there like maybe 45 minutes later, but I'm there at the top of the mountain with my hands raised, like I made it.
Yes.
But people never know what you went through to get to the top.
And if I can add one other thing, one thing I'm learning is to do a bit of research, because I used to, again, think I'm going way over there across the world because they've got so many great things. And then I started learning about what's around me.
Right.
So like being in Toronto, I'm not far from Niagara Falls. It's a 2-hour drive.
Yes.
When I did a bit of research some years ago, pre-pandemic, I learned that the Niagara Escarpment has like over 20 falls. So now I've gone to visit some of the smaller falls. My goal is to see all of them. But now I'm just like, Niagara Falls is amazing. I'll never stop being in awe of the breathtaking beauty of the falls. But the fact that there are other falls that I can see that really helped me drive back to Toronto, I'm like, I'm going to go check out more of those. Yeah. And I'm learning about, like, you know, when I travel, I like to see caves. I'm like, there's places to see caves here.
I love that. Yeah. Athena, read, if you will, the comment that came up and get you involved.
From Miss Cynthia Lennox, she says, travel allows us to meet wonderful people, keeps life fresh and exciting. It does. It's an ultimate pleasure. Yes. We also have a travel and entertainment account that pays everything before we go. And one thing that my sister had mentioned, Natasha, she mentioned that be intentional. Be intentional when traveling. That's a great tip. You want to be intentional. You want to plan. I'm pretty sure it's probably even more adventurous if you just jump up and do something. You'd be like, if you have the time, the money, and you're ready to go, and you got all of that lined up, you can be adventurous and jump up and wing it and be like, look, I'm just gonna go over here to Timbuktu and I'll be back. I gotta go see what's over there. I hear some more sunshine over there. Go for it. But definitely you want to be intentional. You want to plan. And also Cynthia, another comment she said was she already covered 51 countries and just got back from her 26th cruise through the Panama Canal. So that's amazing. She's traveling for real. So I know she got some good travel tips. I know we got some good travel tips. So we got a travel expert? There you go. Do we have a travel expert on our Freestyle Friday show?
Oh yeah. Well, let me do this. You can take the comment down for a second, Mackenzie. I will tell you all that you can definitely go to, I want to put this in the comment section, Kim.
Okay.
Jacobs.intellitravel.
Yeah.
.com. I think that's it. I'll double check it during the commercial break. But I want to make sure you know that you can book your travel there and you can get a price match guarantee on there. So it's just like if you're booking through any of these other sites, which I usually actually use a site myself. And I was like, hey, I can get different things happening if you use this kimjacobs.intellitravel.com. So make sure you take a moment and cut and paste that and sign up and become a part of that program where you get your price match guarantees. You can book all your travel. No, I don't get a chance to see what your travel is in detail at all, but you get a chance to book it there and sign up and get the same type of prices that will be hopefully more discounted for you. All right, let me do this. I'm gonna play a quick commercial, come back and hear these tips that we are talking to our sunshine expert about, because she getting ready to drop some knowledge on us about our comfort zones. So let me play these right quick and then we'll be right back. I'll play them, Mackenzie. Give me a second if I can find them right quick. Mackenzie like, hey, I'm here. I'm in the back office and it's a beautiful thing. She's a new mom to a baby girl and I'm excited for her. All right,
Who are those people? You know, the guys playing golf in the middle of the day on a Tuesday. The woman wearing $1,000 shoes at a cafe in the city. The kid in the ripped jeans driving a $200,000 sports car. What do they know that you don't? One word: leverage. Working smarter, not harder. Owning their own business, not being owned by a job. The good news? We have it. Interested?
One more. We'll be right back.
Two things are almost certain about you. Number one, you know people who travel. Of course you do. Everybody travels. It's an $8 trillion industry. It's what people dream about doing. And number two, you probably aren't making the commission. You see, every car rental, every hotel, and every resort pays commissions. They may go to a website or to a traditional travel agent, but trust us, someone is earning it. Well, what if we could show you a way to put that commission in your pocket? It doesn't hurt to take a peek. Interested?
All right. Okay. So we're back. If you're interested in learning more about just owning a piece of the travel industry, you can reach out at trueyougetaway@gmail.com. Trueyougetaway@gmail.com. Okay. Let's go back to our Freestyle Friday expert, Athena. She's talked to us already about being able to get out of our comfort zones and some tips that she's going to share with us. So let's go back.
Yes, as we rezone from your comfort zone, These tips that stuck with me while meditating on this to share with you all was rest, release, and reset. When we're stepping out of our comfort zone, in order to make a move out of your comfort zone, you got to have a plan. Hopefully you have a plan. You need a plan. You need to know your next level of movement. So of course you can't do that unless you have rested well. You have had a clear mind, so you can gather and get your thoughts together as you prep and prepare to move forward. So resting is always good for the mind, body, and soul. If you can't rest during the night, I would strongly encourage you, if you can take 15 to 30-minute little naps, let me tell you, it'll change your life. If you ain't never took a nap before, I was not a napper. I would hear my bestie and some of my colleagues be like, oh, I'm just going to get a 15-minute little cat nap or 30-minute and I'll be good to go. But y'all, when I took a nap, and I didn't fall asleep for a long time, although them naps are good too. But the cat naps that kind of like give you that quick boost for energy. It was amazing. It was amazing. It felt good. I was energized and I was ready to go. So make sure you are rested. And tip 2, release. Release means let it go. Let anything that you're holding on to, let it go. Let me tell you, we are in the month of December. Goodbye, November. Hello, December. We got 31 days in before we get to 2024. Let it all go. You can look back. You can look back and be like, yep, it's just that simple. Watch this. Yep, I came a long way. Came a long way. Let's go. Okay. And that's also called reflecting. You can reflect. I didn't say get stuck. I said just do a quick turnaround. Boom. That's it. Quick turnaround. That's it, Kim. That's it. Just a quick turnaround. And you'll see how far you came. And you'll be like, oh, I let that go a month ago. Oh, I released that. I just released that yesterday. Let's talk about yesterday. It's gone. It's gone. Yesterday gone. Today is here. The future is coming, by the grace of God. He gives us breath daily. He wakes us up. The new day we look forward to, for you to put one foot in front of the other. So release, let it all go. And you know what? Ain't nobody holding it against you. If y'all don't remember, when we first started in 2023, I came on the show and I was like, we celebrating, we hitting the pavement. We are running forward. We got new things to do. We are out here about our business and we making movement that way about our business. So now we're at the end of the year. We still celebrating, but you're celebrating the victory of how far you came, the things you have accomplished, the things you had to let go in order to get to the victory. All of that. These next 31 days, you can reflect, you can regroup, and you can be ready to. It's going to lead you to tip number 3: reset. You reset. You let it go. You rested. Now it's time to move forward. And since we're moving forward, that gives your mind a reset. You have a new outlook. You have new thoughts. You have new visions. Even your prayer life should be different. What I prayed for at the beginning of the year, my prayer life definitely looked different towards the end of the year. And I'm truly excited. I learned some new words to talk to Jesus. I'm telling you, exciting. So these are the tips for you to rezone from your comfort zone. And it's self-paced. And you don't have to compare yourself to nobody, because what is for you is for you. This is your journey. Mm-hmm. It's not about what Kim doing. It's not about what Natasha doing. It is amazing. Let me tell you how amazing it is to celebrate one another, to give flowers